right, looks like we are live here on Standing for Truth. I want to welcome everybody to tonight's 2-in-1 event. We have a debate and an open mic night. We are going to be starting off with a debate between Dr. Kent, the science gent, and Doc. It is going to be specifically on evidence for evolution, with a focus specifically on human evolution. And so we are going to engage that topic for about an hour. And then we are going to open up the mic for skeptics and non-skeptics to join. If you're a non-skeptic and you just have a question or you have an argument you wanted to make for us to address, feel free to join. If you're an evolutionist, if you're a skeptic, feel free to click the link as well. And we will engage in some impromptu debate. I think this is going to be a lot of fun. I've got Sam here to join me as co-mod and co-host for this show. Sam, I always enjoy these open mics, and so it's good to have you here, brother.
Glad to be here. Thanks for the invite. I'm excited also.
You ready to enforce the law tonight?
I'm ready for something.
Yeah, no, nobody messes with Sam. So good to have you here, brother. It's good to have Kent as well, and also Doc. What we're going to do, though, is get right into the opening statements in order that we can really utilize this first hour where we are specifically going to enjoy this debate between Kent and Doc. And so, Doc, whenever you're ready, I'm going to hand you the floor. And I do see your slides at the bottom, and therefore I can put those up on the screen. You've got 12 minutes to make your case for tonight. Whenever you're ready, go ahead.
All right. Sounds great. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
All righty. Well, then, welcome everyone to the show tonight. I'm personally calling it Dino v. Dino, but Donna can call it whatever we like. The topic being on the evolution of mankind. This presentation is presented by Dr. Dino, or Doc for short. Feel free to call me that whenever y'all come on the open mic. Let's go. So who am I? I call myself Dr. Dino. I'm a paleontology student with nearly a decade of field experience and personal research. I have a bachelor's of science with a geo major and a bio minor, and I've always been interested in science. I'm not a doctor quite yet, but I have consulted with multiple PhDs on this topic and read a lot of the literature on human evolution. And what am I arguing? That living apes descend from a common ape ancestor. I'll be arguing from a paleontologist's perspective, using the supportive points of the geologic record and the fossil record. Now, what I'm looking for in this debate, I want to be proven wrong. I want to be shown the truth. I want Kent to convince me that humans were specially created. If he can prove beyond reasonable doubt that the current scientific consensus is incorrect, he will make history. Scientists worldwide would thank him for not only showing them the truth, but also guaranteeing them decades of work exploring that truth. So, Kent, I want you to disprove the current theory of evolution. Show me what we're doing incorrectly. Give me the evidence for your view of human evolution, or lack thereof. I'm coming to you as a student, just giving a presentation on what I've learned, so I ask you to remain professional. I ask that you not call me stupid, or imply that I have fallen for a lie without substantiating those claims. If you insist on slapping or whacking me during or after this debate, I will consider it quite inappropriate. Structure my presentation. I'll present factual, verifiable evidence, giving the scientific explanation for this evidence, and asking Kent for his evidence to contradict these explanations. To you, Kent, my stance on this issue has been formed by the evidence that I have found, and which has been presented to me. That stance can be changed by future evidence. So I hope you can show me something good. I'll be presenting the current scientific consensus. It's your job to provide a better supported explanation for the facts of our world. With that said, I have some very important concessions right off the bat. I concede that God created the universe and began the process of life on Earth. I concede that morality is dictated by God. And I concede that there have been errors in the history of science. However, these errors have caused us to examine subsequent finds with ever more scrutiny, building to a robust process of experimentation and peer review. I also have some consultants. I've consulted with multiple PhDs who have relevant experience to the topic. below are their areas of expertise and what they are currently studying. Feel free to read all this, audience, if you like. Some definitions. I feel it's important to define your terms in a discussion like this. Therefore, I'd like to propose the following definitions for certain terms. First being species/kind. I'm giving them the same definition. Also fossil species, ape, science, evidence, and religion. We can go over these definitions later in the discussion if Kent wishes. Now, the evidence part 1, the geology. Rocks are an interesting topic in the sciences. They often retain records of the environment in which they're formed, as well as anything that has happened since. By studying the rocks in an area, we can read them as if they were pages in the book of Earth's history. The study of rock layers, their context, and their implications on Earth's history is known as stratigraphy. And some basic geology here. Most of the rocks we find fossils in are sedimentary, meaning that they are formed from previously solid rock and other matter. The grains of a sedimentary rock can give clues as to where they came from. Sometimes sedimentary rock layers will include a lot of volcanic grains from ashfall or nearby lava flow. Some volcanic grains contain radioactive elements which gradually decay over time into other elements. Basic overview of radiometric dating. Now to the audience at home, feel free to pause the stream, read through this, and then catch up at 1.5 times speed, or something like that. So first, radioactive elements decay over time, all of them at a very consistent rate in natural environments. We can measure these rates in the lab, and use them to determine the age of minerals within a rock layer. If Kent would like to discuss this process further, I'd be happy to talk about it in the discussion. Some other quick dating methods here for those who are curious. And a quick, important side note. We do not use carbon dating on most fossil hominins. Every type of radiometric dating has a maximum age. Carbon dating caps at about 50,000 years, so we have to rely on other methods. The evidence part 2, the fossils. So, we know how we determine the age of different rock layers, so what do they contain? Sedimentary rocks often contain plenty of fossils, and if we know the age of the layers that contain the fossils, then we know the approximate age of the fossils as well. What's really interesting, the collections of fossil species we find always change as we go through different layers, even if the recorded environment is the same. There is a visible sequence through the rock record, going from older to newer, of different creatures appearing and disappearing. And interestingly, there's one such ape fossils in East Africa, an extremely volcanic area that has plenty of ash beds and lava flows that are perfect for radiometric dating. And here are some general trends of those East African apes. Going through time, the morphology of the apes of East Africa sees certain measurable shifts. Later fossil species are different in notable ways, but the sequence of fossil species shows a trend towards certain features. Below are some of these features that change through time, and I'll go over a few of them in more detail in a second. First off, the foot morphology, or the way the feet are formed. Over on the left, we have Ardipithecus from about 6 million years ago. You can see the big toe is divergent, meaning it's kind of sticking off to the side. Going forward 2 million years, we have Australopithecus. Here, we see the big toe is actually in line with the rest of the toes. You can't really see it well in this picture, but the foot bones are also arched, making it much better at walking on the ground. And on the right, of course, we have a human foot. As you can see, the Australopithecus one is already a lot more like the Homo sapiens than the Ardipithecus. The skull also sees some major changes. First of all, the prognathism decreases, meaning that the jaws move backwards so they're closer in line with the nose. The tooth size also changes, generally going smaller. The jaws do the same thing. Jaws in modern humans are much smaller than they are in more primitive apes. The brain case size also changes, starting at about 350 cubic centimeters to an average of about 1,500 in modern Homo sapiens. The brow ridge also changes size, generally going smaller and smaller. It's very rare for a modern human to have a brow ridge comparable to that of, say, Homo erectus. Some more pictures right here from R&Ra, who I would highly recommend. He has many, many informative videos on this topic, and many others. Next up, we have the hips. Now, any 5-year-old could tell you that the chimpanzee in this diagram is the odd one out when it comes to the hips. The Australopithecus and Homo sapiens have a very bowl-shaped pelvis. It's useful for holding your guts or your children when you're pregnant. Side note on Neanderthals. Just so everyone knows, Neanderthals are not just really old Homo sapiens. I've heard Kent make that assertion in the past. We do have old ones, but we also have child Neanderthals preserved, and infants. Most of these photos are from the Smithsonian collection, their age below each photo. Neanderthals are distinguished by many traits, including their DNA and a lot of skeletal features. That said, they are still human, just not the same species of human as us. And what else do we find? Starting around 2.6 million years ago, we start finding evidence of tool marks on bones, along with stone tools that had to be manufactured prior to use. And as time goes on, the tools we find change. They become more complex, more sturdy, more specialized. But regardless of the age, many of these tools are associated with ape remains. It's rare that the tools were used on the apes, though. If that were the case, we would see some very telltale marks on the bones. We also find footprints, too. Like I said, a lot of ash layers out there in East Africa. The foot morphology of these apes is intermediate, so in between early apes and later ones. These ones right here are from about 3.6 million years ago, and we've assigned them to Australopithecus due to the shape of the feet. And here's the interpretations of the data. Of the geological evidence, there are layers in East Africa that are of different ages, and the fossils in the layers change with time and the environment. And of the fossil evidence, bipedal apes have lived in East Africa since at least 7 million years ago. They evolved through time into different lineages, some leading to dead ends, but one specific lineage persists to the modern day. Professor A also has a note on this, if the audience would like to read it. Now, how does evolution work, at least in our view? Evolution can be summarized as accumulation of intergenerational change. The process detailed more thoroughly below. And very, very important here, in evolution, one creature never changes its kind. And I'm not claiming they do. Populations of creatures only specialize via mutation, natural selection, and other means. Over here on the right and below, you can see cows as an example. Cows belong to every single group above them in the diagram to the right. And they're actually still sort of changing. Cows in the modern day produce, I believe it's 2 to 3 times as much milk as they did back in the 60s. And that's because of selective breeding, which is a form of evolution directed by humans. Now, am I wrong? Of course I could be. I'm wrong about a lot of things. But what I presented here is supported by evidence that has been collected and analyzed for centuries. But that said, Kent, I want you to show me how I'm wrong. And is evolutionism a religion? No. A religious belief typically requires a supernatural component. Science, by its very nature, rejects the supernatural. Evolution's based on evidence. If you want to prove it wrong, then you need to provide something better. And does academia discriminate against Christian scientists? No. As long as you produce good data and repeatable, demonstrable results, science
1 minute.
doesn't care. There have been many Christian scientists throughout history. One example being Mary Schweitzer, a paleontologist who was once a young Earth creationist. Learning about the field made her see that the Earth was old, and it only strengthened her faith. How can Kent win this debate? He can prove that my understanding of human evolution is incorrect. Prove that the fossils and rock layers were formed in a single event. Prove that radiometric dating cannot be trusted when it is used in the proper context. Show me evidence that humans and the other apes were specially created. And my consultants have a few words on what they would like you, the audience, to take away from this discussion. Thank you.
Doc, thank you for that roughly 12-minute opening statement. Before I hand it over to Kent, I do want to remind the audience, anybody who's joined us past the intro a little bit earlier, this is a 2-in-1 event. And so we're starting off, the first hour is a debate specifically on evolution with a focus on human evolution between Dr. Kent and Doc. And then we're going to open up the mic for skeptics and non-skeptics to join. And so I will probably post the StreamYard link in the chat about 15 minutes before the end of this debate. And that way people can make their way in. And so with that, Dr. Kent, the science gent, we are going to hand it over to you, brother. You've got 12 minutes as well for opening arguments. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you so much. Well, this will be very easy. Every one of your statements is an assumption based upon the silly geologic column. You said they're found in different layers, and you can see some kind of progression through these layers. I want you to stop and rethink this whole thing from the beginning. There is no such thing as a geologic column. This is fiction. This is the Bible to the atheist. Here's what they teach the kids. Look at that. The top layer, the Holocene, is 10,000 years old. The bottom layer, wow, Archean, is 2.5 billion. I would like to ask a simple question. Where was all the rock and dirt for the Holocene sitting around for 2.5 billion years before it was deposited? Was it in outer space? How can these layers be different ages? Are they being deposited from space? Even then, I guess they'd be the same age. All of the rock layers are the same age. There is no geologic column. The layers cannot possibly be different ages. Stop and think about it. Where would they be coming from? This whole geologic column was made up, invented in 1830 by people trying desperately to prove the Bible wrong. Okay, where's all the new material coming from? Evolutionists never answer this simple question. You say the Jurassic age is 160 million years old, or whatever number they're using now. Where was it sitting waiting to be deposited on top? Moving it from one place to another does not change the age of it. I've shown many times, if I take a stack of cards and shuffle them up, is the top card now younger? Moving it to a new location does not change the age. Is this the youngest card in the deck now? No, they're all the same age. All of the material on this planet, every molecule, is the same age. Whether it's 10,000 or 10 trillion, it's all the same age. Are these layers coming from outer space? Your whole presentation was, this one's found in this layer and it looks a little more advanced than this one found in this layer. Stop. There is no geologic column. It doesn't exist. The fiction geologic column guides their thinking and their rose-colored lenses through which they look at life, the world, and around them, and history. If you shake a jar of water and mud till it separates, is the top layer now younger? No, they're all the same age. I wish you guys could understand this, or at least stop and think about it. How can the top layer be younger? How can the layers be different age? All the material is the same age. It just got redeposited and shuffled up in a flood. So I disagree completely. I think it's a fact that the Earth has sedimentary layers. I have been to all 50 states and 37 countries. I've taught earth science for 15 years. I'm fairly familiar with this. The evolutionist will look at the layers of the Earth like you did and say, wow, the layers formed slowly over millions of years. Stop and think about that. Where's it coming from? The layers are from the flood of Noah. If the Bible interpretation is correct, the fountains of the deep broke open, the crust of the earth would be shuffled up during the flood, the rising and sinking of the earth cracked up like an eggshell. It is still cracked up like an eggshell. There are fault lines all over the place, and they're still moving. But the layers all formed in one big flood. Evolutionists try to erase that line and make their interpretation look like it's part of the fact. And there's your whole problem. Your whole presentation is based on a faulty assumption. If you start off and saying, well, since pink elephants can fly, why don't they smash the trees? Wait. Pink elephants can't fly, and there are no pink elephants. Your whole argument starts with the assumption that the layers are different ages. It's built on a faulty foundation. The geologic column is the Bible for the evolutionist. It can only be found one place in the world, the textbooks. This textbook author admitted it and probably got fired for it. If there were a column of sediments, unfortunately, no such column exists. There is no geologic column. If there was, it'd be 100 miles thick. So one of the lies I cover in my video number 4, lies in the textbooks in my series, you can get on drdino.com, D-R-D-I-N-O, or call the office 855-BIG-DINO. And I don't understand why you, I guess I do understand why you tried to copy my name to write on my coattails, and I appreciate that. The geologic column does not exist. This article is a detailed examination of the young Earth's creationist claim that the geologic column does not exist. It is shown that the entire geologic column exists in North Dakota. Oh, really? No, the layers are the same age. Now, the layers are all in order that they have them in the book. There are multiple layers in this geologic column that are limestone. How do you tell the difference between Jurassic limestone and Cretaceous limestone? They're both limestone. Geologic column is the biggest lie I've ever heard, well, maybe not the biggest, it's one of the biggest ones. There is no fossil record either. There are fossils by the trillions. We have a huge collection of them here. Got a bunch on my desk we forgot to put back. Fossil fish. Their fossils are found by the trillions. Actually, diatomaceous earth is a bunch of fossils. But there is no fossil record. All of these animals died quickly and were deposited rapidly because of Noah's flood. It says here in this textbook, National Pornographic, the fossil record helps paleontologists, archaeologists, and geologists place important events and species in the appropriate geologic age. Do you see the assumption? There is no geologic age. All the layers are the same age. I don't know how you can't get that. I'm going to ask the question again for the 8,000th time. Where is the top layer coming from? How can it be younger? You guys don't get it. Let's see. The law of superposition, which states that the undisturbed rock sequences at the bottom are older than the top. And there's the whole problem. Not logical, not possible. They got this geologic column and they keep calling it a fossil record. Oh, this is baloney. There is no fossil record. This layer right here in Grand Canyon has no erosion marks. Most of the layers have no erosion marks between them. If that layer sat there for millions of years waiting for the next one to be deposited, don't you think it'd rain once in a while? These are all stacked like cards or pages in a book, and generally no erosion marks. If the layers are different ages, why are there no layers of soil built up between them? It's all rock, 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 rock. Sometimes they're tilted. Okay, I agree. Get the video, Experiments in Stratification. It's been out for, 30 years. It shows clearly that the layers form sideways. During the flood of Noah, the tide would not get interrupted, so the tide could become harmonic. You can Google harmonic tide. A harmonic tide on planet Earth. See, the moon is holding the water, a bump of water called the high tide. At the same time, the Earth is spinning around once a day. And of course, as it goes around, the moon is 10 degrees off our perpendicular axis, and we're 23.5 degrees off from the sun. That causes some strange things to happen with the tide. Okay, who cares? But the Earth is turning. The tide stays right under the moon. So the water is rushing into the bump to stay under the moon from this side at the same speed the Earth is turning, the other way. Well, at the North Pole, the Earth is turning 0 miles an hour. At the equator, 1,037, depending upon your altitude. Lenox, Alabama, they're turning 883 miles an hour. If the water was going sideways at 800 or 900 miles an hour, it would make all kinds of layers in minutes. I'm sorry, your whole presentation, your whole assumption is based on a flawed foundation. There is no geologic column. Shake up a jar of mixed mud and dirt, it'll settle into layers. We got a bunch of these things here at our science center. When you flip them over, it makes a bunch of layers every time. Are the layers different ages? No, they're all in here at the same time. It is silly to believe the layers are different ages. The sand art toy has only 2 different types of densities, but when it flips, it makes dozens of layers from 2 different densities of sand. This one has, I think, 4 different densities in it, so it makes 50 layers out of 4 different densities. The flood of Noah made all the layers. Why are animals sorted into layers at all? Why are generally ducks found in the same layer or clams found in the same layer? Well, that's simple. They're sorted based upon their habitat. Clams are found at the bottom because clams already live at the bottom. Of course they're going to be found at the bottom. That's where they live. They're the first ones buried. This has nothing to do with the age of them. Petrified clams like this one in the closed position are found all over the world, including the top of Mount Everest. To get a petrified closed clam, you'd have to bury it fast and bury it alive. Clams open as soon as they die. We have hundreds and hundreds of these in our museum. Up in Tennessee, there's a seam of petrified closed clams, 10 feet thick, that goes for several miles. This is an extremely common fossil. Petrified, read my lips now, closed clams. Had to be buried alive. There's no other option. The clams are found at the bottom because they already live at the bottom. Their life, their habitat, their mobility, clams can't run very fast. Their intelligence, as far as anybody can figure out, clams aren't too smart. And their body density. Clam shells are heavier than bird feathers. Birds would generally be found at the top. If there was a worldwide flood that made all the layers in 1 year, you'd still have this same sorting. Birds are the last ones to die in a flood. The moon is pulling the tide up, holding it right there, while we spin. High tide stays under the moon. At this latitude in Lenox, Alabama, we're turning about 886 miles an hour. At the North Pole, the Earth is turning 0 miles an hour. At the equator, 1,037.58, depending upon your altitude. That's at sea level, okay? So the whole geologic column that you guys talk about was formed in 1 year during Noah's flood by the tide going up and down. It would make underwater turbidity currents. It would cause thousands of layers to form. And then as the crust of the Earth is still flexing up and down because it was broken up at the time of the flood, the fountains of the deep broke open. The Earth is still cracked up like an eggshell. And the water moving sideways that makes the layers and tends to deposit them in, there might be in similar fossils in a similar layer because animals tend to congregate together. I mean, if there was a massive flood and you found a bunch of buffalo packed in the same place, well, that's because buffalo like to live with other buffalo, not because they evolved differently. But you can do this with the sand toy. Get a rock tumbler. It'll tumble the rocks around and make them smooth. You put rough rocks in there, they come out smooth. All over the world, gravel is rounded. They call it river rock. This is baloney. This is not river rock. This is from the flood of Noah. These layers all formed in 1 year. Your entire presentation was based on a faulty assumption. You fell for the lie they started teaching in 1830 with the stupid geologic column and the layers being different ages. I'm sorry, they're not. The layers all formed in 1 year from Noah's flood. But the Bible says at the end of time, the scoffers would be ignorant of that flood and ignorant of the coming judgment of God. The Bible says they delight in lies. So I'm sorry, there is no geologic column. As far as human evolution, finding different monkeys or apes in different layers, again, means nothing. We don't see any human today producing anything other than baby humans. We don't see any apes today producing anything other than baby apes. So for you to assume, because we find them in a different layer, therefore this one evolved from this one, that's insane logic. If there was a flood today that buried your whole city, things would be found in different layers. Does that mean the one on top evolved from the one below? No, they all got buried. So I'm sorry, your whole geologic column does not work. Polystrata fossils are found all over the world. Petrified trees standing up, running through all these layers. How can you guys claim the layers are different ages? I'm sorry, they're not. Mud flows make rapid deposition of layers. Mount St. Helens proved that. I'd like you guys to explain why we get petrified trees standing up, connecting all these layers, and you continue to say the layers are different ages. It doesn't make any sense to anybody who thinks about it. Thank you.
Okay, Kent, thank you for that opening statement. Gentlemen, that concludes the opening arguments for this debate. I appreciate it. Lots of excellent points on the table for us to engage and discuss over the next roughly 30 minutes before we open it up for open mic. Okay, since Kent just ended with his 12-minute opening statement, Doc, why don't we allow you to pick the first topic for us to engage in this debate? Doc, just make sure to unmute yourself.
Yep.
And go ahead.
Well, to be honest, it's kind of tough. I took a lot of notes there. I guess I might as well answer your question on where the material for all the new rock came from. So what are your thoughts on on where the material came from? That it came from space, or Well, what do you think our explanation is? The evolutionist explanation is?
They've never given one. How can the top layer be younger? Where did it come from? You tell me.
Okay. So with sedimentary rock, it's almost always going to be recycled material. And the material is recycled from other rock formations. They could be sedimentary or they could be volcanic. And in the
Okay.
case of volcanic,
All right,
and
well,
in the
simple
case of
question.
volcanic rock, yeah, go ahead.
If it's all sedimentary rock, and I agree, I've taught earth science 15 years, I understand it pretty well, and it's recycled, does that change the age of it? By moving it from top to bottom, does it now change the age? This is what I'm trying to figure out. How can it change the age and now be younger? It's the same material moved to a different place. Moving these cards to a
Yes.
different place does not change the age.
I agree. I agree with you.
Well, then why don't you agree with me that there is no geologic column? Because moving it to a new location doesn't change the age of it. Would you agree there are there many different layers of limestone in this geologic column, and they have different ages assigned to them? Is there a Jurassic limestone and a Cretaceous limestone, and is there limestone for each of these eras? How do you know the difference between Jurassic limestone and Cambrian limestone?
So I do agree with that. But first, I want to make one thing clear. We don't date the layers when we do radiometric dating. We date the minerals within the layers. So let's see. May I share my presentation again, Donnie? Let me just get to the right slide.
Well, before we go to a new topic, can you say you date the
Oh, no,
minerals?
this is the same topic, Kent. I'm answering your question.
Okay. Well, if you date the minerals in the layers, how
Yes.
did it change their age by moving them to a new location? It's the same mineral.
Alrighty. Let's see, Donnie, I'm sharing my screen. Okay. So I'm going to use an example mineral called a zircon. A zircon is a crystal, and when a zircon crystal forms, it will allow some impurities in, some elements or isotopes that just that aren't usually supposed to be there. When it does this, it'll let in stuff like uranium or potassium, and both of those will radiometrically decay into another element. But they only let the first bit in. They only let in the uranium, they only let in the potassium. And then once they're locked into the crystal structure, both of them start ticking like a clock. And they slowly are replaced by more and more daughter element, the end product. So we can measure the ratio of parent to daughter to determine the rough age, because we can tell in a laboratory how long it takes, say 10% or 25% of the parent to become daughter. Does that make sense?
I understand how the radiometric dating works, I think, very well. But again, you're sort of avoiding the question. If this zircon got locked into this layer, did the zircon change? Did that zircon crystal come from outer space now to be a different age? Are these all these
No, it would
zircon
have come from a
crystals and all these?
volcanic rock.
Okay. Well, was it created from nothing, or was it rearranged from something else?
It would have been rearranged from base atoms. That's how crystal
Okay.
formation works.
Okay. So every molecule on this planet formed at
Yes.
the same time. Every molecule on planet Earth formed at the same time, either from the Big Bang or at the
Roughly,
creation.
I'll agree with that.
Okay. So if every molecule is the same age, rearranging it into a zircon crystal or depositing it into a certain layer, I'm still baffled how this is going to change the age of it.
Maybe I can use an analogy. Let's say you have a box and you only put shiny screws in this box, but over time, all of the screws will rust. And you know how fast they rust. So you will put a bunch of shiny screws in, come back 10 years later, and they're this amount rusted. So you know it's been 10 years. That's basically what we're doing. Okay?
Okay.
So the screws are probably the same. The atoms in the screws are the same age as the atoms in the box. And the rust is the atoms in the rust are the same age as the atoms in the screws. But the screws were put in there pristine, and they have been decaying since you put them in.
Okay. Is the iron that those screws are made out of now a different age because it's been in the box and than the new one? You admitted a minute ago, every molecule on planet Earth is the same age. It all formed either in a Big Bang, 13.772 billion years ago, or it was all created by God 6,000 years ago. Either way, every molecule is the same age. I'm trying to get it, moving them to a new layer, combining them with something else. So if I put the nut on the screw now, does that change the age, or on the bolt? No. All the layers are the same age. Your whole argument is based on the geologic column. Here, I found it. Let's see. Shale, 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 shale. Shale is found all through this geologic column.
Yes.
How do you know the difference between Perry Farm shale and Mine Creek shale? They got them labeled at different ages. They're both shale.
So that would depend on the shale themselves. Shale is just a type of rock.
I understand.
Each individual layer is going to be different and differentiable.
Well, here we have the same geologic column showing the limestone. They have Altamont limestone and Pawnee limestone as different ages. They're both limestone.
Yes.
I'm baffled why anybody, are these layers different ages now in my sand toy thing here because they have been reshuffled, falling down through the water? Is the top layer going to be younger? When it's all done, is the top layer younger?
No, they aren't, but the Earth isn't a sand art toy. It's a little more complicated.
It's the same principle, though. You're rearranging already existing material. Every molecule is the same age. Every molecule. Whether it's, like I said, 13.772 from the Big Bang or 6,000 from God creating it. So your whole argument tonight on evolution, proving evolution from fossils, especially the purpose of this debate, is evidence for evolution, for human evolution. You're saying because they're found in a different layer, therefore they're a different age, which you cannot prove that. And therefore this one came from that one, which you can't prove that either. Finding them at a different layer doesn't prove one came from the other.
Here, Kent, maybe another analogy would help. Let's say you buy 3 stopwatches. All the stopwatches are made on the same day. You take them home and you start the timer of one, wait 5 minutes, start the timer of the next, wait 5 minutes, start the timer of the next, and then wait 5 minutes. Then you stop all of them. They were made at the same time, but the clock started ticking at different times. So one watch will say 15 minutes, one will say 10, and one will say 5. That's what zircons and other minerals we use for radiometric dating do. The atoms could be formed at the same time, but the clock starts ticking when you hit the timer. And with zircon crystals, that's when the crystal was formed. Does that make sense to you?
Makes perfect sense. But still, as you said, all the clocks are the same age. Every molecule in that clock is the same age. What the hand is now set on is meaningless for this argument. This geologic column, as I've said hundreds of times, does not exist anywhere in the world except in the imagination.
So
it was made up.
A complete geologic column does not exist, but there are local geologic columns. Meaning, if you go back to your previous slide, if you could please. So that is a geologic column for a specific area or for a specific formation. Okay? That's a column that geologists will build based on the characteristics of all those layers. We have local ones. All the sediments on Earth are a big interconnected mess that's half stacked on top of each other, half replacing each other. Plenty of them have been eroded away and then new material put in the hole. It's a big mess, so there is no continuous geologic column. I do agree. But there are local ones, and in some places it stretches through, say, Cambrian all the way to the present, with representatives of those times. Those are probably what you're thinking of.
Well, if they're local geologic columns, even in a local area, If there's a landslide and a mountain slides down into the valley, it's going to make 100 layers. You can see it happen all the time. I just watched a video on landslides happening now all over the world. Okay.
It's going to make one layer that is differentiable as a landslide deposit. We know how those look.
Any landslide will make multiple layers, underwater landslides or above water landslides. Either way, it automatically separates the material a little bit based upon density, based upon surface tension. How easily does it slide with the other material next to it? So there's a little bit of sorting of the layers, but they're all the same age. The landslide happened at the same time.
I do agree. I think you're confusing something. So layer can mean multiple things. In the context I'm using it, it is something that formed at approximately the same time or under the same conditions. That's what the landslide layer would be. It would have smaller layers inside that have been determined by forces when the landslide happened, but the entire thing would be considered one layer,
Bingo.
Geologically speaking.
So if a landslide makes 20 layers, I just made probably 75 layers right here in the last 2 minutes, okay? If a landslide were to make 75 layers, would you date the top layer as younger than the bottom layer?
No, we would be able to date them as the same age.
Bingo. It's that way with the whole world. Noah's flood
it isn't, though.
Made all these layers.
It isn't, though. We can radiometrically date different members of a local geologic column, and they will be recorded as different layers. I used East Africa as an example, not just because it's where human evolution occurred, but also because there's tons of volcanic rock there. And the volcanic rock is deposited on sedimentary, on other volcanic stuff, and we can date every volcanic layer and know when it occurred. And as we go up through the column, the layers get younger and younger, radiometrically speaking.
If I were to take this apart, dry it out, and date these sand layers, is it possible they would give different radiometric dates? Let's assume these have some isotope of, that's you're radioactive in there. Carbon 14, carbon 13, uranium 235, 238, or potassium argon, or whatever. Is it possible they would contain some radioactive elements? I don't know. It could be, but you're missing the point. All of the molecules on this planet are the same age. So how can you
agree with you?
And would you agree that the geologic column was invented and made up in 1830 by Charles Lyell and others? And that was way before there was any radiometric dating ever thought of. None of the radiometric dating methods were thought of until the 1950s, 110 years.
And Lyell had his own estimates of how old the Earth was, and he was wrong. He was wrong by an order of magnitude. But he could make estimates based on sedimentation rates, how quickly he could see layers built up. And he still came out to a few 100 million years. That said, we have been talking about this topic for a while, and we are supposed to talk about human evolution. Maybe it'd be a good idea to move on to something else.
All right. As I said, your whole argument for human evolution is based on two faulty assumptions. One, that the layers are different ages. Two, that because we find this one in a top layer, therefore it came from this one. If there's a flood and everybody drowns and you find somebody on top of somebody else dead, does that mean that's the son of this person? No. If there's a massive flood and you find a person on top of a cow, does that mean he came from the cow? No. It's automatic sorting that happens.
I'm not making an irrational argument like that, Kent.
You made an irrational argument that because they're found in different layers, A evolved from B, B evolved from C. I would agree. There are some animals that look like chimpanzees or apes found in a certain layer. I would agree there might be a human found in a layer above that. But it's not common sense 101 to go then to jump to the wild conclusion that this one is the son or grandson or great-grandson of this one. Finding things buried in a certain order means nothing as far as ancestry. Science is what we can
I think you have a few things confused here, Kent. I'm not saying that they are direct. I'm not saying it's a direct.
I'm going to jump in real quick. What we'll do is
finish my point.
Kent can finish his point, then we'll throw it back to you.
We do not see any apes today producing anything other than baby apes. We don't see any gorillas today producing anything besides baby gorillas. We don't see any humans today producing anything besides humans. Science is what we can observe, study, test. We can observe humans make baby humans. That we can observe. We cannot observe apes turning into a human. We can observe apes making baby apes. We cannot observe. What you're talking about is not science. It's a religious belief. You believe this one evolved to this one, and you believe that all you want. But it's based on the assumption that the layers are different ages, and because they're found in a sequence, therefore that's an evolutionary sequence. That's not correct. It's not logic.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So I know you like to go one topic at a time, Kent. You brought up several there. Would you like me to address something coming or something producing something other than its kind?
Sure.
Humans being apes? What argument would you like me to address? If you want me to address one argument, please put forth one argument.
Okay. Science is what we can observe, study, test. Would you agree with that?
That's part of the definition of science.
Okay. Has anybody ever observed any animal produce any offspring other than their same kind? Has any doctor in the planet?
And we don't expect them to.
You don't expect it? Well, that's what you're saying happened, though. You're saying humans evolved from an ape-like creature. I'm trying to get you to understand this isn't science. It's a religious belief. You can believe that all you want, but we've observed for years. Here you go. Science. Knowledge gained from using observation and experimentation. Do all the experiments you want. Get a bunch of monkeys, apes, baboons, chimpanzees. Let them have babies. They've done that in zoos for years. Have they ever come closer to being a human? Cows produce cows. Make an observation. Develop an idea. Think of experiments. I predict if you crossbreed monkeys today, they'll make baby monkeys. I'll make a prediction. Always.
I agree with you.
But yet you think an ape-like ancestor turned to a human. These kind of charts they put in our textbook, this is not science. We don't see an ape-like creature slowly become a human.
Right. The evidence. Okay. I do not believe that, Kent. The evidence suggests that there have been different apes in East Africa, and there is a general trend through the ape lineage towards one being a biped, two a bigger brain, and some other traits. Like there has been a trend. Can you explain that trend?
Well, you're assuming there's a trend because the fossils are found in some kind of sequence. Again, you're back to the same flawed assumption. There isn't a trend of one changing to the other. There is a trend of apes making baby apes. There's a trend, observable trend, of humans making baby humans, and chimpanzees making chimpanzees, and baboons making baboons. That's the observable trend. It's in your mind that it's a trend of one changing. It's all in your mind.
Kent, you are still an ape. Like you're still a primate. Like you're still a mammal. Like you're still a vertebrate.
You speak for yourself. You may still be an ape. I am not. Never have been.
I mean, I'm a dinosaur, but okay.
Okay. Man has classified things into lumps, okay? We have decided if it breathes air, gives live birth, has certain characteristics, it's in the mammal category. The animals don't care how we classify them at all. This entire classification system of putting these together, I could organize my shop where all the screws are together, all the bolts, all the hammers, all the shovels. It's just it's humans imparting their desire on these things to organize them. You have decided to organize, or scientists have decided, which I think is fine, to organize all the creatures that have fins and scales and breathe underwater. We've classified them as fish. Okay, that's fine. They don't care how we classify them. When the whales go look for a mate, they don't even look at anything other than another whale. When humans go look for a mate, used to be, all they look for is another human. That's the way all the animals do it. The fact that we have classified them into categories does not matter to the animals at all. You're saying because we see a trend, you don't see a trend. There's your faulty assumption. There's no geologic column. There is no change from one to another. You're putting them in some kind of order and reading into it. You believe this one turned to this one. Okay, that's a religious belief. It's not science.
Okay, then, Kent, can I ask why Australopithecus appears after Ardipithecus? Can I ask why that is in your model?
I don't know that they do, but if they do, it would maybe sorting based upon a flood. Maybe it doesn't prove one's related to the other. Why would one be found in this layer and one be found in this layer, and you assume this one descended from this one? That's faulty assumption.
So I'm not assuming that there is a direct line between one fossil and the other. Fossils are representatives of a population at a given time.
Right.
So the representatives of Ardipithecus always come before the representatives of Australopithecus.
Okay.
Do you have any explanation other than a vague sorting as to why?
Okay. First of all, I don't know that you're correct on that. Maybe somebody has found them in different orders, okay? But it doesn't matter. The fact that clams are found at the bottom and birds are found at the top is from hydrologic sorting. Has nothing to do with descendant from the other. Of course, birds are found at the top. They're the last ones to die in a flood. They can fly around till they run out of gas. So,
but birds aren't just found at the top. We have birds with dinosaurs.
Okay. If the Australopithecines are found in a different layer than the other ones, that doesn't prove relationship or one descended. Even if one fossil is found, and it may be an example of a population, I agree. But we don't know that any animal ever changes to a different kind. Nobody ever sees chimpanzees make other than baby chimpanzees. They show this in the textbooks like it's part of science. I'm sorry, it's not part of science. We don't see any animal change to something else today. We don't see any populations change to something else today. You imagine that it happened.
I've already addressed this point. You are repeating yourself. I have addressed this point.
Well, you haven't gotten it yet, but I'm repeating myself, hoping you'll get it. I know you heard it, but go ahead. What's your next argument?
All right. Quick question then. So, in your view, an animal that lives in a particular way should be sorted according to this hydrologic sorting, correct?
Well, maybe not. There's a lot of things that would affect sorting. I mean, the movement of the water up and down tides. I mean, it's not always a clean order, but generally there is a trend toward denser objects being at the bottom. Okay. But if the layers are forming sideways instead of vertically, then they can be mixed up pretty rapidly. Plus, if one area is turbulent and then it's calm 2 miles away, which we have all the time, like Mount St. Helens, it had a very turbulent area within a certain radius. The rest of the world's fine. I didn't even know Mount St. Helens was erupting, because I was living in Florida. So it didn't affect me at all.
Would aquatic animals be exempt from this since they can swim?
I didn't understand that second word. Would the what animals?
Should aquatic animals be exempt since they can swim and they can just swim up to the surface all the time?
Oh no, aquatic animals can be destroyed in a flood just as well. If the water becomes turbulent or muddy, they can no longer breathe. It plugs their gills. Fish can drown in muddy water.
Okay.
So and the turbulent, and plus it would, based on the temperature. If the crust of the earth broke open, like the Bible says, the fountains of the deep broke open, there would be hot water coming out, killing everything within a certain effective radius. Depending how hot it is and how much water there is, it might kill everything within 10 miles. So then,
interpreted from your own words, aquatic animals should just be all mixed together because of this, because they can just be killed or something. So then, why do mosasaurs never overlap with whales?
I'm missing half your words here. I don't know what the problem is, but
sorry.
Aquatic animals do what now? Aquatic animals can drown. Okay.
Yes,
and they can be killed by they can be killed by temperature change.
I agree.
Okay.
So why do we never see overlap between mosasaurs and whales? If they filled the same niche.
I don't know that we don't. First of all, you're starting with an assumption that we don't see this. I don't think the whole world's been explored. Okay.
So from everything we have found in the last few hundred years of searching for these fossils, we do not find an overlap.
Well, you're claiming that, okay? Let's see. They have at the bottom of the geologic.
Do you have something to go against that claim?
No, I don't care. I don't think the sorting means anything. But let's suppose in the Cambrian rock that all the scientists agreed this is Cambrian rock, and they come across a fully formed human skeleton in that rock. What would you do?
Well, that would cause us to re-examine everything. That would be a really big, really important find. But we haven't found that.
You sure?
As far as I know.
Okay. Well, Well, I'm telling you, science is what we can observe. We never observe whales produce anything besides baby whales. Never.
I agree.
We never observe humans produce anything besides baby humans. I'd be willing to bet $5 that your great, 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 great grandfather was a human. And I've never met him, but I'd be willing to bet $5. That's all I got. $5, okay?
Yeah.
So I think it's observable science. Let me read it to you again. Science is what we can observe. It's what we can test and demonstrate. We can test and demonstrate animals produce the same kind. That's observable. Every farmer in the world does that. When he crossbreeds his cows, he expects to get a cow. And so far, that's all they get. So if you wish to imagine the cow came from some amoeba, that's imagination. It's not science. And claiming they're in a different layer means something also is not science. So your whole argument tonight is based on two flawed assumptions. Go ahead.
So, Kent, I have presented the evidence to you. We know how to tell how old a rock layer is. And what we find is a kind of ape in a rock layer. And then in a different rock layer above that one that we have dated to be younger, we find different apes that are intermediate between those original ones and later apes. You haven't given me a single explanation as for why that is.
You said just a moment ago, you presented the evidence. And I'm saying, no, you did not. You presented a claim that because animals have a slight difference, like a changing in the hip structure or a changing in the jaw structure or the forehead or the cranial capacity or eyebrow ridge or whatever, because you've arranged them in some kind of fictitious order, therefore it is now provable that this one descended from this one. And that's just not common sense.
Yeah. Now, Kent, it's not a fictitious order. It is the order in which they appear in the rock.
This is what you are
I am
claiming.
not making up the order up. This is how we find them.
Well, this is what you're claiming. Again, I'd like to see that proven. But even then, if they're found in that order, that doesn't prove this is descended from this. This, I don't understand how you cannot possibly see that. The geologic column does not exist anywhere in the world. The layers all formed by shuffling up all the material. That's all the same age. Every layer in here is the same age. Moving it to the top or bottom doesn't change the age. Shuffling my cards.
That is your assertion, Kent. Can you give me evidence for that assertion? I've explained how we know how old rock layers are. How do you know how old rock layers are? Can you please tell me?
I didn't say anything about how old they are. I just said they're all the same age. I don't know when this
Can you
sand
prove
was
that?
made. Well,
If you're saying they're all the same age, then you must know how old they are.
Well, if you're saying they're different ages, you must know. It wouldn't matter. See, the layers of the earth, no question, they exist. No question. I have been to a whole bunch, 37 countries, all 50 states, taught her science for years. I love studying this kind of stuff. My sister lives right near Mount St. Helens. I went up there when it exploded. We studied all the kinds of stuff about that. All the material that slid down when Mount St. Helens blew up formed into hundreds and hundreds of layers containing different dead animals that died. No question. Some are going to fossilize. Most will not. Fossilization is a process that requires rapid burial. I think all the fossils in the world, all of them, formed in the time of Noah in the flood. No fossils are forming today. Can you show me a place where fossils are forming in mass numbers?
Yes, just about everywhere where things get buried. I myself have gone to many, many different sites and found bones that are in all stages of fossilization.
Well, I'd like to see that. That's great. So if you can find animals that are fossilizing today, can you find animals today that are changing to something else? Do the dogs always produce dogs?
Claim.
Well, I would agree.
You keep saying that, Kent, and I keep saying I'm not making that claim. Please stop saying I am.
You did make the claim in your first presentation that because Australopithecines, they're found in different layers, this one therefore descended from this one. That's your whole claim tonight. That layers
seems to be likely, but what we see is a change in species as we go through the rock layers of different ages. Whether or not they are directly related to one another doesn't mean much. We see this change in the sequence of apes through time. You cannot give me an explanation for that.
You see the change because you imagine that there's a relationship. If we shuffled up a deck of cards and 3 of the hearts ended up on the bottom, oh, wow, does that mean something? No. If you shuffle up all the rock layers and you end up with some in order, they may be sorted based upon body density, based upon habitat, based upon mobility, based upon intelligence. You're assuming it's based upon relationship. And I don't see how you can't get it. There is no scientific evidence of any animal ever changing to something else. Finding them in a rock layer is not going to hold up as evidence in any honest court of law.
It has. Sorry.
It has?
It has.
Well, then you missed the word honest in there.
So Kitzmiller versus Dover wasn't honest?
Say what now?
So Kitzmiller versus Dover wasn't, or wherever it was, wasn't honest?
You're mumbling, or I'm not getting any of those words. What did you say?
Kitzmiller trial.
The Miller trial?
Kitzmiller, yes.
Miller versus Dover. What was the result of that?
It went in the evolution's favor, with a very conservative judge at the helm.
I'd have to see what they presented, and I'm not familiar with that, like I should be maybe. But if they could not possibly have presented evidence that this one turned to this one. Some of the trials in court lately have been, should creation be taught in schools? And they say, no, it's a religious belief. I think they're fighting the wrong battle. They should be saying, should evolution be taught? Because it's a religious belief. And then the evolutionists would lose. They'd say, yeah, you're right, we can't prove that. You've not proven anything tonight that Australopithecines turned to humans. You find Australopithecine skeletons, I'd be willing to bet $5 if those Australopithecines made a baby, it would be an Australopithecine.
And I agree with you, Kent. We've been over this.
You don't agree with me. You don't agree with me. You think slowly that Australopithecine turned to a human, don't you?
Okay. So using your vernacular here, what I believe, based on the evidence that has been presented to me, is that we have Australopithecus. We continue having Australopithecus. Then we find, and then the genus changes enough that it is no longer identifiable as Australopithecus. There is a gradient, a very slow gradient that only becomes obvious when you have enough generations of time to work with.
And how do you know it changed to anything else? Are you assuming that the one you found in the next layer is a descendant of that one?
What did I say earlier? I already addressed that. What did I say?
You don't know what I said. What you're saying. I'm trying to point out.
I said no. They are not direct ancestors or direct descendants, as far as we know. They're representatives of a population that changed over time, over many hundreds of thousands of generations.
You are assuming that the individuals may not be related, but the population descended from that. You can't prove that either. It's the same problem. You don't know that a population of humans descended from a population of Australopithecines. We don't see monkeys produce anything besides baby monkeys. Science is what we can observe. We don't observe what you're talking about. You have a religious belief that humans came from a monkey-like creature. Great, believe whatever you want. That's not science, and it should not be taught in public schools at taxpayer expense. Go start a private school, teach your kids whatever you want to teach them. But that's not science. And even if a majority of scientists believe it, that doesn't make it true. The majority of the leaders in communist China believe communism is good. It doesn't make it true. The majority of Hitler's leaders thought Nazism is good. Didn't make it true. The majority of the Muslims think they should kill everybody who's non-Muslim. Just because the majority of scientists, and I don't know that it is the majority, but let's assume it is. Let's suppose all the scientists start believing they came from an ape. That's still not science. Science is not based on majority opinion. Science is based upon observation, testing, demonstration. What can we observe? We observe humans make baby humans every time. We observe monkeys make baby monkeys every time. If you wish to believe something other than that, you just believe whatever you want. But I'll show it to you again. The definition of science does not include what you're talking about. Science is what we can observe, study, and test. Go to the zoo, ask them, if your chimpanzees make a baby, what will it be? They'll say a chimpanzee. That's all that happens. Science, knowledge gained from observations and experiments. Go ahead and experiment. Do it with bacteria. They make a new generation every 8 hours. I'd be willing to bet my $5 that and they've done this with bacteria in laboratory, they do everything they can to cause them to try to change. And they nuke them and microwave them and everything, and they get bacteria that produce bacteria. 3 generations a day. And after the equivalent of thousands and thousands of generations, they're still making bacteria.
Okay.
None of them are turning to human. But you got in
Sorry,
your
one
textbook.
last point, please, Donnie.
Yes,
Just one.
Doc, before you respond, what I want to say is we've roughly hit the hour mark. So, Doc, feel free to respond. Since you started the discussion, we'll throw it back to Kent to get the final word. And then I'm going to start bringing people in. We got a lot of people backstage. I think this is going to be a ton of fun. And of course, Doc, since this is you and Kent, this is your debate. This doesn't mean that this is, the last you and Kent have to engage. We'll still work you into the open mic. So, Doc, Go ahead. Feel free to respond. Then we'll throw it back to Kent.
All right. Kent, I have addressed at least as many of your points as I could. I'm sorry that you don't seem to be absorbing my explanations. I'm sorry. I wish you could. Donnie, could you please share my screen? Just for my last point. Can I at least get you to concede that not all Neanderthals are old men? Because you've made that assertion many times before in prior debates.
Okay, I missed part of the word. Do you want me to concede that Neanderthals are what?
Are not just all old men.
Neanderthals are not all old men? Is that your statement?
Yes.
I don't know. I think they appear to be all dead if you're looking at the ones here.
Yep, I agree.
Okay, so some may be babies. So you're saying they find skeletons of babies and you classify them as Neanderthal. Is that correct?
They're classified on Neanderthal based on their physical characteristics and their DNA. Yes.
Okay. Could the Neanderthals all have been a population of people that were living to be 900 years old, like the Bible says, and just the lifting and lowering of your head, the muscles on the back of your back will pull on the occipital bone and elongate it. If a person lives to be over 200 or 300 or 400, their head would get elongated. The chewing muscles, the masseter, the frontalis muscles, would make the eyebrow ridge enlarge. Any bodybuilder will tell you the more you work a muscle, the more it builds the bone. So could it be all the Neanderthals they're finding have the larger eyebrow ridge, larger cranial capacity, and elongated occipital bone because they're living to be 900, like the Bible says they did? Would you concede that's even a possibility? The Bible says people live to be 900. That's not a possibility?
No, Kent. Because we know how old all of these people were. We can tell how old all of them were. Can you see my screen, Kent?
Yes.
Okay. We have a range here going from newborns to about 60 years in age. Like, we know that they are all the same species, which is distinct from Homo sapiens. We know this from their DNA and from their anatomy. I don't think a newborn is going to clock in I don't think a newborn is going to be a few hundred years old.
Okay. Are there tribes of people today on this planet that have unusual skeletal structures compared to the rest of the humans on this planet? Are there any tribes today? Pardon me?
There can be, yes.
Sure. Could these all be a Neanderthal tribe of humans? Could these Neanderthals mate with modern humans, do you think, if they were alive?
Based on the evidence, they could produce viable female offspring, though the jury is out on male offspring. But these are not just one tribe. Neanderthals are found all over Europe and Western Asia.
Okay. Could these Neanderthals mate with a chimpanzee and produce an offspring?
Most likely not. Modern humans can't.
Bingo. You're slowly getting it.
So, Kent, all I'm trying to get you to agree on is that not all Neanderthals were old men. That's it. Or old women. They're not old people. Can you agree?
No, I'd have to study that more before I agree to that. But I think the Bible certainly teaches, and lots of ancient legends teach, of a golden age when man used to live to be 1,000. And I think unusual skeletal features would appear just by virtue of age. You can't tell by the teeth necessarily the age of a person. That would depend totally upon their diet and upon their health.
It's not just the teeth. But Kent, what you're telling me is that you won't agree to evidence when it's literally staring you in the face.
I didn't see any evidence stare me in the face. Don't assume that.
Do you not see the skulls on screen?
I saw a bunch of pictures of skulls on the screen. Are you
Yeah.
assuming that they're related to each other? Do you know they're related? You found a dead bone in the
I know
dirt.
that they're all Neanderthals.
Okay, you can believe what you want. I'm trying to get you to see the much bigger picture. Finding a bone in the dirt does not prove it had any children. Does not
Kent,
prove
that wasn't my claim.
You claimed that whatever the first one was, you said Australopithecine evolved into humans. All they found were bones in the dirt of Australopithecines. We didn't see them produce a human. We didn't see them produce anything. So it's not science. I wish you could see this. Science is what we know. We know monkeys make baby monkeys. We know that. We see it. It's observable. It's testable. Go do it in the laboratory. It'll work every
Kent,
time.
all I see is you being very unreasonable. And I'm done with this discussion.
Yay. I'm glad you're done. Let's get somebody else in here. Go ahead.
Okay, gentlemen, that makes it easy in terms of figuring out where to wrap up your roughly hour debate. So lots of fun. We've also got quite a few people backstage. And so I will bring in a couple at a time. And
Donnie,
yes.
Donnie, one thing. For the record, I will do this every day with you. Bring in every evolutionist you can find. There is no evidence for evolution. It's a religion. It's the dumbest religion in the history of mankind. Tell them I said so. Go ahead.
Then you will continue to be wrong.
We've got many of these planned for this summer, so I think it's going to be a lot of fun. Real quick, as I bring people in, we got a couple questions that came in from the audience for the two of you. So I'll just give you one, Doc, and then you one, Dr. Dino, to answer. So first one came in from Sunflower. This one is for you, Doc. Sunflower, $5 super chat. Thank you so much. He's asking you, wasn't uranium in the zircon before it formed or crystallized? Why does the decay time start at crystallization?
Excellent question, Sunflower. So when a zircon forms, it'll only allow in certain certain elements other than the normal zirconium. It doesn't let lead in, it doesn't let argon into its structure, but it does let uranium and potassium, among other radioactive elements. So since it only lets those elements in, and none of the daughter element, the end product of the decay, the clock has to start at 0. Excellent question, though.
Okay, thank you, Sunflower. And the one for you, Kent, is similar. Both have to do with points you were discussing in the debate. This comes in from the Freed Thinker, and he is asking, Kent, do you know the difference between an atom and a molecule? If every atom is the same age, why does that mean every molecule will be the same age?
I do know the difference between an atom and a molecule. If we take iron out of the ground and assemble it into a car, which they do all the time, we can put a date on that car and say when it was made, but technically all the iron in that car is the same age. It's this age the iron was created. Okay, so to say this car is a 2013 car or something like that, that's man's interpretation. But yes, to answer the question, I certainly know the difference between an atom and a molecule. I taught physical science, which contains a lot of chemistry. I'm fairly familiar with that. So yes, I understand. The part of it covered up. Why does that mean every molecule will be the same age? Well, when they combine, if hydrogen and oxygen combine, are you telling me you can know the age when they combine to make that water? I'm pointing out whether Big Bang 13.772 billion years ago or creation 6,000 years ago, every atom, every molecule, every piece of matter is the same age. It's not complicated.
Okay, Kent, thank you very much. I appreciate your response. Doc, thank you for your response. Doc, if you needed to take a quick break as we bring people in, feel free to do so. Doc is in DOK. And the first person we have on the panel is Taylor K. Taylor, good to see you as always. You're doing fantastic work over on your channel. And you've just put out another episode in your Questioning Evolutionist series. And so I highly recommend people check that out. So Taylor, brief introduction, and then if you had a couple questions, feel free to go ahead.
Yes, so I have 2 questions, one for Kent and one for you. And yeah, so I'll do Kent's first because that's the first one I wrote on my paper. Okay. So from what I have read, when stars die, they become super dense and they are called neutron stars. Since stars can supposedly live for billions of years before they die, how do neutron stars fit into the young Earth creation model?
I missed the question. Was that for me or for Doc?
It was for you.
Read it one more time.
Yeah, I'll read it again. So from what I have read, when stars die, they become super dense and they are called neutron stars. Since stars can supposedly live for billions of years before they die, how do neutron stars fit into the young Earth creation model?
Well, I think all the stars were created at the same time, which was after the Earth was created, by the way. The stars were made later, a few days later. Read Genesis chapter 1 and 2. It tells all the details in there, which day they're created. But I think the fact that stars are falling apart, neutron stars blowing up, everything we see and observe in nature, which is science, is falling apart. Stars are blowing up. We don't see them forming. Nobody's ever seen a star form. All we see are stars exploding, blowing up, wearing out. Our sun is burning out, 5 million tons a second. It's burning up. We don't see any stars forming. So what we're observing is a decline. The second law of thermodynamics seems to be universal. Everything's falling apart. And so that's the neutron stars. If they blow up and fall apart, it's the opposite of evolution. There's a whole lot of stars out there. They need to explain some way the stars got here. And they don't. There's no explanation for how all this matter of all these stars fit in a dot smaller than a period on a page. That is silly.
That's a good answer. Okay, so I have one more question. It's for you, Donnie. Okay. So if there are roughly 250 mutations between generations, and most of them are slightly harmful, how many generations do you think are left until the mutations mess up our genetic code so much that we can no longer survive?
That's a good question, Taylor.
Thank you.
We have had many examples in the past, I would argue, where various species have gone extinct due to mutation accumulation. Typically, it is the result of inbreeding. Neanderthals that Kent and Doc were talking about, for example, they've recently discovered that they were highly inbred. Their genetics were 40% less fit than modern humans today. And so they existed in small populations and in isolation, which resulted in inbreeding. And as a result, these deleterious mutations you're talking about, Taylor, they came to the forefront and they resulted in a lot of disease and accelerated degeneration. Now, your question's a bit tough because that was a smaller population. Today, we have humans existing in a population of between 7 and 8 billion people. And so, yes, we have a lot of mutations accumulating per generation, between 100 and 200 per generation. And we see a lot of diseases and a lot of deleterious effects manifesting, but it's tough to say when we would go extinct. Smaller populations will go extinct sooner, but I would argue as a Christian and from theology, Jesus will return before humans go extinct. But we are seeing the effects now of mutation accumulation, Taylor. So good question. Kent, yeah, over to you, brother.
No, I need to go potty. If you, Donnie, you can take the next question. I'll be right back. Okay? I've been given tours all day. I've been given tours all day. It's hot. I drank about 400 gallons of water. I'll be right back.
You've earned a restroom break, Kent. So, Doc, you had a restroom break. Yeah. Kent's going to have his restroom break. Taylor, if there's anything you wanted to follow up with, or
that's it. Those are very good answers.
Could I say something on that?
Sure. Go ahead.
Sure.
All right. Just really quick. Based on what we know from historical and the fossil record, there can be a lot of things that lead to extinction. A lot of it, though, seems to be like habitat change or being outcompeted by other species. Neanderthals, it was actually kind of a mix of all three. They were, like you said, Donnie, very, very inbred, unfortunately. Seems Homo sapiens outcompeted them a lot. Also, just nice to see young people interested in science.
Yeah.
Have fun learning, Taylor.
And I'll add this. If you take a Neanderthal skeleton, because we do have Neanderthal DNA, as a matter of fact, and you look at their runs of what's called homozygosity, you have these massive stretches of DNA where you've got identical letters, which means they inherited the same basically mutation from their parents. And so that tells us in their genetics that they were highly inbred, as Doc was pointing to. And so I argue that inbreeding and the mutation accumulation related degeneration and extinction that we see in groups like Neanderthals or mammoths, that's small scale genetic entropy. If you want to see an example of where we're going genetically as a species or larger populations, you look at these smaller populations that exist in isolation. Mammoth is another one. If you just type in mammoths and high genetic load, you'll find that the evidence suggests that mammoths largely went extinct due to mutation accumulation as well.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, we know that as a human race, our reproductive success is on a decline. So we are already seeing some effects of that. I mean, most of us know people that cannot have children because of that. So we already see the effects of it.
Yeah.
I have something to say about that. Do we really know it's because of our genetic makeup, or is it external factors like climate or diet or something like that?
Well, that wouldn't really
Also
make
microplastics.
sense on an evolutionary worldview, because we should just be evolving, right? All these millions of years of change, and all of a sudden we're just going to go extinct. That doesn't make sense.
Well, some animals do go extinct and reach the end of their rope for whatever reason. A lot of it going on today is human caused, but it does happen naturally.
Environment definitely has a role to play in mutation accumulation and genetic degeneration. We understand just through the radiation of the sun or living closer to the equator could possibly speed up mutation rates. We understand, we've seen through chemotherapy drugs and therapy that important DNA repair enzymes can be damaged due to environment and harmful effects, which results in more mutations per generation because you have less of these DNA repair enzymes to fix the mistakes. But what I wanted to point out or show for the audience and people on the panel, I've got a couple papers here up on the screen. Inbred Neanderthals left humans a genetic burden. So no doubt was their environment harsh and harmful. They lived in the eco-glacial environments of the Ice Age. We would argue the post-flood Ice Age, but they existed in isolation. And so over time, they were subjected to mutation accumulation basically just due to inbreeding, right? Because inbreeding reveals the hidden reservoir of genetic mistakes that have been accumulating. And so, here's another paper. This one's fascinating, the genetic cost of Neanderthal introgression. And so it talks about how the functional genomic regions within Neanderthal DNA were highly degraded. And so, yeah, Jackson, I would agree that environment plays an important part, but also just the nature of inbreeding and the amount of mutations that accumulate. So actually with that, looks like we have Kent who has rejoined us. Brother, good to have you back. Hope you're refreshed. Taylor, as the first guest, I appreciate your questions. Was there any final thoughts or final words you wanted to make?
Oh, I think I'm good. Well, thank you for having me on here. It's very nice.
Thanks, Taylor. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Good to see you too. Bye.
Bye, Taylor.
Bye-bye.
And as she's leaving, she did a great job at your boot camp, Kent. So appreciate that, Taylor.
All right. Bye-bye.
Okay. Bye, Taylor. Okay, so we have a packed house today. Apologetics 101, Mark Reed, Jackson Rowe, Atheist Jr., and I guess we'll go Sunflower. Kent, all your best friends are here, so this should be fun. AJ and Kent are supposed to be engaging in a similar event, hopefully in the next couple of weeks, where we have an hour discussion followed by open mic. And so why don't we start with Jackson Rowe. Jackson, you've been patient. We chatted a few days ago, Jackson. You wanted to join and engage a couple of Kent's points. And so why don't we start with you, and then we'll kind of go around the room until about the 2-hour mark, and then we'll have Kent leave for the night, and we'll continue it for a little bit as well, I'm sure. So Jackson, go ahead, brief introduction, and then pick your topic.
All right, my channel is called Jackson Rowe. It's a pretty creative name. I'm starting to make more videos again. I kind of went silent on that for a while, but I'm doing it again. So I actually forgot this was tonight, so I have very few notes. I just happened to see you guys were live about 50 minutes into it. So when I came in, Kent was saying, I want to just make kind of one point, or ask him something. Birds are at the top of the strata because they could fly. And I think I've asked this before, but where are the pterodactyls above the Cretaceous? If they could also fly, why are they not flying above the floodwaters?
Well, first of all, I'll go back to my point and may have missed it. There is no such thing as a Cretaceous age. All of the layers are the same age. There is no geologic column. So to say a pterodactyl is in the Cretaceous layer is faulty. There are the layers of this so-called geologic column contain, I think, 23, if I'm not mistaken, different layers of limestone. Well, how do you tell the difference between Cambrian limestone and Jurassic limestone and Holocene limestone? There is no geologic column. I think pterodactyls I don't know where all they've been found, but if a pterodactyl is found, it'll automatically be classified as a certain age because that's already been predetermined by somebody who doesn't understand science. Science is what we can observe and study and test. We observe layers can form very rapidly. You can do it in a matter of minutes with these santoids. Layers Mount St. Helens blew a bunch of mud down in. It formed into many, many layers. All over the world, petrified trees are found standing up, running through all these layers. Why do you guys keep claiming the layers are different ages? So I'll stick with my guns and say, there's no such thing as a Cretaceous age. It doesn't exist. You can believe it if you want, but it's not science. That's all.
All right. Well,
you didn't answer the question.
Listen, here's my one of my arguments counter to that. A lot of times fossils are found and categorized not by where. I mean, fossils are hypothesized to be in certain places. Scientists go looking in that area where that strata, the age is known already. Like in the case of like Tiktaalik or Ichthyostega or Acanthostega, they went to northern Canada, they went to Greenland. Why would they go to such a desolate place to look for something they could potentially find anywhere? It's because that's where the middle to late Devonian strata was that they needed. And lo and behold, they found what they were looking for.
I'm not understanding your verbiage here. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm getting deaf or you're mumbling, but you're saying they look for fossils in a certain area? And how do they
based on the age of the rock and what they were looking for, yes.
Well, there's no basing on the age of the rock. All the rock is the same age. Now, it may be that since so many buffalo died out west in the last 200 years, you're likely to find buffalo bones out west, and you're not likely to find them in New York. Okay, so there may be other reasons for any sorting that they find besides what you're assuming is an evolutionary sequence. Plus, when you find a fossil of anything, all you really know is it died. You do not know it had any children. You don't know it had any children at all. You don't know it had children that were different than itself. What you know is it died. You cannot prove it had children. Would you agree with that?
Well, people have said this repeatedly, but it's part of a population. Did that one have children? Maybe not.
Okay. Yeah. Did this one have children? We don't know. You could not prove it did. Okay. So you claim it's part of a population. Do you know that the population of those fossils had children that were different? Has anybody ever in the world seen an animal produce something other than what anybody would classify as the same kind? They've been raising dogs.
Individuals don't evolve. Populations evolve over multiple generations. It's not. This is something else.
Jackson, this is a smokescreen to hide the obvious. You don't see populations evolve either. We don't see any of this evolution stuff. You imagine that it happens. We don't see it. So the individual cannot produce a baby that's different than itself, but the whole population can produce babies that are different than themselves. Is that what you're saying?
Populations can split off from one another, and this population might develop some trait that this population doesn't have or something like that.
Okay. We have, at our Dinosaur Adventureland, you can come see, 35 different kinds of chickens. They now, I believe, have got 500 varieties of chickens that man has developed. Some can stand the heat better, some can taste better, some give more eggs, whatever the reason, okay. Man has selectively bred chickens to create, we have 35 different kinds of chickens here. I'd be willing to bet $5 that those chickens, when they make babies, will make a baby chicken. The whole population of chickens is making baby chickens.
Right.
Do you believe those chickens came from an amoeba over billions of years?
An amoeba? No.
Or a single-celled creature?
A microscopic organism? Sure.
So you do believe,
in the span
for the record,
of a generation.
you do believe, for the record, you do believe all the chickens came from a single-celled creature of some kind. We'll call it an amoeba. Is that what you believe?
Well, to put it that way is kind of deceptive. To say that all life on Earth is descended from a single-celled organism ancestor, it appears that way, yes.
Okay. Would you call that science, or would you call that a religious belief?
Based on the evidence, I would say that's science.
Okay. You have a different definition of science than I do then.
Well, listen, if it was a religion, it could never be disproven. And if you show me a giraffe fossil in what I call the Cambrian, I will say, wait a minute. And I might change my beliefs on that.
Well, there's no such thing as a Cambrian era. I've been pointing that out all night.
Well, I said what I consider the Cambrian. So
all the layers are the same age. If the Cambrian era is different age than any other layer, where did it come from? How can the top layer be younger than the bottom layer? Where was this material sitting for millions of years? I would like to know how.
Well, it's kind of confusing because they're not necessarily. They're looking at the age of when it was laid down, the isotopic ratio, not necessarily when the physical material was there, so to speak. I'm not sure if that's clear, but.
All right, well, look at this. This is taught in the public school textbooks. I've got hundreds of public school textbooks here from all the publishers. They're saying the Proterozoic era, or no, sorry, the Archean era is 2.5 billion years old at the bottom of the chart. They're saying the Jurassic age is somewhere around 160 million years old, and the Holocene is only 10,000. Where was all the dirt in the Holocene era for 2.5 billion years? Was it in outer space?
It was most likely in the mantle. In the mantle or eroded from somewhere else.
Well, then it's the same age as the Archean.
Well, that's what I'm trying to say. All the material has basically been here. It's just they're measuring the isotopic ratio of when these layers were laid down. Like
let me just jump in. Yeah. Let me just jump in really quick, and then Kent, you're the guest, so you'll get the last word. But we got a lot of people backstage. We got a lot of people on stage, and Kent's not going to be here for that long. We got people that want to ask questions. So, Kent, what do you think? Maybe just a few minutes?
Yeah, another 15 minutes or so. Go ahead.
All right. So you want to address what Jackson just said, and then we'll try to move on so everyone can have a piece.
Okay. So let's suppose there was a radioactive isotope in iron, okay? They mined the iron out of the ground. They made it into a car. I test the nuts and bolts on that car and find out that it is radiometrically dating at, 2 million years old. Is the car therefore 2 million years old?
No, the stuff it's made out of would be, but cars are usually made out of aluminum these days, aren't they?
Well, you're claiming you're dating these layers by some radioactive isotope. I would like to point out again for the audience, none of the radioactive dating was invented until 1950s. None of them. Way before that.
They became reliable around then. They've been around longer than that.
Back in 1830, they made up this geologic column and gave the dates to the layers. How did they know the ages of those layers in 1830?
In 1830, probably estimations became more reliable, like I said, around the 1950s with radiometric dating.
Right.
Sorry, if I may, we didn't have these precise times at the beginning of geology. There were estimates. Also, just in interest of getting as many people through as possible before we have to leave, probably a good idea to keep the responses short and sweet, Because we have a lot of people waiting and we have limited time. Just trying to help the moderators here a little bit.
Okay, guys, let's do this. Jackson, I appreciate it. Stick around. And of course, we're going to do this again till about the 2-hour mark with Kent. Then we're going to allow him to get out of here. And then we'll all stay around for a little bit as well. So feel free to stick around and we'll work our way back to you. So, okay, I know Apologetics 101, if I'm not mistaken, you're on your way to work. So you had a quick question or something. Maybe we'll start with the people that probably just got one question and then that's it. And then we'll move on to some of the skeptics who will want to engage Kent for a little longer. So Apologetics 101, good to have you here, Brian. How you doing? And feel free to ask a question.
Am I coming in?
Coming in.
Awesome. I actually have a question for Doc. Are you aware that radiometric dating is based on certain assumptions?
It's based on certain assumptions, but they are reasonable from everything we found.
Including like the rate of decay and the daughter element being the starting out at 0%, like in case of potassium argon dating?
So for the rate of decay being constant, we can measure that constantly. It is always constant. It's based on physics and just absolute counts.
Yeah, I would disagree with that, but I don't have time to debate it. I just wondered if you were aware that they were. So you're agreeing that they are assumptions, but you think that they're reasonable. Is that correct?
There are assumptions, but they are not baseless assumptions.
Okay. Kent, do you want to respond to that same question?
Well, yeah, I do this all the time. I say, look, if you walked into a room and a candle was burning on a table, and I asked you the question, when was it lit? I don't know. Well, let's do some science. Let's measure how fast it burns. We can get a stopwatch and measure and find it burns an inch an hour. Nobody argues. Okay. When was it lit? I still can't tell. How tall was it? I don't know. Has it always burned at the same rate? We don't know. Was there a wind blowing through? Was there more oxygen in the room? There's too many variables there. The rate of decay, we know, can be affected. The rate of decay can be affected by various things. We do not know the initial content. Radioactive decay is wonderful. I think it serves a purpose, but it is not, it's way overblown. And I'm still looking for an answer. Where was the material for the younger layers sitting, waiting to be deposited? If you simply moved it from one side to the other, that doesn't change the age. If I move a card to the top, it's not the youngest card in the deck. Moving material around on the Earth doesn't change the age of it.
Kent, sorry, we've already been through this. I did address it.
Could I
and to make your analogy more apt,
we're not.
It's like using.
Hold on,
Like we open a bunch.
Dino,
Sure.
You guys already had your debate, and Kent's the guest tonight, so he's going to get the last word.
Well, and he didn't get it then.
I am too.
He didn't get it then, and he's not getting it now. Okay, I agree.
Yes.
The layers. I agree. There are layers to the Earth. I think all the layers to the Earth formed in one big flood in the days of Noah. I think we have petrified trees standing up through these layers, indicating the layers are not different ages. We have a petrified log in our museum, which still has the bark on it, found in a coal mine up in northern Alabama, from a part of a tree standing up, running through all these layers. You guys keep claiming these layers are different ages, and there's scientific proof they're not. Go ahead.
Let's move on.
Thank y'all. I appreciate it. I just wanted to answer that question, and I do appreciate it. You seem very polite, Doc. I just don't agree with you at all.
Thank you. Have a nice night. Hope work goes smooth.
Okay, Brian.
Right,
appreciate your time, brother.
Bye.
Thanks for
No
joining.
problem.
You keep up the good work. Okay,
No, I will. Thank you. You too.
Okay, God bless. Now we'll go with Paul Price, my brother from Uncensored Pilgrims. I appreciate you being here. I'm looking forward to the open mic you and I have next week on historical versus operational science. So feel free to give yourself a brief intro. And then if you had a comment you wanted to make or even a question, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just passing through, just happened to notice you guys were live, dropping in real quick. Don't even have a camera set up or anything. So, but the thing that made me want to chime in and comment, first of all, what you guys have been just talking about with regards to radiometric dating and decay rates. Hopefully you will get a chance to listen on Monday night when I talk about historical science. Some of the stuff that I'm going to be bringing out there is incredibly topical to this discussion. So hopefully that'll be helpful to people. What Dr. Hovind keeps talking about is a good point about we have found polystrate fossils that jut up through layers that are supposedly counting up millions upon millions of years. And, that is an interesting point. I actually wrote an article on that years ago, chronicling what Ian Juby did in the field on that at, I believe, Joggins, Nova Scotia. So that's an interesting case study there, what Ian Juby did. What I actually was wanting to real quick ask about was, again, on the genetic entropy, I heard you guys talking about genetic entropy, and I was just curious, to me, it's the burden of proof is most certainly on the evolutionist who wants to claim that the overall effect of cumulative mutation burden is to increase fitness without end over millions of years. The burden of proof is on the person who wants to claim that. And the reason why the burden of proof would be on them is for the obvious, just general truth that, and I'm going to just quote from a scientific paper here, even the simplest of living organisms are highly complex. Mutations, indiscriminate alterations of such complexity, are much more likely to be harmful than beneficial. Now, I didn't write that sentence. That comes from Garish et al., Genomic Mutation Rates That Neutralize Adaptive Evolution and Natural Selection. So that's a peer-reviewed statement out of a population genetics journal. It's widely understood that, yes, mutations are more likely to be harmful than beneficial. So I guess I'm just wondering where anybody has a leg to stand on to try to claim that evolution works at all on any type of basic fundamental level.
Yeah, no, I appreciate those points, Paul. Maybe we'll, Kent, if you had any thoughts on that, brother, feel free to go ahead. Actually, before you do, Paul, you had an excellent debate a couple years ago with Dr. Ron Garrett on genetic entropy, and you've put out just a ton of excellent articles on creation.com related to that topic. So I'd highly recommend people check those out. So Kent, over to you, brother. Any thoughts?
Yeah, mine will be very quick. He's right. I'd like to see a beneficial mutation. And then if you had a beneficial mutation, you'd have to get two of the opposite sex in the same place at the same time in history, and they got to find each other and be interested and make a baby together. So you got a whole host of problems. The fact that almost all mutations that have ever been observed are negative, harmful, detrimental. That's not going to drive your evolution from an amoeba to a human. This is pure fantasy world they live in, thinking there's good mutations changing things. There aren't any. So go ahead.
So may I have a word on that?
Sure, go ahead, Doc.
Okay. Well, I'm going to go the exact opposite of Kent. Genetic entropy is not recognized by almost any biologist who knows what they're talking about. It just is not. It's not a valid argument. It has never been recognized as one. And
hey, Doc, could I ask you to
not
talk about this?
It's not.
Without using any argument from authority and just talk about evidence. None of us are here because we want to hear anybody talk about other people's credentials or what other people believe or don't believe. None of us care about that, right? So why don't we just talk about
as someone who has had many classes on biology, I think I am qualified to make that statement.
Well, I know, but your statement doesn't matter to anybody, or it shouldn't, because it's an argument from authority. So let's not worry about arguments from authority. Let's not worry about counting heads on how many people believe something or how many degrees they possess, and let's just talk real facts about biology.
Didn't you just make an argument saying that your quote was good because it was from a peer-reviewed paper? Aren't you? Isn't
no?
You just have to explain to Paul why that's not an argument for authority. It's when we quote science, we're quoting the effectiveness of the method. It's basically citing the methodology as a way to get the best result. It's not actually an appeal to authority because you're not citing an authority's personal opinion.
Yeah, you actually made an argument from authority, but Doc didn't.
Well, actually, I don't recall making any argument from authority. All I did was to say this is an obvious fact, and other people,
It's
including
not. I'm sorry, it's
what
not.
what.
Hold
Well,
on,
no,
we're gonna let him get his thought
so,
out.
Doc, when I said obvious fact, the obvious fact is that, and I'm going to go back to that quote, even the simplest blah, blah, blah are highly complex. Mutations are much more likely to be harmful than beneficial. That's the obvious fact. Now, I'm not saying that is a fact because somebody said it who has a credential and because they said it in a journal. That's not what makes it a fact. The fact that it's a fact is what makes it a fact. Now, the only reason I mentioned that I quoted that out of a journal is just to show that I didn't make this up out of, just for a self-serving reason. Even the authorities in the field that you respect acknowledge that this is an obvious fact, right?
What's
I'm
the
not
journal?
making-
What is the journal?
Why does that matter? This is
Because you're
It's a journal I
citing
respect.
something.
What is the journal?
okay. The
Citing
journal
the
is
paper.
and I might not know what Journal of JR SOC interface. So I don't know what all of these letters mean, but I can give you the DOI if you'd like to look it up.
I think
So-
those are just
Sure, can you
databases.
put it in the
Yeah,
chat?
Yeah, hold
Yeah,
on.
it's right in the chat. No, DOI should be able to track that
I have something to say about
journal
genetic
and
entropy.
Yeah, let's see here.
So
How do I
saying
put that in the chat?
saying that harmful mutations are more likely, I think people would agree with that, and I would agree with that. That's probably why over 90% of all species on Earth that ever existed went extinct. However, it's not a rate of 0 that beneficial mutations occur. So if there are some beneficial mutations that do occur, even if it's a really small number, there's going to get selected for.
Wait, hold on.
And-
Did you just say that?
Whoa.
Wait a second. Did you just say
Hold on,
that?
I'm gonna reset.
Whoa.
We
There were too
have,
many errors in that state.
hold
Wait a
on,
second.
I'm
Species
just
don't go
really
extinct.
quick, we
because
are
Okay,
they-
you know, I'm gonna jump in, guys,
few
and
more
Sam, I
moments.
appreciate it. Order in the court. So we've got just another about 5 minutes with Kent before he leaves, and then everybody on this panel can go at it for 2 hours.
Yeah.
So we're gonna
Well, can I just
bring it back to
address
Kent for the
something that
focus.
Kent
No,
said?
Mark, if you got something
Okay.
to say, save it for the 2 hour mark. We're gonna let Kent go at it for the last 5 minutes or so here. AJ, I know you've been waiting to chat with Kent, so we'll allow AJ and Kent to chat for a little bit. Then Mark, you and Kent, and then we're gonna let Kent get some rest. Kent, I appreciate your time tonight. Was there anything you wanted to add, Kent? And then AJ, we'll let you to get a question in there.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I do have to work for a living, and it gets tiring around here. In 1830, almost all of the scientists in the Western world believed the Earth was 6,000 years old. The majority opinion, all the published articles, would agree the Earth was relatively young, 6,000 years. Now, the majority, you're claiming, believe something different than that. Which majority should we go with? Have they improved? Have they? And I think it was an excellent point that they made. The mutations are harmful, and AJ is claiming that he agrees that most mutations are harmful. I'd like you to give me some examples of some beneficial ones that change the gene code enough to take over the whole population. If you had one beneficial mutation in one animal, isn't it more likely to die out, even with a beneficial mutation? And doesn't it have to have 2 of the opposite sex? I mean, that's maybe a different world than you live in, but shouldn't it be 2 that have to
What does
find
that
each other?
mean? What is that supposed to mean, Ken?
Oh, you think you know what that means? Come on now, AJ. Just a little jab.
It's
Sorry
just
about
a
that.
childish deed.
It's
yeah,
just you
childishness.
like trying to make fun of me.
It's just a fact
It's
of
just
life.
kinda
Okay,
rude.
male and female produce babies. Okay, so are we going to get
Okay.
2? Are we
Asshole.
going to get 2 of the opposite sex in the same place at the same time, and they got to find each other? You really think that process of a beneficial mutation in one individual is going to take over the whole population and change it to something else? This is not science.
Sorry, Kent. Do you drink milk? Do
Do
you
I
drink
what?
milk? Do
Occasionally,
you
oh yeah.
drink milk? Okay, that is a beneficial mutation that originated, I believe, in the Middle East. I think it was between 1 and 2,000 years ago, and since that has spread all over the world, because being able to drink milk into adulthood is a very beneficial mutation. It's
I
not
don't
the
know.
only one either.
Okay. I don't know who taught you that, but you are wrong. People have been drinking milk for a long time. I bet the first baby ever born drank milk from its mother.
Guys,
Baby, yes,
I think
it's
you're
lactase
way-
persistence that
Yeah,
was the
you guys are
mutation.
getting way off track because the question really shouldn't be, is there ever a beneficial mutation? That is not a very helpful question, and it's kind of a red herring. Whether there ever is a beneficial mutation is not what we need to concern ourselves with. What we need to concern ourselves with is, what is the mutation distribution? What is the effect on a distributive scale of the cumulative weight of mutations across the spectrum? And when you look at that, you're going to see an incredibly lopsided spectrum, heavily weighted toward negative effects. And that,
I
again,
disagree, and it's very dependent on the environment. The
Well-
environment is the deciding factor on if it's beneficial or negative.
that
it's
is not what
context
that is not what the population geneticist experts have to say. For
Source,
example,
please.
Kitely,
authorities-
Source.
Kitely and Lynch, for example, toward a realistic model of mutations affecting fitness. This is in the journal Evolution. This is 57.3, if you'd like to know the volume and issue. In summary, the vast majority of mutations are deleterious. This is one of the most well-established principles of evolutionary genetics, supported by both molecular and quantitative genetic data. That's
Can you just
Kitely and
put it
agreeing with
in
you
the
on
chat,
that. We
please?
know.
Do you have a link?
Yeah, hold on. We're gonna let please do link that into the chat, even though you've already given the title of the paper. But if you can link that, that'd be great. So Kent, we only have you for a few more minutes. So if you want to address that, and then I know I'm thinking Mark might be itching to get at you for
Let's
a minute.
let's schedule a whole debate with Mark and a whole debate with Atheist Junior and any of the rest of them. 2-hour debate, equal time. They go first. I would like some evidence for evolution.
Well, just before you go, Ken,
just a minute now.
Jackson asked.
Hold
well,
on,
just-
Mark.
AJ is making.
Hold on. Go ahead.
AJ
Ken.
is making the claim that a beneficial mutation is how things changed. I would like
No.
to see one. I would like to see how this took over the whole population. If a monkey in Africa started, learning how to type on a typewriter, slowly turning into a human, how's that going to spread around the world? They're claiming this happened. I would like to see some real science to back this up. But I am dead tired. I got to get to bed. So 9 o'clock. I promised you till 9.
Yeah.
Now, I'll take these other guys on individually anytime. We'll do this every day.
He's going to run. Yeah. No, I can't.
Well, Mark, I don't want you to do that because we agreed 2 hours for Kent. We've just hit the 2-hour mark. So Kent is being gracious with his time.
Convenient.
And Kent, I appreciate it. We are going to be, it sounds like we're doing this again next week with AJ as the front runner. So
doing the Hovind hustle. Yeah, there we go. Go on,
all you guys
Hey,
come
Mark,
to
can you behave and stop the over talking? Go ahead, Ken.
Well, I came in here to ask questions.
Hold on,
I can
Mark. He
ask
just
one
challenged
question.
you to a debate. So for you to just slap him as he leaves, like he said he was going to do, that's
okay.
Yeah,
I mean that's pretty weak. But
well, I think it's pretty weak to sort of bring up somebody's sort of personal information as well.
Down, Mark. This isn't the Mark show. He said he was going to be here for 2 hours. He challenged you to a debate. Let him know when you're ready. And Kent, go ahead.
Well, sorry, I came in here thinking we were going to
hold on,
ask
Mark.
questions.
The third time,
Shut his mic off. Shut the mic off, please.
Yeah,
okay, shut it off.
Juvenile. This is ridiculous.
No, thank you. I promised you 2 hours. I gave you 2 hours. I'll do this every day of the week. But 2 hours is about all I can go. I got people coming to visit from all over the world here. I'd like you to come down to Dinosaur Adventureland. Even you atheists come down. We can have the debate right here live on our channel, Genesis Baptist Church, or on YouTube at Kent Hovind Official. I mean, on Rumble and all the other ones. So my contention is nobody's ever seen any animal produce a different kind of animal. Nobody's ever seen that. You can imagine it. You can put them in layers and imagine that. It doesn't prove. That's not science. You cannot prove these layers are different ages. All the layers formed at the same time. Every molecule on the planet's the same age. I stick by my guns. I believe the Bible is scientifically accurate. God made everything in 6 days. That's the only way it works. I'm not demanding that be taught in science class, but that is my claim that it is. You're demanding that we teach all the animals came from an amoeba in science class. That's not science. You have a religion and you will not admit it. So Make another debate tomorrow. Donnie, schedule it tomorrow if you want. I can postpone my program. All right. Thank you.
Okay, Kent, thank you for your time. For the audience sake and the panel, we did this with Kent about 13 days ago. And then 2 weeks before that, we did one. 2 weeks before that, we did another one. So we do endless open mics, and we always get a lot of people joining. And so that's awesome. There's a lot of people willing to engage this topic, skeptics and non-skeptics. Unfortunately, that means not everybody is going to get the amount of time with Kent that they might want. But again, we will do one probably in about 8 days. It sounds like AJ and Kent will. Good. I see you nodding your head, AJ. So that'll be fun. And then we'll do the same thing. We'll have an open mic, and it is the summer. And so we're trying to make this the summer of debates and open mics. And so we'll try and do these a little bit more frequently and give everybody the opportunity to engage. So, okay, I guess it's kind of more of a free for all. Now there are a lot of points on the table. Sounds like we've been talking about beneficial mutations. Paul has brought up a couple of good points, I think, in terms of the distribution of mutations and fitness in general. And so why don't we allow one of the skeptics to make a point or say something that they'd like to, and then we'll just kind of go from there.
Yeah, and let me just say, I got to go to bed as well. I'm not too much of a night owl, unfortunately, so don't have much longer. If anybody wanted to say anything to me specifically, let's do that, and then I'll have to sign out.
Cool.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit unfair for Kent to put words in my mouth and say that I made all of these claims, these straw man arguments, and then leave before I get to respond to him about it. I never claimed that beneficial mutations cause one organism to take over the population, and that you need a male and female that have the same mutation to breed with each other for the child to get that mutation.
Nonsense.
Mutations can be inherited.
I think what he was trying to get at.
I'm not done talking. So just look at Mendel's Peapod graphs. We know this, and it's a ridiculous argument that Kent keeps making. He's made for years this idea that one organism, one animal gets a beneficial mutation, and that causes it to take over the population, and then he'll compare that to Hitler somehow. He always does that, and then you need a male and female, and they have to find each other and be interested. I never said anything like that, so.
Well, let me explain why it's erroneous. Okay, so instead of just saying, hey, it's wrong, let me explain why it's wrong. And that's because if a beneficial mutation does actually come up, it will mate with another animal that doesn't have the mutation. Some of the children's have that beneficial mutation, some don't. Now, if it is such a benefit, the ones with the mutation will get selected. So they will be a larger group within the population, which will then spread out and mate with other animals, and that process will be repeated until such a time as that mutation spreads throughout the population enough so it becomes fixed in the population. You don't need two animals. You only need one with a beneficial mutation.
You have to understand.
Yeah, just don't interrupt me, Sam. Don't interrupt me.
When mommy and daddy have a baby, that baby has the mutation, right? It has to breed.
Sometimes.
So you have to have. Well, that's how it gets passed on.
Do any of you guys know what biological noise
generation
is?
has the mutation, and it has to reproduce. So that's going to involve something else. So yes, it does need to find something, and it does have to reproduce in order for that mutation to even have a chance to.
Yes, but Sam, you've misunderstood. The claim was that
saying you got to have two. You got to have one that has Sam. Mark, why are you over talking?
You've misunderstood.
Mark, you don't need to over talk. We can behave here.
Okay, we'll finish what you've got to say.
Behave, right? Let's just behave. When you have a mutation that takes place in a generation, it requires more than that. It has to find a mate, and it has to reproduce. That's a bare minimum. So yes, you need one that has the mutation, but then you have to have another one for it to breed with.
So can I explain real quick something?
Hang on, let me respond to that. Come on. Okay, so yes, but Kent's claim was that you need two organisms with the same mutation. That isn't true. You don't need two with the same mutation to get the ball rolling. okay? And then it spreads throughout the population. So this whole thing is, yeah, it needs to find a mate. What's hard about that in a population?
Survival is what's
So I
hard.
could ask
Survival is the hard part. There's something
Sure.
called biological noise. I'm just trying to, like I said, I got to leave quickly here, but we're kind of all talking past each other and not hitting what's important here. Biological noise, and AJ or Doc, Mark, do any of you guys know what biological noise is in population genetics?
Are you talking about genetic drift? Or are
Um,
you talking about sort of genes that aren't expressed?
No, it's not really either one of those. Now, drift might be potentially considered part of the concept of noise, but basically, if you think of a mutation as a signal, and the effect of that mutation on fitness or survivability, if you consider the effect of the mutation as the strength of your signal, okay, then noise would be other factors in play with respect to reproduction that have nothing to do with that mutation. So noise is just stuff that is interfering with your signal, preventing your signal from being heard. Now, that's all kind of an abstract way of saying that in order for a mutation to have enough impact on an organism to affect it in any meaningful way with respect to reproduction, that mutation has to have a fairly large impact on the organism. It's not going to be a small impact, because if it's a small impact, it is going to be overshadowed by far too much noise. And when I say noise, anything that's not related to that mutation is noise. A tsunami hitting, a famine hitting, and just any tiny little thing that happens. Maybe they're very fit, but just they get unlucky and they step on a rock that slips in the wrong way and they die. This happens all the time. So noise is very significant. And it is true that any single mutation is more likely to get eliminated by noise than it is to be passed on, even if it is beneficial. So these are really huge
No.
hurdles for evolution. Even a beneficial mutation is still more likely to be lost than conserved. It simply is, because there's just too much death happening in the natural world.
I think that
I
something
will
we need to-
disagree with that statement, but that said,
Yeah.
you said you have to go to bed. I would be happy to discuss this further if you'd like some other time. My email's on my YouTube channel.
I just think it
Nice
should
meeting
be
you. Paul, I
established
think your
that-
name was. Please have a good night.
wait,
I think
hold on,
I think
Paul,
Doc
before-
is actually sending me to bed.
Yeah, that's not.
Maybe.
Without-
Thank
without-
you.
I
Doc,
just-
he didn't say.
I acknowledge
Hey,
your
Doc,
time.
he didn't
It's
say he's
fine.
going to bed right this moment. So I think a couple of
Oh,
the
sorry.
panelists.
He was
Yeah,
trying to get
talking-
out of here.
guys,
We just
guys,
kept pulling him
guys, I'm
back.
talking. So I think a couple of the panelists wanted to engage a couple of Paul's points. If I'm not mistaken, I think Mark, you were next up, and then we'll kind of go from there.
Yeah, and I do have to go to bed, so but yeah, if you want to say anything real quick before I go ahead now.
Yeah, cellular noise seems to be related to gene expression and the influence of external events on gene expression. The thing is that regardless of the noise, any beneficial mutation that will provide, like if you've got an animal that has a beneficial mutation that can eat something other than what they can eat, right? Just say they have a beneficial mutation where they can eat berries instead, then that will counteract the famine that occurs, for instance. So in fact, those beneficial mutations can be selected for by exactly what you've described. Just say there is a tsunami and a flood, something with a mutation that allows it to float or swim better will actually be selected under your own criteria, Paul. So I'm really sorry, but you're really wrong about that. The cellular noise that we're talking about is whether it's expressed or whether it's not expressed. And if it's expressed, and that does help with the sort of, I think it's sort of genetic drift that you're talking about, which is sort of random events occurring, then that beneficial trait will be selected for. So it doesn't actually matter.
Okay,
Paul,
that's
Because the flood will kill all the ones without the beneficial mutation to float, and the ones that can float, they will pass it on. It
but
works
that's an
perfectly.
interesting you know, hypothetical that you've come up with here, but it's not
Where were
really
yours?
it's not it has nothing to do with the point I was trying to make.
Yes, it does.
Obviously,
does.
if
No,
a
it
flood
doesn't.
happens and then you've got some weird hypothetical mutation that causes you to float when you couldn't float before, I don't know what that would look like, but yeah, maybe in that situation. What I'm talking about is most people that get hit by a tsunami are going to die regardless of their genetic fitness. And even if they are slightly more fit than their peers, they are still going to die if they get hit by a tsunami. Let's say that
Sure.
you had a good mutation that causes you to process, for example, process your food more efficiently, so you have greater endurance or something like that. Still, a rock can fall on you and kill you. Still, you could get taken unawares by a tiger. Still, you could just happen to not get lucky and not find a mate, for reasons that
Sure.
have nothing to do with you. Most
Yes.
people die and most animals die for reasons that have nothing to do with their fitness. And
So
that is
How
the
many
Sorry.
animal species are
Sorry.
extinct?
Sorry, if I may, Paul, I agree. A lot of creatures die due to things that are outside of a mutation's ability to affect. But their sets of mutations can bias them to be better in different situations or different environments. Those are the
Yes.
mutations that have big effects on a population.
Yeah, but if you look
And
at
if
the
a-
distribution of effects for big, so what we're trying to bank on here is big effects. That was your phrase, big effects. But we know, and nobody that has ever studied mutations would ever try to claim that mutations with big effects are even remotely equally distributed between negative and positive. Uh, all mutations are weighted toward the negative heavily, but if you single it out only to those which are of big effects, then you're talking pretty much 100% negative.
Okay, Paul, what do you
So,
think I'm meaning by a big effect?
well, if you're talking about anything that's relevant, then what you're talking about is a mutation whose fitness impact is great enough to outweigh the effects of biological noise. So it's a strong enough signal that the noise is
Okay.
the noise does not drown out that signal.
Okay, Paul, if a camel has a mutation that makes it so it doesn't need as much water and it lives
Yeah.
in a desert, do you
Yeah.
think that mutation will give it a better odds at surviving to make offspring?
Better odds maybe if all other things are equal, but that camel can still
Yes.
get shot
Come
by a
on.
gun.
Paul,
That's
I'm
what
agreeing
you don't
with you on
understand.
that.
what?
I'm telling
All
you that
other
it
things are not
biases
equal.
it to be better.
Yeah,
Like,
but
what's your
just
point?
because something is slightly better at something does not protect it from the world around it. Okay.
Correct. And
Have you
how
ever played
many
D&D,
animals have
Paul?
gone extinct
Sorry.
over the years?
Sorry,
Tons
Mark.
of
Have
them
you
have
ever
gone
played
argument
D&D,
extinct.
is
Paul?
basically
Well,
okay
let me make one
artificial.
point. Just
Wait,
let
hold
me
on,
make
you guys.
one.
We're gonna do one at a time, and so Doc, go ahead and finish your thought to Paul, and then
Okay.
Jackson, you were next, and then Mark, you can go. But I want to walk through this too, so I want to jump in. So,
Okay.
yeah, go ahead.
So, Paul, have you ever played D&D?
No.
Okay. So in D&D, a lot of actions are decided by a random roll of the dice. It can give you any number from 1 to 20. Sometimes when you make a roll, you get to add a number to that roll, say a +1 or a +2. I'm saying that that camel gets to roll the dice, and if it rolls above a 10, it will be able to give birth to children in the future. All I'm saying is that the mutation gives it a +1, so it's slightly more likely to give birth to children.
Yeah, I totally
it can still
understand
die
that.
randomly,
That's
but it has a
trivially
better
easy to
chance.
understand. I understand that concept. The problem is that it's just not biologically realistic
It
to
might get
apply
eaten by
that.
a dragon though and die.
I mean,
So,
yeah.
ho-
I mean,
hold on.
life is not Dungeons and Dragons, obviously. Yes, this mathematical concept that you have in your head works as a mathematical
Well, it's a
concept.
simplification. It's an example. I'm trying to make it
Yeah,
simple.
it's
I can't
but
account for
the
all
problem is that
variables.
it's so much of an oversimplification that it becomes misleading. Because in reality, there are so many factors that affect our reproduction, and our genetic fitness is probably the least of those factors most of the time.
Okay, sorry.
That's
I
the
think you're
problem.
just being
Doc,
intentionally
what
obtuse.
Paul?
I'm done with this
Hold on,
conversation.
Doc,
I mean,
Doc, Paul's not saying anything that's necessarily inconsistent with what you're saying. You can have even if we grant you that +1, it doesn't mean that a tiger isn't going to come along and eat that thing before it can reproduce.
that's what
Okay?
I'm saying. That's
So
exactly
and
right.
that's what
Yeah.
the noise is. It's just random occurrence. If you're going to compare it to a game, it would be more like chutes and ladders. Like, yeah, you might climb up, but then the next step, you're going to slide all the way back down to the beginning in an analogy like that. But so Jackson, I know you wanted to say something, but I kind of wanted to jump in too, which is really relevant. So go ahead, Jackson, and then I'd like to make another point. And then Mark, I know you're itching.
And Paul, I know that you wanted to get to bed soon, so don't feel obligated to have to stay around. Whenever you want to go to bed, you just
Can
let
I
us know.
chime in with something?
Yeah, go ahead.
I can.
All right. Basically,
ahead,
I just
yeah.
want to say a couple things. I know whose turn it
Yeah,
is.
well, my main question for
But,
Dr. Dino is just I'm asking Dr. Dino, do you know about TP53, the gene? You know, it's responsible for DNA repair. So if the DNA can't be repaired, when P53 is dysfunctional, this protein prevents the cell from dividing and signals it to go apoptotic by stopping cells with mutated or damaged DNA from dividing. P53 helps prevent the development of tumors. Because P53 is essential for regulating DNA repair and cell division, it has been nicknamed the guardian of the genome. So if you had a dysfunctional P53, Dr. Dino, do you think that you would just get an equal distribution of mutations that would be beneficial and unbeneficial? Or do you think that people would be so riddled with cancer that they'd be like walking, when you see people with dysfunctional P53, they generally develop tumors so rapidly that it's almost, you wouldn't even recognize that, like they're overgrown.
Okay. So my answer to that would be, I can't say whether most of the mutations would be negative or beneficial, but if P53 does what you say, then it would cause just a runaway train of mutations.
It does.
That would
That's
probably eventually wind up in the death of the organism.
That's exactly what happens. That's exactly what happens when you have dysfunctional P53. You have runaway cancer rates and death of the organism. But if what you were saying was true and random mutations were as likely to be beneficial as they were harmful, why would you see runaway cancer? You might just see like 50-50 chance you become more evolved, 50-50 chance you become cancer ridden. Have you thought about this, or are you? By the way, are you just winging it, or are you just before
Sunflower?
have you looked
Sunflower?
into it?
Let him finish. Sunflower. Let him answer.
Sorry. I agree with you that if mutations are unregulated, they can lead to disaster. That's why genes like P53 are important. They limit the number of mutations that happen.
Doc, do they more often lead to disaster than not?
I don't know if I'd say disaster, but
like being ridden with
sure.
tumors.
Let's say sure. Where are you going to go?
Your body is riddled with tumors, overgrown everywhere.
Then you die and you don't have children.
Exactly.
And someone who has a functional P53
That's exactly what happens when you have a dysfunctional P53. Are you aware of that or not?
I will say yes, based on what I know of it. And
so then it sounds like mutations aren't like neutral. It sounds like they are catastrophic.
Okay, it depends on the mutation. It depends on what the mutation is in.
Generally speaking, the reason we need the gene P53 is because of how harmful mutations are. If we didn't have this gene, we'd be walking cancer overgrowths, every single one of us.
I agree. Your point being?
My point being, you can't. Mutations are overwhelmingly harmful.
Yeah,
You've
they're much more
conceded that
likely to do
point.
damage
No.
than to help. That's what the point Sunflower's making here is that the fact
We-
that when you get runaway mutations, it's obvious that it's a negative effect, but that's really uncontroversial. Even the population genetics experts in the
That's
field
right. But Dr.
recognize.
Dino was trying to dispute this and saying, well, no, actually, they're.
Well, yeah, but I'm not sure he's ever actually studied population genetics, and he's certainly not
I
read
have,
any of
thank
the
you.
experts in
What?
the
But wait,
field.
but Dr.
Rude.
Dino,
This
you
is a
did
rude thing to say.
Dr. Dino, you did dispute. I can pull this up in the chat here. You do not. You are. I'm looking at your messages saying, no, it's not more often harmful than it is beneficial.
Okay, Sunflower, let me explain my position.
But
My
you
position.
did say that,
Sorry,
right?
Sunflower. My
Okay, go
position is that the majority of mutations are neutral, and whether they're beneficial or harmful is very dependent on the situation.
That's
Now,
wrong.
a mutation like you described in P53 would be very detrimental. I agree, and the organism would likely not reproduce to pass on that
Dino,
mutation.
wait, I have to
But
interrupt you.
not all mutations are like that.
Dino,
That is my position.
P53 is correcting the other errors in the genome that happen naturally. That's what you're missing here. P53 is called the protector of the genome because it repairs the random mutations that are already occurring. Okay,
Sunflower?
P53 is correcting these mutations.
Sunflower.
They're happening.
Sunflower, you were saying 1 + 1 = 2. I'm saying I agree 1 + 1 = 2. And you're saying no, 1 + 1 = 2. I agree with you, Sunflower.
I have to stand for
Let
this
me
here
try to
because you just
unpack
said
it.
no, because you
Sunflower
just
is saying that there
wait,
are
wait.
mutations that are
Redefine.
occurring, and
Let me explain this. Let me explain this. No, Doc, you just tried to say no. When P53 is dysfunctional, that's when things get crazy. The point is, P53 is repairing the errors that are. Have you ever heard that like there's cells in your body that would turn to cancer every day if it weren't for your own, basically repair mechanisms? That's what P53 is doing. So it's yes, in a sense, yes, a dysfunctional P53 will lead to you becoming cancerous only because there's other mutations that are rapidly firing off in your body that are now no longer being repaired. So you have to realize these mutations that are always happening, these errors, they're being corrected for by built-in repair mechanisms in your genome.
Yes,
okay?
Sunflower, I agree with you. Can we please move on?
Well, but okay, but you have to accept that if these mutations are causing cancer, like in
Look,
like
Sunflower,
alarming rates,
He accepts it.
What we're saying is the outcome is that the mutations are largely neutral. Okay, you're sort of saying, hey, before this repair mechanism kicks in, the mutations are largely detrimental because if you turn off this, they're all detrimental. But we're saying that what we see in organisms is that the mutations, at the end of the day, they're largely neutral.
That's
largely.
true. I agree with you on that.
Hold on.
That's
Let me,
because
hold on, Sunflower. Hold on. I've been patiently waiting.
Okay,
so
but
to say that they're largely neutral, that's not accurate. You can say that they're slightly harmful, but they are a shuffling of information. Now, we went down this rabbit hole of this magical beneficial mutation, which fine, we can grant you that. But the overall problem that we seem to be dodging is that you're going to, in order to have that one mutation get fixed, and you need it to get fixed, along with that mutation, you're going to have at least 100 other mutations that are going to get fixed along with it by default. So for each, even if we were to grant you one seemingly beneficial mutation per generation, you still have to deal with those 99 that natural selection is not going to remove, because if it does remove them, then there goes your beneficial mutation. So you have a huge problem of mutation accumulation that's taking place. And if you want to, and every time you deal with that and say, well, we have this mechanism that's going to remove these harmful mutations. Well, there goes your beneficial mutation.
Yep, I can deal with that. Sure. So what generally happens, and Doc Dino was right that mutation is a variable amount that happens. Sanford was wrong. Sanford was wrong when he said that it was only at one rate. That is incorrect. That does happen at different rates. Now, what happens is that though that beneficial mutation we pass to a number of offspring, as will a random amount of those detrimental mutations, because don't forget the child genome is going to be a random amalgamation of the parents, as well as its own mutations as well, if they do, and sort of point mutations may occur. So what happens is that over a large population, what will happen is the ones with the beneficial mutation will be selected for because they will be the ones more likely to survive, while the ones with the beneficial mutation and detrimental mutations will probably be removed from that gene pool. What's happening is that even slightly detrimental mutations, they might not be removed from the gene pool. It's once it hits a sort of catastrophic mutational load that organism is then removed. And we see this all the time. We see that hey, it might have a slight mutation that can still survive, but if they pile up, eventually it will reach a point where that organism and all of its possible descendants will be removed from the gene pool. And that's how it removes those mutations. But it will probably select for the organism with the beneficial mutation and none of the detrimental ones, or the one with the beneficial mutation and just the neutral ones. Because if it does have a detrimental mutation, it will be less likely to survive. If you're talking about an organism that has a mutation that turns off P53, for instance, that instantly that mutation is gone from the gene pool because it's instantly removed. That organism is not going to survive to have children.
Okay, I'm going to address that. So I appreciate those points, Mark. I'm going to get in on this now.
Sure.
This is a good topic, a lot of fun. So that is essentially what is referred to as the mutation count mechanism, where over time enough nearly neutral or low impact mutations will build up in a population that are essentially invisible to selection, but eventually they build up to the point where there's enough genetic sickness in that population that selection can see and remove that organism from the equation. Firstly, I want to point out, I've got it up on screen, it is a well understood and well established principle that the vast majority of mutations are deleterious. This is right from the conventional literature. They also acknowledge that most of these mutations are nearly or effectively neutral. So what that means is they are not big enough in terms of their deleterious effects for selection to see, but they are slightly deleterious. They go on unnoticed. A good illustration would be in the wild, where you have, let's say, a zebra is born with one leg that's too short. That's a big enough mutation for Mother Nature to see. And so that zebra is probably going to be dinner for the lion, while the other zebras might be able to get away. So that mutation's big enough for selection to see. So yes, selection can see the big mutations. Selection can see your rare beneficial mutations. The Lenski experiment has documented that your beneficial mutations are roughly 1 in a million. They're very rare. When they do occur, they're typically reductive, even though the so-called lactase mutation is due to a mutation in a pre-existing regulatory system. We can get into that if you'd like to later. And so phenotypically, yes, there's a lot of positive effects with these beneficial mutations. But when you look under the hood, when you look at the genotype, mostly we're looking at reductive. We're looking at mutations that are overall functionally compromising to organisms. So the point I want to make to Mark, yes, strong proponents of genetic entropy, whether it's myself or Dr. John Sanford, Chris Root, people who have done a lot of work on this, Dr. Rob Carter, we recognize the fact that there are variations in fitness. Fitness variation exists. But the problem is every single person on this planet, let's take humans, 7 to 8 billion people on the planet. Every single person on the planet is passing on roughly 100 new mutations per person per generation. Most of those being nearly neutral. Selection can't see them, which means they're subject to genetic drift. Okay, so let's, for sake of argument, apply heavy selection to your worst mutant on the planet. Remember, everybody's multiply mutant. Everybody has inherited about 100 mutations from their parents. Your parents inherited about 100 from your grandparents. So everybody on the planet is multiply mutant. So if you were to apply heavy selection and remove 50% of the worst mutants on the planet, let's say 4 billion people, well, is this going to solve the genetic degeneration problem? No, because you're still left with 4 billion people that are more mutant than the generation before it. And so all you can ever do is slow down the genetic degeneration process. You're never going to solve it, because the whole point is that every generation is a little bit worse off or a little bit more mutant than the previous generation. So yes, what Mark is saying, once the mutation load in a population gets so large, selection may be able to see it, but by that point, it's extinction. That entire population, let's say in the case of humans, is essentially removed. So it's never going to solve the problem. Go ahead, and whoever would like to respond.
Sorry, Donnie,
Like
may I?
Yeah,
Could I really quick? Right. So I took a look at this paper because it's on screen, so I figured I might look at it. Maybe just a difference of interpretation, but what they seem to be saying is that the majority of mutations they have found are objectively deleterious, but most of them don't affect the organism in a given environment. They are negative depending on context. Also, what you're talking about of the population just being overloaded by negative mutations, if you could provide me some sources for that, I'd be interested in taking a look at them. But as far as I know, that's not the common consensus for why species go extinct, or at least not the major cause.
What does objectively deleterious mean? Can you just explain that really quick?
They're worse at processing a certain food, but they get so much of it in a lab environment, it doesn't really matter. Stuff like that.
Okay, let's allow Mark to now respond
But that's
uninterrupted.
not
We'll
an
kinda go-
impact? Wait.
Yeah.
Actually, Sunflower, what we'll do, anybody who wants to get on this specific discussion, we'll go around the room. Okay, so I went, Doc just went, now we'll go Mark Reed. I assume Sam's going to want to go. We can have, whoever. I'm screen shared, so I can't really see everybody who'd want to get involved. But let's go. We'll keep this orderly. So Mark, go ahead. Feel free to respond to whatever you'd like. And then other panelists, make sure you're taking down whether it's mental notes or written notes, and we'll make sure everybody gets the opportunity to respond. Mark, go ahead.
Yeah, and in the conclusions of this paper, it also talks about displaced gamma, where a shifted gamma distribution has the effect of truncating the distribution of mutations below a lower limit. So it's basically saying that once the mutational load gets to a certain point, those mutations and the genetic codes are removed from the gene pool because they're so deleterious at that point. They pile up, and that's what all of the papers say on sort of these deleterious mutations. I talked to a geneticist, and he corrected me on that medicine hasn't sort of stopped genetic selection from happening. What it's done is it's broadened our tolerance for deleterious mutations. Now, you're saying there's no way to solve it, but that simply is not true. If we have medicine that can change, like we can use a CRISPR to change genetics, then we can solve these genetic problems, because once you change the genetic code, then it isn't passed on to the offspring anymore. So, well, Donnie, I'm really sorry, but you're 100% wrong. Like, there is a way to solve it. We might not have the technology yet, but you're sort of saying, hey, there's no way to do it, which I don't think you can make that argument, because you don't know what genetic sort of technology we'll have in the future. And anybody, no, Sunflower, I'm not waiting. Please, just please let me talk.
Sunflower, you're going to get your chance. Okay, we're going uninterrupted.
You'll get your chance. And plus, like all of the papers that I've read, and what the consensus among geneticists is that once those deleterious mutations pile up, they get selected against. And we have seen this time and time again in labs. Like, for instance, the genetic entropy that said sort of Sanford and Donnie and all you guys say should be happening doesn't happen in Drosophila. It doesn't happen in the labs when we've done experiments over multiple generations. There's this genetic decay. Those populations should be wiped out if you are correct. And they're not. They're still going. So it shows that in a practical sense, when you get it in the lab and you actually do these things, it's completely wrong. Completely wrong.
Okay, thank you, Mark. We'll hand it to Sunflower. You've been patient. And then Sam, I know you want to get involved too. So
Yeah.
Sunflower, go ahead. We'll start with
Right.
you.
Yeah. Sorry to interrupt. I should have been more respectful of uninterrupted stuff. My fault on that. But my main question would be, when you talk to that geneticist, I mean, there's a thing to be said about, like, you know, we have like modern medicine in terms of like diabetes treatment, and maybe other, like we have treatments for other genetic diseases that would have been maybe the end of the genome previously, but that's totally different from CRISPR. I mean, like, was this geneticist saying that like modern medicine, were they equating the fact that genetic mutations are piling up to like CRISPR? Because that's a whole different thing than just modern medicine letting sort of like ill people reproduce. You know, I mean,
he didn't say that, but what I'm saying is, he said that my misunderstanding that modern medicine sort of caused detrimental mutation build-up was erroneous. All it does is increase our tolerance for those mutations, is how he described it.
But we haven't implemented CRISPR yet, as far as I know, to like literally
Guys, I don't want to cross-examine each other. Guys, I'm jumping in. I don't want to cross-examine each other just yet. Uninterrupted responses, and then eventually we'll open it up again for more of a free-for-all, ask each other questions. So, Sunflower, try not to ask a question.
Okay, sorry.
Unless it's like rhetorical or something.
Fair enough.
Mark answer later.
Okay. I won't do a response to that question, but I'll make a brief point that was kind of you know, tangential to all this, but it'll be very brief. Don't worry, and no one has to touch on it if they don't want. I really do think that the scientific method really came into existence and still exists as a means to an end. As in, if you have a overarching moral dogma or purpose or framework in which you can apply the scientific method, it's extremely useful. But once you let people say that, no, this scientific method is now going to replace, you know, whatever purpose or meaning you felt you had as a human, now you can just look into the science and it'll be like peering into a crystal ball, and you'll end up with a reason to keep existing and persisting in life. I think that's really a bastardization of science. I think it exists as a tool, not as a end in it of itself. And I think it's dangerous when people start using the scientific method and essentially worshiping it as something that can provide meaning in and of itself. I think it provides a way to be skeptical of other people, to tease out the truth. It will never give you a reason to live and a reason to be excited about life in the future and a reason to be hopeful. And that's why I think it's in the modern era, it's very much being misapplied, and it's not being, it's a tool that's been, you know, sort of co-opted, and I think it's like a dangerous weapon in a lot of cases. You wouldn't trust a random like, you have to get a license for a gun, but any person on the street can start, you know, wielding science to what they think will be whatever to whatever end they might get to. It could be
Sunflower.
That's it. It's all.
I appreciate those points. Let's for now do our best to keep it on the genetic entropy topic. Thank you, Sunflower, for those points. We should probably go, you know, one evolutionist, one creationist, one evolutionist. So, Doc, if there's any points you wanted to make, and then I think we should throw it back to Sam. It doesn't necessarily have to go that way because, you know, I'd like to respond to a couple things from Mark. But to be fair, Doc, let's hand it to you. Feel free to respond to anything you'd like to. Then we'll throw it over to Sam.
Sure, thanks. Just like, I find genetics interesting, but I honestly, it's not my wheelhouse. So I'm good to just wait until we have some more paleontology or geology questions, you know?
We'll definitely get on to the human paleoanthropology question, because there's some points I'd like to make on that. So Sam, over to you, brother.
Yeah. So when you guys, if you go back and you listen, both Doc and Mark acknowledged outright genetic entropy. So Doc says that, yeah, well, they are accumulating, but they're not really affected in the wild. Right. That's the point. There's nothing that's going to remove them. And so when I talked to Mark previously about how do you separate the good ones from the bad ones, he kind of gave an example, but he keeps referring to these things as though that you can remove one thing at a time. It's not. They're whole sets. If you have one beneficial mutation get fixed, then along with that, you've had multiple other ones getting fixed. But notice when Mark was talking about it, on one hand, he fully acknowledged that mutation accumulation is a problem. And he did that when he said, well, we can fix it with CRISPR. Well, wait a minute. Is there a problem that can be fixed, or is there not a problem? If there isn't a problem, then why do you need CRISPR? And if there is a problem, then you've just acknowledged it. And that's the point. The medical journals are full of paper. I've been trying to find this link, and I will, hopefully, when it's my turn again, I'll share my screen. But I mean, there's literally thousands and thousands of genetically inheritable diseases currently in the human population that are not going to be removed by natural selection. Now, the geneticists that Mark talked to about medicine, look, to clear up any confusion, we've heard that before. What the geneticist was trying to say, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, is that medicine has prevented natural selection from working the way that it would if we didn't have medicine. Meaning that the medicines are keeping people alive, and they are reproducing these mutations into the population, which they previously would not been able to do if there was not medicine. And that's all true, but that totally misses the point. And it acknowledges the point. The point is that there is a problem and there is no solution. And we can put people on medicine to try to help it. But these mutations are accumulating. And if you play it back and you listen to their previous responses, on one hand, they're acknowledging, and I think Doc missed it. But Mark, I'm not saying this deflationary, but he's talking on both sides. On one hand, he's fully acknowledging it, but then on the other hand, he's trying to pretend that somehow it's not a problem. Which is it? And then lastly, when you say that Sanford is wrong, is that an accusation that you're able to defend, or is that just something that you're saying to defend your position, but it's vacuous?
Okay. So you brought up a whole lot there, Sam. So that's a bit of a gish gallop. I'll go through all of it. Genetic entropy. No, we don't believe in genetic entropy. That's just some sort of an end point to the whole thing. The whole point is that we're saying that these detrimental mutations come to a critical amount and then they're removed from the population. That is not the idea of genetic entropy. That is the build up until some sort of catastrophic event, which we're not saying at all. So no, we don't believe in genetic entropy as far as you say. This whole idea of sets, what you've got to understand is not all mutations are passed to your offspring, that different offspring will have different sets of both beneficial and detrimental mutations, because you're thinking of it as, well, a detrimental mutation exists that's passed to all offspring. That isn't necessarily true. Just because someone has sort of a mutation that is sort of maybe diabetes or something, right? So they're susceptible to diabetes. It's not necessarily passed to all of their children because there's two parents involved, not one. We're not cloning them. They're not automatically passed down. So you will have the offspring with different sets of detrimental, neutral, and beneficial mutations. And the ones that have the more beneficial ones and the more neutral ones rather than detrimental are more likely to produce offspring and survive, therefore creating different sets that include more of the beneficial, more of the neutral mutations rather than the detrimental. So you seem to be missing that. I didn't say we could change it with CRISPR now. I said at some point in the future. And that was only because Donnie said, hey, there's no solution. And I said, hey, in the future, there might be a solution with CRISPR to take these mutations out. So what I said with the tolerance is higher. I'm not talking both sides. I'm saying, yes, detrimental mutations do build up, but when they hit a critical point, they're removed. They don't have children. So why we need to use CRISPR if they're removed anyway. Well, I would imagine that someone, say with diabetes, for instance, would be vastly happier having that removed from their genome than actually having it there. So it's not just, hey, we've got to do it because, you know, people have to survive. It's also to improve quality of life and things like that. So I'm not pretending Stanford is wrong. I've got, you know, there are papers where he has used a constant for mutational change. And like, I have papers that say that is completely and utterly incorrect. In fact, the person he used their formula to calculate that mutational change rate says that his calculations were wrong. And that was a really, really famous sort of dig at Stanford's work from the person that came up with that formula. So no, I'm not just, you know, sort of making it up. No. But what I would like to know is, why wouldn't something with, if these mutational loads build up, why wouldn't an organism with a critical amount of these detrimental mutations, like sunflower described, why wouldn't that be removed from the gene pool? Why would it still continue and have offspring?
All right, yeah, I'm going to address that, and I'm actually shocked that you still do not understand the argument at all. And so I'm going to break it down very simply so the audience can grasp it. Even though I think your worldview is preventing you from grasping the argument. Each generation is accumulating. Hold on. Each generation is accumulating 100, and that's a very conservative number. 100 mutations. Okay, so your parents, 100 mutations from their parents. You picked up an additional 100. So you can't go back in time to that more perfect genome. So moving forward into the future, each generation that survives, reproduces, picks up 100 new mutations. So every child that is born has 100 additional mutations, and that is 100 more in this long line. Now, on an evolutionary timeline, that's ridiculous. You've got millions or billions of harmful mutations. You'd be dead a million times over. On a biblical timeline, we don't have as many mutations. But this is the part that, Mark, you don't get. So when you say, well, once they accumulate to the point, then the organism is going to die. Yes, that's the problem. But the problem is, Mark, if you are born, you have 100 additional mutations. So everyone who survives has 100 additional mutations. And if they reproduce and that child lives, then they are going to have even 100 more. So there is no going back and dealing with it.
Let me jump in real quick, Mark. I know you're making notes.
Yeah, sure. I do want to address that, though.
Yeah, of course. I think I've been patient because I haven't had a chance to respond to the points from like 10 minutes ago. So I'll go, and then we'll hand it back to Mark. And I think this is a good format. So Mark brought up essentially truncation selection. Yes, if you read through these papers, if you read through Kondrashov and his work on why are we not extinct or dead 100 times over, I hear some feedback. So I just want to make sure, check who it is. I think it might be you, Abraham. So I'm just going to mute you real quick. Okay. So you'll notice here from Michael Lynch, world famous population geneticist, he points out that the average newborn contains roughly 100 de novo mutations. So the evolutionary community and all serious population geneticists, they do recognize the fact that the mutation rate is quite high. Now, there is a range from high to really high. So you can have somewhere between 80 new mutations per person per generation up to sometimes 200 new mutations per person per generation. Notice here from Kimura, effectively neutral, but in fact, very slightly deleterious mutants. So he's pointing out that your neutral mutations, your effectively neutral, are basically just very slightly deleterious mutations. They're not big enough, like that example I gave earlier, where you get a zebra that's born with one leg too short. That's a big mutation. He's going to be breakfast, lunch, or dinner for the lion. He's probably not going to survive very long. Okay, a single point mutation can kill somebody. And so there are mutations that selection can see for sure. But the majority of these, roughly 100 new mutations per person per generation, they are effectively neutral, or slightly deleterious. Here, Kitely points out it seems unlikely that any mutation is truly neutral in the sense that it has no effect on fitness. All mutations must have some effect, even if that effect is vanishingly small. So those population geneticists in the conventional literature, they have looked to truncation selection, which Mark talked about, so that's good. They've looked to synergistic epistasis. They've looked to various models of mutation count mechanism, which is basically what we've been talking about here, where you've got a population that is accumulating many thousands of nearly neutral deleterious mutations, eventually enough build up in that population that selection can now see the damage, basically. But again, I've pointed out earlier that your damage is population wide. Every single human being on the planet today has accumulated 100 to 200 new mutations per person per generation. There's a lot of attacks on Dr. John Sanford and his credibility. I would challenge anybody to simply look at his resume, see all of the technical papers he has written, see all the work that he's put out. He's invented the gene gun. He was able to retire at a very young age and basically do full-time research on this because of his excellent work in the field. And he recently spoke at the NIH, National Institute for Health, by no means a young earth creationist organization. And he spoke on human genetic degeneration. And so Doc earlier asked for the evidence of genetic degeneration in humans. Well, that's exactly what he spoke at through the NIH, because there is a concern, especially with working scientists at the NIH, that autism's on the rise, cancers, autoimmune diseases, mutation-related diseases, the environment plays a factor, epigenetics. And so this is recognized. And so they're looking to solutions. CRISPR, with all the many thousands of deleterious mutations pouring into the genome and basically eroding nucleotide sites, you're going to need some really sophisticated CRISPR technology to fix many thousands of nucleotide sites that have been hit with mutations at the same time, because the load is growing and there's really not much of a trade-off. We see what happens with the trade-off with Lenski's experiment. We see shrinking functional genome sizes. And so the last thing I want to say is I appreciate Mark bringing up truncation selection, mutation count mechanism, which some have referred to it as, but these have been looked at. They've been analyzed. This is Dr. John Sanford at the NIH, and he pointed out the various solutions that have been proposed, synergistic epistasis being one, truncation selection. They've been analyzed using sophisticated numerical analyses where they take into account fitness variation, they take into account natural selection, mutations, beneficial mutations, and the result is always the same. Genetic degeneration is inevitable. It hasn't been addressed. And so I'll yield there. Go ahead.
Donnie?
Okay.
I would like to move on to a new topic soon, if possible. But real quick,
can I just address what's been said before we do? Because
I just have a quick question for him.
Oh, if you if you had a quick question, and then we'll throw it to Mark to take as much time as he needs.
There was a
Donnie, really quick, don't lose your thought, both of you guys. We haven't had who is it? CR say a word. And Mars Hill, I feel like I owe you an apology. You've been waiting so patiently, and you haven't really kind of got to jump in if you want. But after Dino and Mark goes, maybe you guys want to just say hi really quick, and then.
Well, this is a pretty specialized subject. I got to say,
right.
I
they can
don't
just
blame
say hi.
anybody.
But go ahead. I think Don.
Right. So
Don, go ahead.
Okay, really, really quick, Donnie. On the topic of, say, cancer as an example, do you think there are any other possibilities for why we're seeing more cases of cancer other than genetic degeneration? Could there be other causes?
Great question. Absolutely. Dr. John Sanford addresses that in his lecture at the NIH. I highly recommend checking it out. I've got it uploaded on my channel. It's got, 10, 12,000 views. Definitely check it out. And so he goes over the fact that cancer rates, they're skyrocketing 1 in 3, and a lot of it has to do with mutations. A lot of it has the mutation accumulation, basically relaxed selection as well on humans, and environment. We've got a lot in the environment with the foods, radiation, chemicals, carcinogens. And so there's a lot at play. And so there's environment related entropy as well, for sure.
Thank you. I just wanted to make the point that there is more than one cause for what we are seeing.
It's a combination, many factors.
It's a combination, and there's a lot of arguing within the scientific community, because there always is, about what the bigger causes are. So some might agree with you with the genetic degeneration. Depending on how you define it, that could be happening. But there's other causes too. That's all. Mark, your go.
Okay, so just first on what Sam said, like the 100 mutations, like what you'll notice is, and maybe you saw it on that paper, it says on average there is 100. And also what sort of Sam and Donnie aren't telling you is that it's split into coding and non-coding regions, where the mutation might not actually do anything because that genome is not actually expressed in the organism. So the whole idea that it has to lead to this degeneration, it doesn't happen in the labs. And the whole point is that, Sam's sort of saying, oh, it's 100 and then they get 100 and they get no, that's not how it works. Some of the children will have more, some will have less, some will have very, very few detrimental mutations or even no detrimental mutations, because the vast majority are neutral. And yes, Donnie's correct when he says, hey, nothing is completely neutral. Yes, it's all very spectrum driven. Some things are nearly so far to neutral it's almost absolutely nothing. Some are neutral because the environment doesn't affect it. Put them in a different environment and it may do. So yes, but most of them are neutral. So the whole idea that they have to get detrimental mutations is just reading 100 and sort of saying, well, each one gets 100 is very misleading. And I think that has to be pointed out. And I also want to point out that Stanford, and I'm not going to, he's done really good work. The gene gun was genius. He's done fantastic work, but that he can't get genetic entropy published. And there's a reason why. It's because the consensus of geneticists don't agree with him. And he has a problem with the way that he's calculating genetic mutation rates. And that is in a fixed linear fashion at a certain constant, and it is just not constant. It is affected by all kinds of things that occurs. Even diet and what environment an organism is in can affect mutation rates. How much sun they're exposed. There's a multitude of things that can affect mutation rates. But if Sanford was correct in that certain generations of mutations, and we can measure them in Drosophila, which is fruit flies, they have a very, very short lifespan. If he was correct, those colonies would be wiped out, and they are still going to this day. Unfortunately, genetic entropy is not correct, because when we've tested it in the lab, it has been falsified. That is the end of that. And unless Stanford can come out with a paper that gets peer reviewed by the people doing work in these labs with organisms with short lifespans that show genetics to be the way that he says it is, I don't know what to tell you. I can't, he just doesn't really have anything to say. This truncating that we're talking about, it does definitely occur. And, I'm glad that Donnie sort of acknowledges it occurs, but it still means that these build-up of sort of detrimental mutations will be removed from the population. And the whole idea that just because it's a large number, 100, it doesn't say whether it's in coding or non-coding reasons. So even though that mutation might happen, it may not actually be a region that is expressed at all. So it may not have anything to do with it. Epigenetics may mean that it never comes into play, that, yeah, maybe it's detrimental, but it never is actually comes into play at all. So it is not.
May I make a request?
Sure.
Sorry. Just I appreciate you helping,
Yeah,
Mark,
okay.
but just maybe we should try to keep responses to 30 seconds or shorter.
Well,
Just
I mean, I'm trying
across
to go
the
through
board.
everything.
I know there's a lot, but
all right. Well, then, yeah.
sorry.
Yeah.
Just it's hard to respond to every point.
Doc, if
I
you
do.
wanted to, okay, you know what, Mark, I appreciate that. Let's throw it to Sam and let's try and, me and Doc at the same time, we can time if you want. And let's try and limit it now to, let's say, minute responses as
Sure.
we move slowly towards. I think this has been great. We could probably talk about this all day.
Well, I
there's
do
definitely
acknowledge that Doc's field isn't genetic, so maybe we should shift to his, what he wanted, because it was his debate. I do acknowledge that.
Okay, Sam, let me start. I'll take a minute, and then Sam, you take a minute, then we'll throw it back to Mark. I know he'll have some points to make. And then Doc will slowly start shifting to some of the points you made in the debate on human evolution. And so let me start my timer. I'll go a minute, which means I probably won't
Sounds
be able to address everything, but I will address as much as I can. So here's at least one paper. There's been many in terms of Mendel's accountant, the sophisticated program that basically looks at mutation distribution, looks at selection, beneficial mutations, truncation selection, and determines if mutation accumulation is resolved, if it can be resolved. So here's one paper, and you look at an old virus, patterns of mutation accumulation. So basically, this is in the secular literature, so you can look at it here. And Rob Carter and John Sanford published, basically assuming that mutation accumulation does result in genetic sickness. They looked at the H1N1, and what they discovered that due to mutation accumulation and randomization in the genome, basically of this virus, we had a virus that was red hot in terms of being a pandemic, and it went to a whimper and to an extinction event in something like 90 years due to mutation accumulation. The last thing I want to point out is the fact that they've looked in the lab, Lenski's experiment, for example, these E. coli bacteria, we have generations after generations of E. coli. And what they've discovered is due to mutation accumulation, they have actually shrunk in functional genome sizes. Many pre-existing systems have been destroyed. They've lost a lot of genes for short-term adaptive purposes, but it's actually long-term degeneration. This is well understood in bacteria. It's called reductive evolution, where bacteria will adapt to different environments, but they'll do it by basically losing systems, breaking down pre-existing genes, but overall it results in genetic degeneration. So yeah, we have observed it in the lab, but the concept of genetic entropy was written with long-lived mammals in mind, elephants, humans, and that's where we see these high mutation rates. We see generation times of 20 to 30 years, rather than with bacteria, it's every 15 minutes. And so populations can recover quicker in bacteria. So I'll wrap it up there.
Donnie, brother, can you share my screen? Sure. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take you guys to the most relevant laboratory that we have. And so this here is from medlineplus.gov/genetic/condition. And this is the National Library of Medicine at the NIH. And there are literally thousands. So here you can see they're all alphabetized. And so as I scroll down, I think it's better if we can just visually see like what Mark is saying. This is what he's denying. And so earlier in the stream, we stated, Donnie showed very clearly that genetic decay is very well established. Talked about how Dr. John Sanford spoke at the NIH. I'm still on A, by the way. But Mark says he's been refuted, but it's just been a vacuous statement. And then he says, well, he has to provide papers to prove him wrong. But that's not how it works, Mark. The one making the claim, they have the burden of proof. And so just saying that somebody doesn't like his numbers, that's hardly a refute at all. So here you go. On an evolutionary timeline, on any timeline you want to say, look, we'll go to another random one. Here's like the G's. And we can just continue to scroll through all of these. Now, this makes sense on a biblical timeline. And again, Mark, I feel like every time you respond, you're not comprehending that it's each new generation picks up 100 new mutations. That's 100 more. They don't just disappear. The only way that those things go away is if the organism dies. But all of the other organisms on Earth, they still have all of those accumulated mutations. And lastly, I want to say, it would be better for you, if you want us to take you seriously, to exercise a little bit more terminological exactitude. Because on one hand, you're saying that they're neutral, but you just acknowledge that they're not actually neutral. Then stop calling them neutral. They're not neutral. Don't call them neutral. They're either neutral or they're not. You've already acknowledged that they're not. Stop calling them neutral. Okay? And so, yeah, that's it. Like, I'll put the link in the chat. You can click on any one of these things. It'll open it up and give you specifically an analysis of what it is. Here is what I'm showing. And there's thousands of them. Mark, where's natural selection? Where's the hero? That's all.
Yeah, so I'd like to respond to that if I could,
Please.
because I think that's a bit inflammatory to sort of say that what I said was vacuous and I had no idea and that exactitude.
Yeah.
They're called neutral because they have no effect on the success or detriment of the
I just
organisms
showed you that.
propagating. That's generally why we call them neutral. So this whole idea of the 100 mutations they last in the environment, I think that you're misunderstanding what these mutations are. Like, they're not the same mutations, and they're not sort of, it's not like every single animal gets exactly the same mutations kind of thing. I'm not sure what you're thinking, but they hang around in the environment. No, they don't. You came, the organism dies. Yes, the organism dies. And a lot of these things that you're pointing to, they basically can be managed by modern medicine. So as I said earlier, I'm not sure if my exactitude actually sort of passed you by, but we have a higher tolerance for diseases that ordinarily would have removed organisms from the gene pool in the past. So
That
basically you're
accumulate,
pointing to this, excuse me, basically you're pointing
accumulate?
to this and yeah, basically you're pointing to this and basically saying that, yeah, if I could talk, I please talk.
Okay.
I could talk.
You're just contradicting yourself. I'm just pointing it out. Go ahead. Which is it? They're accumulating or they're not? We have medicine or we don't. Like, which is it? You're talking out of both sides of your face. You don't even realize it. You're contradicting yourself every
Sam, I think you're just not understanding what he's saying.
No, I showed. I understand. Donnie's giving you papers. I just showed you. Like, we understand it. Like, one of us
you're
does.
Pointing to a large amount of diseases that we can now tolerate because of a greater medicine. And those aren't necessarily like diabetes, as I pointed out with a specific example. They're not necessarily passed down to any offspring because they're sometimes in the non-coding regions, they're sometimes not expressed, sometimes they mutate further. There's a whole bunch of things that happens that doesn't necessarily mean that they're passed on. A lot of the times they are, sure. But once the mutational load becomes so detrimental, as you said, the organism dies. Where's my hero? Natural selection? It's not my hero because we've got medicine to try and increase the tolerance range of what, like, because in the past, someone with diabetes just would have died, but they don't anymore. But we can use medicine to increase that tolerance. It doesn't mean that genetic entropy is going on.
I'm going to respond real quick, Sam. But Mark, in all due respect, you're still not getting it. It's the nearly neutral mutations. It's the nearly neutral mutations that are the problem, not the big mutations that kill somebody, not the big mutation in the wild that results in a zebra being born with 3 legs instead of 4, and therefore it's the first to die. No, it's about those nearly neutral mutations that accumulate population-wide. So you keep saying that eventually they'll accumulate to the point where Mother Nature can see the damage. Yeah, the damage is population-wide. So what you get is extinction. That's not going to help the case for you. Every single human being on the planet is multiply mutant. And so what type of selection can you present us with today, Mark, that can actually remove these nearly neutral mutations as they're accumulating before it results in population-wide genetic sickness? Go ahead.
Yeah, so when it reaches a certain critical point, that person will no longer be able to integrate.
What do you mean that person? Survive. Every person has a critical load.
I just gave you
is selection going to remove every person at the same time?
I gave you a list of thousands of genetically inheritable diseases. Thousands of them. It's like you don't even look at it. Like, this
Sam, let me just cross-examine them real quick.
Because diseases kill people, Sam.
This is insane. Mark,
does diseases kill people,
Mark,
Sam?
This is crazy.
The diseases kill people, Sam?
Did you not just see what I showed you?
What's the
is
question?
ridiculous.
Do diseases kill people, Sam? Do they kill people?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that kills them before they reproduce.
Sometimes
Those are
it does, right?
Inheritable. Do
Sometimes it does, and
inheritable
when
diseases get passed on, Mark? Mark, do
sure, and
inheritable diseases
sometimes
get passed on? Do
sure, and
those
sometimes they don't.
thousands of inheritable
Could I
diseases
respond?
get passed on? Just yes
Sometimes
or
they
no.
don't. Sometimes they
Those
do. Yes,
lists that I
they
just
will
put in
do.
chat and showed you.
However, when there is
This is
comorbidities,
crazy.
when multiple detrimental mutations build up, usually they will not get to interbreed before they die, and they will remove that specific line from the gene code, and you still haven't addressed why these populations of fruit flies are not having this happen to them. They get the same mutation load.
Well, you know what?
Yeah,
it
their
probably is happening in
reproduction's
fruit.
different,
Let me talk. It probably is happening in fruit flies. I haven't specifically looked at that one, but I've looked in bacteria. Lenski's long-term evolutionary experiment. That's the longest running macro evolutionary experiment to date. And he's documented the fact that, firstly, there's a new paper that came out in 2021 where a lot of these beneficial mutations that were observed, they're actually now being lost. We see that his bacterial species are shrinking in functional genome sizes, but I don't want to get too far off the point. The point is, it's the accumulation of your low impact, your nearly neutral mutations. So it's not necessarily about the diseases. It's not necessarily about the disease that manifests, that prevents reproduction. No, it's the ones that go on unnoticed. And these are only subject to genetic drift. And so if they're subject to genetic drift, what happens? They spread throughout the population. So Mark, I agree with you. Eventually, the damage is going to be so catastrophic that the entire population is now experiencing universal genetic sickness. So is selection going to remove every single person from the equation? Is that your solution?
No, it's not causing sickness, because if you realize that what you said was nearly neutral is ones that would have a detriment in a certain environment, but you're not in that environment. Generally, humans have changed the environment. So those ones that, if we were out in the wild and had, say, a temperature tolerance issue, we don't have that problem anymore. We've removed that problem. So these kinds of neutral mutations that, you could categorize them as detrimental. And Doc made that point that it's only detrimental in certain environments. They are no longer the detriments that are going to take us out of the gene pool. And that's what increasing tolerance means. We no longer have the problem that if you have low blood pressure, you're going to not be able to hunt or something like that. So these have absolutely been... Our tolerance for them is so much higher and so much better that, even if they build up in the population, it's not a problem. And, it's not guaranteed that they will be passed down, because if you get somebody with that mutation breed with somebody without the mutation, it's not guaranteed that that's going to be passed along.
Let me respond real quick. So again, the nearly neutral mutations, I wouldn't necessarily call them detrimental. I'd call a mutation that kills somebody before they can reproduce, or a mutation in the zygote that basically doesn't result in the birth of that being. Or, again, the example of the zebra in the wild that's born with one leg too short, where it doesn't last very long. It doesn't even survive a year or two because the lion is going to choose that zebra for dinner. And so whether it's in the wild, whether it's in humans, it's not about your detrimental mutations, your mutations that are big enough for selection to see, and therefore there's no reproduction. It's not about your rare beneficial mutations that may or may not be on the genotype reductive. It's about that accumulating load due to the low impact mutations that population geneticists refer to. Recognize there's an issue. That's the whole point of invoking truncation selection, synergistic epistasis, mutation count mechanism. So the point is, when a population reaches a point where their genetic load is so high that selection can see it, it's either extinction or a certain part of the population doesn't reproduce and is removed from the equation. But what that means is every other individual is still mutant. And so it only ever slows down the problem. But what I want to point out here before you respond is you can find paper after paper from Dr. John Sanford and other researchers on this. Some are published in the conventional peer-reviewed literature, others in creationist journals. There's a good mix for you to look at. But here's just some that you can go through. And in these papers, they look at synergistic epistasis. They look at truncation selection. They look at various models of mutation count mechanism. This paper is the one I was pointing to earlier. So if you click it, you can go read it on the H1N1. This was published in the peer-reviewed literature. And it's always the same outcome. Genetic degeneration is inevitable. Yes, there are circumstances where it can be slowed, but never have we seen an example where it can be completely stopped. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, the whole idea is you're using mutation as if it's always bad, like we're all mutants. And yes, that's essentially true. Everything's been a mutant since the dawn of time, essentially. Everything's always mutating. It doesn't necessarily mean everything's headed for a catastrophic state. And this is what the Lenski labs, this is what the Drosophila, this is what all the experiments carry out. Now, you're talking about a virus, which is a bit of a different thing than animals. I haven't looked into that. I certainly will look into it and see if there's any sort of genetic entropy they're sort of saying there, or whether the virus is succumbing to an inability to propagate itself. Because a quick skim, and I must admit this was just a skim, it sort of suggested that it moved away from its host populations and didn't go there, which, you know, tons and tons of extinct creatures have showed us that, yeah, extinctions do happen. And just because you're saying, hey, that would mean extinction for humans if this is happening, or if that's happening, maybe it would. It doesn't disprove evolution. There's been 99% of all species have gone extinct. So what does that show? I mean, I don't get your point here, really, that evolution isn't true because genetics can't make it true. I don't really understand what you're trying to get at.
Well, basically, the argument, I'll say this, the argument can be boiled down to the fact that if mutation accumulation essentially puts shelf lives on genomes today moving forward, Mark, then species won't be able to persist for millions of years into the future. Therefore, going into the past, species cannot persist of millions of years into the past. And so it puts shelf lives on genomes today and shelf lives on genomes in the past.
Yeah, Stanford's done a lot of good work, but that sort of constant mutation rate, I mean, everybody knows it's not constant.
Yeah, he would agree it's not constant. Well, Mark, you keep saying that he says mutation rates.
Mendel's accountant does use a constant mutation rate.
You can do variation in it. You can do a variation in mutation rates in
but when you're applying it to populations, you have to apply the same rate, right?
You can do a mutation rate of 1, and it's still too much for species. 1 mutation per generations. So for sake of argument, you can run a simulation of 1 mutation.
Because, I don't think that's true.
No, but what is true? Because mutation accumulation and genetic entropy, Mark, it's about every generation being worse off than the previous generation. So even if the mutation rate was 10 per generation, that's still more than the previous.
Does Mendel's accountant take into account the beneficial mutations?
Yes. You can set parameters, and it's been done, where you have super beneficial mutations, or you have, rather than 1 in a million, you could have more frequent beneficial mutations. And all you're going to get...
I really think in order to believe Sanford, I think he should get something peer reviewed as, his model of genetic entropy.
He has.
I think that's what he... Okay, can you cite that?
Mendel's accountant is peer reviewed.
That's just your bias speaking.
So
that's a fallacy of an unargued philosophical bias. That's all you're doing. You have no reason to dismiss his work. Donnie, can you share my
Sorry,
screen one more time?
really quick, can Mars please go? Mars has to go soon, and he's been
Yeah,
very
let
patient.
me
He's
just
been here for like
let
an
me just
hour.
show something really
Sure.
quick. I mean, I have articles, Mark. Humans are getting dumber. The human IQ is on a decline. We've got articles that most mutations are harmful. I think I've beat that one up. This one here, I think you might be interested because it's in Australia. We've got humans are losing fertility. Autism is on the rise. Gene loss and broken genes in humans
Is there a problem
is
with
on the
autism?
rise. But this one is cancer, and this
Oh,
is
there
in Australia. Look at the title of that. This isn't some creationist site, by the way.
Look,
It talks
redefine.
about the rate of childhood cancer in Australia is increased by 1.2% per year between 2005 and 2015.
Redefine. You got to remember.
And is in it. Hold on, we're going one at a time, and it's expected to go further 7% over the next 20 years. So I mean, these are all the results on your. Here's the question that you asked. On your model, Mark, this mechanism that creates beneficial mutations also, even if we grant those, it also creates an accumulation of deleterious mutations. Now, I've shown you thousands of examples, independent examples. You said I didn't do that. That list that I put in chat from the NIH, there is thousands. I think there's 6,000 or 7,000 independent single examples of a genetically inheritable disease that you can click on any single one of those, and that's going to be one independent line.
Redefine. Remember the way they're defining.
Bubbles. Let me finish. Let me finish my thought. So just really quick, all I'm saying is I have now given you thousands of independent lines, and you've not given us any beneficial mutation. You keep saying they exist, but we're the ones that are providing the literature and the sources and the references, and you're literally hand waving it away, pretending like we're not even sharing the stuff, and then going on and talking without addressing anything.
You gotta let the people know why he's doing that. You got to let the people know why he's doing that. His definition of fitness, if all the retards in the world start reproducing, that is still fitness by his definition. So it will still be
Godzilla, or I mean Bubblegum. Come on,
come
on, man.
So you have to point that out.
You've been here for 30 seconds and you've made an unnecessary comment. Just keep it sophisticated, like we've been doing.
What's a better word for the mentally disabled? If all the mentally disabled,
I'll agree that
reproducing.
Wait, hold on. I don't think we don't.
Okay,
need
well, I
to
would
do
like to respond to what
at-homes.
Sam said because he threw out
please.
a few things.
That'd be fantastic.
Yeah, so
Mark,
if
please
you want
deal with it.
beneficial,
Don't just hand wave it.
Sure. If you want beneficial mutations, there's
Yeah.
HIV resistance, which I brought up to Donnie before. In the case of people having HIV mutating that retrovirus into a beneficial function, I've got lactose intolerance, which Dino brought up. Lactose tolerance, rather than intolerance, and what is it? Trichromatic vision is a beneficial mutation. It certainly can help people, or women rather, because it's women's. Excuse me, bubblegum. It certainly does help women in recognizing color and fashion industry and things like that. So that can be a beneficial mutation as well and assist in their reproductive success. So that is something that is also a beneficial mutation. So there are definitely a few out there. I think I brought up the case of some people in a car accident I can't remember the state, it was in the US. They actually found to have a genetic marker which had made them have heavier bones, more density. They were sort of better off when in accidents or crushes or things like that. But unfortunately, they had trouble swimming because they were actually denser. So there's all these examples of beneficial mutations.
This is completely
now,
false.
your whole thing about, hang on, I got to address what Sam has said. Okay, everything that he said, because I want to get through everything. The whole point about you bringing up children with cancer, children die of cancer. That selects children that survive. So thank you for bringing up a perfect example of how detrimental mutations are removed from the population before breeding age by bringing up deadly leukemia.
No,
well
Mark,
done.
It was the argument wasn't that children don't die from cancer. It was that the rate of children in the population is increasing. I have another article from I like the medical journals because that just really flies right in the face of evolution with
Sam?
literally, again, not to be redundant, thousands of examples. So you gave me a small handful. One of those with the lactose, that's already been addressed as being a deleterious. Sickle cell trait, that's another one. That's a disease that has a beneficial effect, but it's not something that you would want. But I granted you them. Here's the thing, Mark, for like the free thinkers, right? The one who really wants to freely think about this. And I wish that's you, Mark. Like, I hope that's you. But I realize it might not be, right? But anyone else who's listening, if evolution is true, there should be millions of examples of beneficial mutations, because that is the mechanism.
Let me address a couple of these real quick, if you don't mind.
Wait, can I go? I got it here first.
I'm going to go first because I've got my notes here. I don't want to forget. There's some background noise there, typing, I think. And then Mars will allow you to ask your question too. I'll point out to the panel and then also the audience, after the 2-hour mark, which is more formal, it kind of becomes a free-for-all. And so you kind of got to jump in there and, ask to be part of the uninterrupted portions and stuff. And so we will wrap up this portion soon. We're all passionate here, Sam, myself, Mark. So, but Mars, we're going to make sure you get the question. So anyways, lactase and HIV resistance. HIV resistance is probably one of the better examples of a so-called beneficial mutation. Firstly, I like to point out that you're going to need more than 1 or 2 or even 100 truly beneficial mutations that on the genotypic level is not reductive at all, because I find that 99.9% of the time we're discussing beneficial mutations and defining what a beneficial mutation is. We're defining it based on the phenotypic effects, the physical features of the organism, or what's going on, outwardly, basically. Like sickle cell anemia, those with sickle cell anemia, they're actually resistant to malaria. They're not going to get malaria. But what's going on the genotype or under the hood? Typically, it's due to the knocking out of pre-existing systems. And so one example, HIV resistance. That's an interesting one. And so there's a number of people on the planet that are resistant to HIV, and they actually have a mutation. I can hear someone typing. They have a mutation in the gene that makes the CCR5 mutation. Okay. And they no longer have it on their T cell. This means the HIV virus, therefore, in those people cannot bind to that T cell, because viruses, in order to bind, they basically need a key to bind, to get in, to infect. And so in this case, when you look on the genotype, it's actually the result of a pre-existing protein being knocked out. So a couple things. This mutation doesn't tell us where these genes came from in the first place. Overall, it's reductive and functionally compromising because you're knocking out pre-existing systems. The lactase mutation, same thing. It's a pre-existing regulatory system being damaged. We can get into that, but for sake of time, I won't. Because the point is, you're going to need, hundreds of truly beneficial mutations that are not reductive in any way to counterbalance the damage being done through the influx of so many low impact mutations pouring in generation after generation. And I'll yield there. Mark, to be fair, we'll hand it to you. Once Mark's done speaking, we'll throw it to Mars.
Yeah, well, I think we should go to Mars and then change to the topic, the evolution fossil topic, because I know Doc's probably it was his debate. I feel like I'm sort of hijacking with evolution.
And a great debate, by the way, Doc. It was a good debate.
Yeah, it was a good debate. Yeah,
definitely.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm not in my depth with all this genetic talk.
We'll have to do a round two because an hour goes by quick.
Mars, you better take your shot, man.
Oh, yeah.
Ahead, jump
ready.
in, Mars.
Please.
Get aggressive.
You guys hear me, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, Martial Apologetics. I just started my YouTube, so atheists and my brothers in Christ can go check that out. So Dr. Dino, on your channel, I believe, on an after show, we had a little quick exchange via text, and you told me we can continue it. You had to go because you were sick that night, if you remember. So you had asked if there's any creationists listening, and you asked a question basically saying, why did you guys think you're a special creation, right? Do you remember that by any chance?
I've asked it a few times. Yeah.
Right. So my response, which I thought was common sense, and I even gave you a biblical backing to show you what God says in His Word, was God tells us in Genesis that He gives us dominion over the animals, right? And I
I
was a
think
little
I
bit
remember that. Yeah.
perplexed because, I was a little bit perplexed because you actually challenged the idea that we even have dominion over other animals. And I'm like, man, we can make an elephant dance in a circus. I think it's pretty obvious. One of your comebacks was that if hypothetically we were in the same kind of biological home, I guess, where whales live under the ocean, that they would have dominion. And there's a lot of hypotheticals there. We actually have whales at SeaWorld right now that we control pretty much what the Bible says we could, you know. So I was, that was the thing through text. It's not always fun to do that through text. So I got about 2 or 3 minutes. If you kind of want to I think that goes against
Sure.
evolution. Anyway, I'll give you a chance to respond.
Right. Sorry. I think at the time I think I had a really sore throat because of the terrible air quality. Thanks, Canada, by the way. Anyway.
I'm in Canada.
Thanks, Donnie. I blame you. Anyway,
I apologize.
I think my main problem was just I don't see why us having quote unquote dominion over animals means that we were specially created. Because, in my opinion, humans' dominion over animals is just due to your intelligence. Like, humans are far more intelligent than anything else, and they know how to exploit the weaknesses of other creatures to make them do their bidding. Does that make sense?
Right, but I actually took screenshots of that day because I was so perplexed that you challenged it. But that was not what you were actually saying. You were actually challenging the question if we even do have dominion over animals. And we kind of spent 20 minutes going back and forth on that. So I was touching on that, and I was actually showing you how when this came up in the Bible, it's not even New Testament. This is actually the book of Genesis. And the book of Genesis, along with the book of Job, is argued to be the oldest text that was ever written. So we can say it's almost 4,000 years ago. Okay. Nowhere near the dominion that we have nowadays. And it still blatantly said that we have dominion, and nowadays we see it more than ever. I'm not saying it's always fair what we do. That's a whole nother topic. But God said that we see it. 4,000 years ago, we were a lot less advanced than we are now. We had no weapons the way we have now, and we still had a dominion even back then, and now we have it even more.
I can agree with that to an extent, but I guess I still just don't see why man's dominion over animals cannot be naturally derived. Does that make sense? Especially since, as you can probably agree, our capacity to control animals has agreed as time has gone on. Like, we're better at controlling dogs and cats today than we were a few centuries ago. We didn't used to be able to tame elephants. We didn't used to be able to make orcas do tricks in an aquarium, right? We've gotten better at it over time.
Because we're not that old of a species. As according to your timeline, okay, but according to our timeline, it makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
What you're saying is a long time ago to us is a big difference. And the other thing I will say is, if we're so closely related to these other apes, how come they don't demonstrate even 0.2% of that?
So they do sometimes. So this is a really fascinating conversation, and I know you're short on time. My email's on my channel. If you'd like to actually set up a proper stream to talk about this sometime, I'd love to do that with you. You seem fun to talk to. Would that be okay?
Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah. That's what I was trying to catch you on today, but yeah, we could talk about that.
Sure. I just know you're short on time, and this is a discussion that
I got
should
another
probably have
like 4
some
or 5
time for.
minutes. I don't I don't know. Donnie thinks it's a good topic for his show, but I got another 3 or 4 minutes and then I got to go. But yeah, that's probably the last point I make is it's so if it's simply intelligence and you guys believe that we're like, a fingernail away from chimps, then why don't they demonstrate anything even close to some kind of common sense duplicate of what we're talking about here?
So I guess I can go over an example. So chimps, they actually do quite a bit of hunting. They hunt as packs. And something they'll often do is they'll set up traps for other monkeys they hunt. They'll specifically herd them into an ambush using what they know of that monkey's behavior to get them to do what they want. And they do it with other creatures too. That's just one example, but there are others in the primate group, Does that make sense?
Yeah, that doesn't suffice for me, though, because a lot of animals know how to outsmart an animal. That is not having dominion over every other animal.
Well, how would you define dominion?
Dominion, like we literally can get any animal we want. We can train them to do things. We can have them as pets, where they can do farm work for us. So other than maybe an occasional mutational benefit or a symbiotic relationship, you don't really see any kind of animal truly having dominion over every other animal. Humans have that. Chimps don't emulate that in any regard.
I might agree with not every other animal, but at the same time, humans haven't always had dominion over, by your definition, dominion over every other animal. That's more of a recent thing, and we still can't control some. So if other primates can show a diminished capacity, doesn't that mean that they could hypothetically someday have the dominion that humans have today?
I mean, if we actually did live for another 10 billion years, but I don't believe that we lived for 4 billion years. I believe that all this happened really quickly in the last few thousand years. And even when we didn't have...
That's a different discussion.
Right.
That's fair. That's fair.
Right. But even in your timeline, you don't see anything super long ago that humans had this dominion. It's actually within the last few thousand years, like the Bible said. And maybe 5,000 years ago, we had less than we have today, but it was still obvious that, I'm not going to get to dinosaurs and dragons, but we were able to take down big creatures, with like spears, man. You know what I mean? Like, so there was no animal that really had any dominion over us. Yes, we can get killed from time to time, but nobody ever had dominion over us, and we had dominion over them. Like, if you had to round it off, we had the dominion. And again, just because it's not what it is today, doesn't mean that anybody else can us, especially not any of the primates. I mean, they don't have anything like that, and they should emulate something like that if we are so closely related.
Well, I wouldn't say they should. I'd say they could, maybe.
Well,
like
just because could, but
just because your cousin can do super wonderful calculus doesn't mean necessarily that you can as well. You might have the capacity, but maybe you just don't want to.
Can I please add something to that?
Yeah.
The chimpanzees, they hunt in a very organized fashion, very, very sophisticated hunting patterns where some of them act as beaters that push the prey into ones that ambush them. Chimpanzees are very, very sophisticated in their hunting patterns. They've also been known to sharpen things like stones and sort of, at the moment, chimpanzees are kind of going through a stone age. They're making tools, not incredibly sophisticated ones, granted, not incredibly sophisticated, but they're passing them on to their children, like they're giving them the rock that they use to crush things and stuff like that. So when you sort of say we should be seeing something like it, we kind of do. And chimpanzees, they've also been they've been observed placing stones in a certain tree for no other reason that it appears to be some kind of ceremony that they go through. Each chimp, when they reach, this tree, will place a stone in the tree, and we don't know why they're doing it. We can only think, hey, that is some kind of ritualistic behavior that they're doing.
Okay, my response to that is to simply say, an animal hunts intelligently does not at all scratch the surface about having dominion over every other animal, or even half the animals, or even a quarter of the animals. I mean, hyenas can hunt very intelligently. Okay, even if, well, I guess there's more scavengers, but the way that they can still manipulate their surroundings in order for them to get the food, even against lions, is pretty intelligent, right?
So
a lot of animals do this.
I mean, to be fair, Mars, you said we should see 0.02% of the dominion humans have in our relatives. Even if it's not as developed, that is a form of dominion by your definition, isn't it?
No,
a form
what
of
I'm saying
control
is that they
over
hardly
another
have
species.
that. They hardly have that, if you can call it that. I don't see them. When I'm saying about dominion, is not mean that they can hunt intelligently. Any predator can hunt intelligently. So when I'm saying about 0.2%, I'm talking about using animals, okay, the way we use animals. Hunting is not using animals. Hunting is hunting, okay? I'm talking about having dominion, total control. You know, we can get an animal to guard your house. You can get an animal to dance in the circus, perform at SeaWorld. You can have an animal, you can go to Central Park in New York and you can take a horse ride, right, for entertainment. No
Maybe
other
just a
animal.
hypothetical. What if there were other creatures that could do that, but humans killed them off?
Well, ants do that. Ants herd aphids and milk them. They're basically like cattle for ants.
True.
Ants do that with how many other creatures?
Well, just
they'll do it with
They
aphids. They'll
herd
do it
them.
with
I don't
other
think it's no
creatures like
longer on
that.
the topic. Look, you now just start talking out of your biblical. I don't want to say. You're just talking biblically.
Who said that?
It's me.
That was bubblegum.
That's no longer on
bubblegum.
topic.
It's kind of really inflammatory.
No, it's not.
Well,
It's
I
not,
think Mars deserves
Yes,
some time.
look,
To be honest with you.
No, it's actually not
Yeah,
simply
he's
biblical.
earned it. He's been here for like an hour.
We're trying to
It's
keep
not
on
simply.
topic.
It's not simply biblical, because if you listen to what I said in the beginning, okay, I was talking to Dino with what he said on his after show, where he asked the creationist why we believe that we are special creatures or a special creation. So yes, I use the Bible to back that up, like a Christian should, okay, but I'm also using common sense.
But
Where
this is not about the Bible. This is about evolution.
Hold on, Bubbles.
you're not
Let's
following,
just-
buddy.
Yeah, like everyone has a worldview. Like that's what we're defending: biblical creation.
So, like I said, Mars,
regardless,
this is an interesting topic, though. How about you and I talk about this some other time? I'd be more than happy to.
Okay, but like I said, I just wanted to stand the point that the evolutionists cannot name another animal that emulates the dominion that we have. Yet you guys want to say that we're so close to so many other animals.
Here.
And I stand with my
I
0.2%.
Would that be okay?
Yeah, you
How
can
about I do
you
a
can
bit more
research that if
research
you
on that
want,
and
and you
get
can
back to
get
you?
back. You can get back at me. I would like to see somebody else who emulates what we do if we're so similar to all these other species. That's my challenge. That's my challenge to an evolutionist. It should be pretty easy to do.
Well, gentlemen, that was a very interesting conversation. Sam and I, we are trying to wrap it up in and around the 4-hour mark. So maybe we'll move on to Doc. I know you wanted to talk about, at least for a little bit, the human paleoanthropology, and so maybe we can all kind of get in on that a little bit.
Sure, that'd be fun.
But again, we're going to do lots of these open mics, so I think we've already got another one set for next week. And so Mars and Doc, if you guys wanted to make some final points based on what you guys were talking about, and then maybe I'll introduce a topic here on human evolution, and then we'll just kind of run with it.
Abraham,
Can I jump in quickly?
Abraham hasn't said anything yet either. And neither has, who's the last person? Justin?
Godzilla.
I'd like to have just a short comment.
Sure, go ahead, Abrahams.
I don't mind listening, because people who listen, they learn. But people who talk a lot, they just repeat what they already know. So it's no big deal. I'll join in the next time and try to make some comments, if it's okay with you guys.
Thanks, Abraham.
Okay.
Pretty nice advice there, though.
Thanks, everyone.
Yeah, it's good to listen.
Yeah. I like listening. I'm listening to this kind of debates for the past maybe 15 or 17 years. So I'm still learning. No problem.
Oh, everyone's still learning.
So thank you guys. I'll join in the next time. And
Not me.
That's good. Also, Mars, my email is in the chat. Anytime, man.
okay,
Justin,
okay,
you've
you
been
guys
waiting.
take care.
Take
You
care,
too,
Evans.
Abraham. Thank you.
Thanks a
Abraham, thank you for joining. I appreciate it.
lot. Okay,
Justin,
bye.
did you want to say hi before we go on
Hey,
another wild one?
Justin, what's going on, my man?
nothing much here.
Just living the dream, brother.
Awesome.
So, any thoughts? Anything you'd like to add to the conversation?
I guess that I never find evolution convincing, but it's always interesting to listen.
Yeah, I think it's important that we're engaging in the same room together, listening to each other's arguments, and kind of hearing each other out. So, Justin, it's good that you're in here listening to even the side that you may or may not disagree with. Mark, looks like you're going to say something. Go ahead.
Yeah. What would convince you, Justin?
Let's see.
Just tell them you want to evolve
A
for 2
lot.
weeks.
I would need a lot of evidence. I mean, it seems like the transition from species to species is just too much to believe that it's just an accident to me. I don't know.
Well, I think. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I find it. I'm kind of in a place where I don't really know what I believe, Mark, but I find it very strange to think that everything is just a big accident as a worldview. I find it hard to believe.
You know what they say about people who don't believe in anything? They'll fall for anything.
Well, I don't think that's necessarily true. I think
That is absolutely true.
Okay, sure. Okay.
I mean,
yeah, I don't think I'm gonna.
If I will fall for anything, that's fine. But I guess what I'm saying is, like, I'd like to have a lot of evidence. Not like it seems like we're arguing about like Tic Tacs when the problems are like global size, right? I mean, it's just.
Yeah.
If I may,
Well,
Justin, like I've been in your place before. I totally understand it. Best advice I can give, just keep an open mind. Even if you do eventually choose a side, never close off your mind at the possibilities. You could
Hey,
always
Justin.
be wrong.
Hey, Justin, you want me to give you
I can't be wrong if I don't hold a position, I guess.
When you pick a position, you can always be wrong.
Exactly.
But don't believe in any Nigerian prince scams because apparently you'll fall for them if you don't believe in anything.
Right.
I just want to push back on
Justin.
one thing you said. Like, it's just 1 second. The whole idea that it's an accident, like sort of the transition from species to species, we don't really in evolution classify it as it's not really an accident. It's a deterministic process. So there's a process churning towards a result, and transition from species to species. Unfortunately, it's seen as like, oh, this ape gave birth to a human, and that isn't what happens. It's such a slow, gradual change. It's like when you're at the gym and you're working out, and then you don't notice the day-to-day changes. There's no difference between you one day and the next. But when you look at a before and after shot, you go, whoa, the change is massive. But you just didn't swap from one to another. So that's the other thing I would sort of say. It's so slow that you wouldn't even notice it generation to generation.
I suppose again, even if I granted you that, the problem is like you're addressing like a very small portion of what you believe with that. Like for example, you guys believe that like somehow like cows became whales and things like that. Like, you have to
Okay.
address the whole spectrum. It's just too much to even really.
If I might, I brought up Aaron Ra earlier in my opening. I'd recommend checking out a series he has called The Systematic Classification of Life. It's really good at going step by step at how humans in particular evolved. And he goes through it very slowly and explains it very well.
I got a question.
That
about
might help
that.
you to get an
But
idea
say
of
the
at least
the
what
problem
we
is
believe.
even if I grant you all of that, I still don't see how we got
Justin,
to
just say
monkeys and
you're
how
not
we
willing
got
to be convinced. Justin, just say you're not willing to be
No, it's
convinced
not
and
that
just
I'm
stop
not
wasting their
willing to be
time.
convinced. It's just I'm not convinced, I guess. I'm not
That's
trying to
Justin,
waste their time.
nothing's going to convince you. Just say that.
Bubbles, I
I
think you're being a little combative here.
Look, I
think Justin's being
have no
really
tolerance
honest
for
and
little
I mean,
waffles.
I'm not gonna lie. Like even if I saw it happen with my eyes, I'd find it hard to be convincing. Yeah, I'm
So,
very.
there you go, folks. Even if he saw it, he would still.
Yeah, I'm being honest.
One argument that Doc brought up.
What I meant. Let me explain what I meant by that though. I might be convinced in the moment, but I might start questioning what I saw afterwards.
Why?
That's good. That's a good mindset to have, Justin. That's
See,
a
Justin-
good mindset to have.
Justin,
Always
this is
re-examine
what the
the
lack of
evidence that
knowledge
convinces
leads
you
to.
of a position.
Right, and that's about why I hold no position. Is I drove myself absolutely insane over all this stuff. I never really found evolution very convincing, but
Justin, look,
I
if you just wanna-
drove
look,
myself insane over all this.
Justin, if you just
stuff,
want to
and
defeat Justin, if you just want to defeat these evolutionists in one question, simply ask him this one question: provide to me one transition between the Dalmatian and the gray wolf specimen. One specimen. They will never be able to tell you that. Now, a Dino. Do you know the phylogeny challenge from Aaron Ra?
I haven't actually looked through the challenge, but I've heard of it.
Okay. Can you provide to me evolutionary tree for human races? Provide to me the human tree for human races. Anywhere. It doesn't
What are you
exist.
defining as
Why is that?
race? And Donnie, I know this is a touchy subject, so feel free to cut us off at any point.
Oh my God.
What are you
This is-
defining as a race, Bubbles?
It would be haplogroups.
Well, there's one race, the human race. We've discovered
No,
that
that's
through,
agreed.
through
That's-
genomic.
no,
But
that's-
I really wanted to listen. I really
We're
wanted
trying
to
to
touch
get
on
banned
something
speed run.
that Doc. I really wanted to touch on what Doc brought up in his opening statement to really be on topic as much as possible. And so let's kind of run with this. And let's really focus on human evolution because Mark asked a good question to
But
Justin.
this is on human
what would-
evolution.
Right, yeah.
Provide to
But-
us
but-
the tree of
But we're
evolution
going
for
back
humans.
to a few of the topics that Doc brought up, rather than having a discussion on whether there's one
Well,
race
I don't
within
think we
humans or multiple.
Well, we cannot start this conversation unless Dr. Dino or Mark provides us the tree of evolution for human races.
Okay,
Nobody
Donnie,
in the right.
can I give a really short summary here?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, first, really, really important for everyone to get. All human races are equally capable of different things. Just gonna
This
say
has
that.
nothing to do with
upfront.
racism. This has nothing to do with like the hatred of races or anything like that. This is
Second,
just-
Bubbles. So, according to genetic evidence, fossil evidence, etc.,
Yeah,
it
just show
seems
us a
that
tree.
Homo sapiens left Africa multiple times.
Yeah, what I want
there
from
were
you.
several different Bubbles.
What I-
Can I please talk?
Go ahead.
Humans left Africa multiple times. So all
Okay,
humans
let
are
me stop
from
you there. Let me stop you there.
Multiple times.
Can I ask you something? How do you know that? Like, how could you possibly know anything like that?
They have to say that. They don't have an evolutionary tree for humans. They don't have one. Look it up. There's not a
Bubbles,
single
you
one.
won't let me say what the evolutionary. You won't
Show
let me say
show
what
me
the
one
tree
single
is.
evolutionary tree for humans. Show me.
Hold on. Let's try to let's not over talk. So
Can I
I think,
share my
I think-
screen?
Yeah, Mark. Hold on 1 second. So
Sure.
Justin, I think, asked a fair question to Doc. and I know Mark, you want to answer that.
So
and then Bubbles, I know you're going to want to respond. So go ahead, Doc, and answer.
My point
know
in the question though is this: it's not more to know about that specific question, but like how to examine evidence. And I just noticed people say things all the time, and they trust other people and what other people say, but we really don't know that that's true. I mean, I don't know.
Okay.
That's just my
So,
thoughts.
Justin, I get where you're coming from. Can I give my explanation for Bubbles and then get to you? Would that be okay?
And one more thing, it's especially with the specifics of things. Like we hear, especially evolutionists, they'll make up these long timelines of things that, frankly, you just don't know. I mean, I don't know.
Okay.
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 So this is a map.
Mark, please. Humans
Yeah,
left
Mark.
Africa multiple times. There were multiple different migrations out of
Show
Africa.
me the tree. Show me the tree, Mark.
Bubbles, I'm going to. They left Africa multiple times and went into different places. Once they went to different places, humans adapted to their local environments. If you've ever heard of Cheddar Man was one of the first Homo sapiens to enter England. And
Yeah,
he
that's a
had
nice
dark
story.
skin, dark hair. I think he had blue eyes.
Who was the first
Nice
people
story.
group?
Now show me the
And
tree
how
for
do you
Dino.
know that?
Bubblegum, I'm asking a question. Don't interrupt me, please. Who is the people group, the first people group, Doc, that left Africa in your view? Would it be Erectus? Was there an out of Africa with Erectus at first?
First genus Homo. I think it was Erectus, but I could be wrong.
Because
I could be wrong on that.
When Homo sapiens basically left Africa, they met up with Neanderthals, they met up with Denisovans. We already had Homo floresiensis on the island of Flores, so obviously a group must have left before that. So therefore, before humans, modern Homo sapiens basically left Africa, another group must have left before. Do you think it was Erectus then?
I think Erectus is the earliest group we have record of, but in this specifically, I'm talking about Homo sapiens.
Right.
They left Africa in several major migrations and to Justin. So we know that there were specific groups that left because human genetic diversity decreases quite a bit as you look at modern populations that are farther away from Africa. So what that basically means is I think it's called the founder effect in genetics. If a portion of a population goes somewhere, they will carry their genetics with them, but they won't be able to capture all of the genetics of the original population. So all the descendants of those pilgrims will have a limited pool of genetics to work with.
Okay, so you're telling me, like, for example, like people who became Caucasian, they can never return to being more like dark-skinned.
No, they could give it enough time.
So they can, right?
Skin color is highly variable in humans.
So you're saying it can evolve backwards, right?
Not evolve backwards, but we can evolve to suit new environments.
But that would be a case of it evolving backwards.
Bubbles, there is no evolving backwards. Evolution continues
a prior state. For example, you're saying we came. For example, you're saying we came out of Africa. Okay, let's go with that. And then this population became Caucasian. Can this Caucasian population now revert to being dark skin like when they were in Africa?
It isn't necessarily a reversion, but yes, they can become darker.
Does it ever worry you that a lot of this knowledge is just not real?
Well, Justin, I'm going to jump in because I really want to utilize the last minutes of this discussion. I want to address some of the points being made. Okay, so Doc, I was asking you a couple questions about the out of Africa events. Okay, there's out of Africa 1, out of Africa 2. There's both in the out of Africa model.
Mhm.
There's the multi-regional hypothesis. So basically, if Erectus left first, how many millions of years ago would you say?
I don't know the time. I specialize in dinosaurs. I specialize in dinosaurs.
No worries. Let's say a couple million years ago, Erectus leaves. So would you then say, since 200,000 years ago, modern humans leave Africa, they meet up with Neanderthals. We literally have Neanderthal genes. We know that modern humans and Neanderthals interbred with each other. So in order for humans to meet up with Neanderthals outside of Africa in Eurasia, Europe and Asia,
yes,
would you argue then that Erectus independently evolved into Heidelbergensis, Denisovans, and Neanderthals?
Okay, so that's a complicated question, especially since it appears that most of the species of genus Homo could interbreed. I believe the current consensus is that Homo erectus became some Homo erectus went into like Asia and Europe, and those local populations, some of them became Neanderthals.
Right. Others
Or
became
within Homo
Heidelbergensis.
heidelbergensis. I am not 100% certain on the exact back and forth.
Or maybe a subpopulation of Erectus evolved into Homo heidelbergensis, and then Homo heidelbergensis evolved in Neanderthals. Is that a possibility? That
yes, I'm not 100% certain, but that could be. Though I have heard there are some circles that say Heidelbergensis is also ancestral to Homo sapiens. So it might have been a group of Heidelbergensis that left Africa and became Neanderthals.
Okay, so basically my question is, if Erectus leaves Africa several million years ago, independently evolves in different parts of the globe outside of Africa into Neanderthals, let's say Heidelbergensis, obviously elsewhere, probably into the Hobbit, Naledi, so on and so forth. But only 200,000 years ago, let's say, humans finally leave Africa, meet up with Neanderthals, and they're able to produce fertile offspring with them. That means humans in Africa and Erectus and then Neanderthals, if Erectus eventually evolved into Neanderthals outside of Africa, if they were separated by hundreds of thousands of years, how did they produce fertile offspring? How are they still genetically similar enough to interbreed, but also have children?
Okay, excellent question. So biology is fuzzy. It's very fuzzy in many cases. And there are multiple definitions of like the word species. You've probably heard there are multiple definitions. That's why for my debate tonight with Kent, I proposed a particular definition. Using the definition I proposed, you could say that Homo sapiens and Homo neanderthalensis are the same species. That's basically the biological species concept. If they can make viable fertile offspring, same species.
Right.
But there's another concept, like the morphological species concept, where you group up living things so that you have one group that is all more similar to each other than they are to the next nearest group. By that concept, Homo sapiens and Neanderthalensis are very distinct. Does that make sense?
Well, it does make sense, but I'm not sure if it's a direct answer to my question, because my point is we would have humans existing independently in Africa outside of Eurasia, where apparently, according to your model, Erectus evolves independently into these different groups, Neanderthals being one of them, and Denisovans being another group. Yes. Humans leave about 200,000 years ago. They've been separated for hundreds of thousands of years, maybe for 1 million years or more. And so both groups are independently accumulating their own mutations. Some mutations, depending on how small the population is, are becoming fixed. And so both would be drifting from each other genetically. But yet humans are still able to interbreed with the Neanderthals and produce fertile offspring. How is that possible if they've been separated for as much time as you would have to argue they've been separated for?
Well, because there isn't, like, it's not if you're reproductively isolated for 100,000 years, you cannot interbreed anymore. There's a lot of variables to consider.
Was it only
the human and
100,000
Neanderthal
years?
genome is still very, very similar.
Yeah, it's suggested.
even
We don't know the
despite the
exact
distance.
dates. Like I think the dates that you're saying, like hundreds of thousands of years, is kind of a bit extreme. From what I've seen, looking through, it's suggesting that it's about 130,000, sorry, 130,000 maybe, is the upper sort of estimate. But we don't know exactly when these happened, so it's very hard to tell the amount of time between them.
Like
I
regardless,
just find it curious that according to the evolutionary model, you would have this out of Africa event with Erectus a couple million years ago. Mark, maybe you can get the numbers for that. And then eventually Erectus evolves into at least one group, Neanderthals. All this time separated from humans in Africa, yet humans leave Africa and they're able to reproduce with Neanderthals. It seems like a lot
to be
of
fair, humans aren't the
storytelling.
only species this happens with. Let me do a quick Google.
Well, have we seen today? I mean, we've got what, 4,000 to 6,000 years of human history. We've only got what, a few hundred years actually observing various species interbreed. And, I know recently in 2017, we saw a new finch species form, a hybrid species. But how long we've been documenting speciation events? Not very long. So if humans and Neanderthals are separated for, let's say, even what Mark said, 130,000 years, why are we to believe that they should have been reproductively compatible?
So Donnie, sorry, Mark, just really quick. Just because they're separated for a long time doesn't mean they have to be reproductively isolated. Like I just looked it up. According to what science knows, lions and tigers have been separated genetically for almost 4 million years, but we still have ligers. So humans aren't the only species this can happen to.
Well, that would also tell me that they haven't been separated that long. That's my whole point. It's easier to believe what we would argue, that essentially you have this dispersal event, okay, let's say 4,000 years ago, roughly, and you have Neanderthals going into Eurasia. Well, basically you'd have people leaving the Middle East, and some people groups would become isolated, like the Neanderthals. And so they wouldn't have started off like the Neanderthals, but over time, as they're isolated and existing in these ecoglacial systems, they're also becoming more and more highly inbred. That's why we find these massive stretches of identical letters. These mass. But let me just finish my thought.
Sure.
And so you find these massive stretches of identical letters. They had high levels. The Neanderthals are the most inbred people group we've ever seen on the planet. And so, and then eventually humans meet up with Neanderthals, but according to our model, they're not really separated for that long. And so it makes sense. Yes, they interbreed and they can produce children, and we have their genetics today. Eventually that group known as the Neanderthals go extinct. Fits nicely.
So
go ahead.
So Donnie, I understand what you're saying, and I'm not meaning any offense when I say this, but regardless of if one interpretation seems more likely to you, that has no bearing on the evidence. And the evidence we have is that they were separated for that long, but could still interbreed.
But
that
I don't
is what
think
the evidence says.
And this was the point that I wanted to bring up earlier, is I don't believe that there is evidence that they were separated that long.
Can I add something?
Yeah, but Mark, let me finish this and then we'll throw it to you to respond. So I can throw this in here. So we've had a lot of new research done and study into your groups like the Australopithecines, Paranthropus, early humans, right? Homo erectus, which we would basically say are a pathological variation of humans. And so there's been a lot of research lately that has come to the forefront suggesting that all of these groups actually coexisted. Because Doc, in your presentation, you're saying, why do we find Ardipithecus here and then Afarensis here, and then like this nice linear line of morphological change and evolutionary history, essentially. But what we actually see is significant overlap in the fossil record, where we find your Australopithecines, Paranthropus, Homo erectus, which I would say are humans, all coexisting and intermingling.
So great question, and I do have an answer to that, but it is Mark's turn. So I'll give my answer after that, if that's okay.
Cool.
So the Out of Africa 1, unlike Out of Africa 2, which was the modern Homo sapiens or Homo sapiens sapiens, Out of Africa 1 was a diffusion of waves. And so it was waves of population going out. It wasn't just one event. The problem is, Donnie, you sort of characterizing this as just a bunch of humans went out and they just spread across the earth and made the population. Whereas, like from the map I showed you, which admittedly was Out of Africa 2, it's a lot more complicated than just these people went out and then they created all of these other species. People went out, they came back in, there was waves going out, they interbred, they moved elsewhere. The Neanderthals were probably separated, so there are a lot more interbred, as you said, but the other ones probably had some more groups from Africa join them, changing their genetic diversity and the genetic dynamics that are part of that population. And maybe that wasn't a lot of people, but that's enough to keep them close enough. And Doc's right, like 100,000 years isn't that long as far as speciation is concerned. So I think that it's more than feasible that with waves of population coming out from Africa, that these people still could interbreed. I don't think it's a problem at all.
Okay, instead of presupping this out of Africa theory, can you guys provide to us evolutionary tree for human races?
I don't think human races actually exist so much.
Well, if you accept haplogroups,
can I answer,
you accept
please?
human races.
Can I answer, please? Can I please answer? I would probably refer to haplogroups rather than any pre-designated races, and I can certainly give you.
I'm not going to entertain your liberal vocabulary.
Well, bubblegum, this right here.
I don't.
Bubblegum, this is
liberal. That's just
well, this is not the tree. This is not the tree. Atheists agree.
Sorry, Donnie, go ahead.
This is your biblical. This is your biblical tree, but atheists.
Well, this is worldwide. This is worldwide mitochondrial DNA.
Well, I can get to
Thousand Genomes program.
Yeah, I can get to why your tree is wrong, but I'm talking about the atheist tree. I want the atheist.
I'm showing you that humans exist as one race. We have haplogroups here, HVR haplogroup. We have the Africa line here as well.
Look, you're too blind to your
all, if you bubblegum, why are the beginnings of your sentences starting in the middle of mine? I'm not going to take that long to explain this. Okay, so we have all different people groups here. We've got African people groups, we've got European people groups, we've got Australian people groups, whatever, Asian people groups, and when you look at the underlying genetics, right, because it's the underlying genetics and DNA diversity worldwide that are manifested in this unrooted phylogenetic tree, they're only separated by a few differences. I mean, on average, it's about 20 to 25 DNA differences separating any two people. That's the average. I'm almost. I literally have one more sentence. Or if you look at the African branch, then you're looking at somewhere between 120 and 140. That's trivial. That's nothing.
Donnie,
that low level of genetic diversity suggests that we exist as one race, the human race.
I'm not looking for your biblical tree. I want the atheists to show me their tree.
So, if I may, Donnie,
that's the thing.
Show me your tree.
Sorry, Donnie, if I may, I actually agree.
You don't got
with
one,
you.
right? There's not a single tree out.
May I corroborate your point, Donnie? Really quick.
You don't agree with that tree. What would you agree with that tree, dude?
And I think, Donnie, that's just a standard haplogroup tree. It's nothing atheist about it. It's just what the science says about haplogroups. So,
Donnie, can you share what I'm...
Wait, hold on. Mark, you accept that tree, Mark?
I'd have to look at it a bit closer.
So,
but,
on this slide...
hold on. Donnie, put that tree back up.
No, Mark's right here. That's not like a creationist.
Hold on.
Organization made that. It's just from the Thousand Genomes Project.
Is that who was that?
Me.
That's Godzilla Freak. Good to see you, brother.
Yeah, I haven't seen in a while, I guess.
It's like a ninja.
Donnie, do you have that tree?
Okay, let me show the tree real quick, and then Doc, we're gonna give you the floor. I know you have.
I want. Sorry, bro.
Well, I'll say this. So basically, this tree, and you could also look at the Y chromosome tree as well. This is an unrooted phylogenetic tree. And it is representing mitochondrial DNA diversity worldwide. So the evolutionists would agree with, and of course the evolutionists can correct me if I'm wrong, they'll agree with the data, they'll agree with the underlying genetics in terms of genetic diversity, right? They'll agree with the haplogroups. What they'll disagree with is probably the rooting. You know, that they would pick a root somewhere on your L0 branch, basically somewhere in Africa. And so their tree would be a rooted tree where you've got those stair steps, basically the stair step patterns where you have L.
I mean, how can we know if they
going
haven't
into
shown us?
M and N? Go ahead. Is that an accurate representation?
Yeah, I mostly agree.
No,
Yeah.
but where's the official tree? I mean, this is just conjecture. Until they show us their tree, we can't confirm that.
You can do this tree yourself. You just go into the 1,000 Genomes program, you get enough DNA diversity worldwide, and you can make a tree.
Where is it?
Rooted, unrooted.
Where is it?
Where's what?
Well, where's the atheist tree?
Well,
That is
I mean,
it. They just don't realize it. That's why Mark said
I
they don't agree with
said
it.
I can show you it, but like you said, you didn't want to see it, kind of thing.
What? When did they say that?
Okay. Anyway, real quick here, Donnie, to corroborate what you were sort of saying there. So right here are distributions of pairwise sequence differences. So basically the differences between a human, like 2 human genomes roughly, and say 2 Neanderthals and 2 chimps. And you can see here, we have this nice curve of human variation, but then humans stop around here. Then we start examining Neanderthals, and we see they have a lot more differences, but not as much as chimps. And this is what we would expect to see in our evolutionary worldview, just to use common vernacular, because humans and Neanderthals have been separated for less time than humans and chimps.
So the humans have more fixed locations? Is that what's that showing?
It is showing that these humans share a common ancestor,
No,
basically
I'm
closer
asking you
than
about
the Neanderthals.
I'm asking you about the differences. You said that the humans have less differences in their genome.
Yes.
You're talking about like fixed
Is
locations.
that autosomal? Is that
So it's like
autosomal
compared to
DNA
other
that we're looking at?
humans.
So I don't know I don't know the full context of this.
Then why are you
but,
sharing
like,
it? That's what I'm trying to ask you. Why are you sharing it?
If
you're
you
not
pick
able to-
any 2 random humans and
What's that?
compare their genomes, they're going to fall within this range.
But what do those
Whereas
differences
Neanderthals are going to
represent?
fall within this range.
What do those differences represent? What are those ranges? What is that? Like, what exactly are we looking at?
Well, I think that's why it's
what
important
kind
to
of
know.
differences are those?
I want you to
Well, I
articulate.
think that's why
what
it's important to
exactly-
know if it's uniparentally inherited DNA like mitochondrial DNA or Y chromosome, or is it autosomal DNA that would experience recombination?
I'm not quite sure on that front. I didn't have time to dig into it too much. If you
I
want, you
think
can
it would
reach out
be
to Chris Thompson
mitochondrial
here.
based on the small numbers, though, right?
Yeah,
'Cause
I'm
autosomal,
thinking
I
it's
assume much
mito.
more.
I'm thinking
Might
it's
be.
mitochondrial
Not
DNA.
certain.
Because if it is, I've got several papers, and I appreciate those points, Doc. So basically, overall, like if we're just going to generalize it, all humans today, extant humans, are 99.99% the same. When you bring in Neanderthals and roughly and compare them with modern humans, we're about 99.7% the same. But so here's one of my favorite papers here. I highly recommend everybody make time to read it. An abundance of developmental anomalies and abnormalities in Pleistocene people. And so they point out that in the fossil record, when it comes to your hominids, like Neanderthals, Erectus, obviously your island populations like Luzonensis and Floresiensis, there's a lot of degeneration going on. There's a lot of homozygosity, morphological degeneration. And so over here, they talk about the Neanderthals. 3 Neanderthal sequences exhibit high levels of homozygosity, implying pervasive inbreeding among their ancestors. So elsewhere, not necessarily in this paper, but I have other papers where they talk about how the inbreeding that they experienced, the massive inbreeding, actually shaped their genetic landscape, telling us that the reason why Neanderthals are slightly different in terms of biodiversity to modern humans is because in a population that has a high mutation rate or is experiencing a lot of inbreeding, if that population is small, what you'll get is the rapid fixation of new mutations. Fixation meaning these mutations that are popping up, they become stuck in place. And so over time, you have your Neanderthals becoming more distinct than humans today. And so that's how, as a creationist, we'd explain why they are slightly different than we are today. And even your own conventional literature is pointing out that, yes, the way that they existed in terms of inbreeding, that shaped their genetic landscape. Go ahead.
So, Donnie, I do agree with you, but this is what we see in basically any small reproductively isolated group, including modern humans before we gain the ability to travel more than 30 miles in our lifetime.
Wait, hold on, Doc. Let's talk about the problem with that. Okay, on your model that you're advocating for, you have a small group that inbred for what, between 80 and 120,000 years. You understand that? So you just acknowledged that inbreeding within a small population accumulates certain mutations and homozygosity.
How is that a problem?
Just quickly to clarify, the diagram I've researched it. The diagram he showed was mitochondrial DNA. Just to clarify that.
Oh, thank you, Mike.
Yeah. So the mitochondrial DNA. That's the way that you explain that is with when from Luca to explain the human mitochondria. You have a small inbreeding population for anywhere between 80 and 100,000 years. But you just conceded that would be a problem. So how are you
No, I didn't,
that?
Sam. No, I didn't. I said
so it's not a problem?
Donnie is describing
Hold on, be
what
clear.
we would
Is
see
it a
in
problem or
any
not?
small reproductively isolated population. We see this in almost all of them.
Answer the question. Is it a problem or not? I just want to know.
No,
Is it
it's
a
not.
problem?
This is what we expect to see.
Inbreeding, hold on. Do you agree with that, Mark? Mark, do you agree that inbreeding for a prolonged period of time within a small population is not a problem? Do you agree with that, or do
on
you
the size
disagree?
of the population.
That's not.
No,
Sam,
I'm asking you because you
No.
hold on, Dino.
You're
calm
misrepresenting what I said.
down. Dino, calm down. I'm not accurately or inaccurately representing. I'm asking a question for clarification. I just want to make sure that you two on the same team agree, because either it is a problem or it's not. Now, you're saying it's not a problem, but I'm wondering if Mark would agree with that.
Well, I mean, they didn't exclusively interbreed with themselves. We know that there's Neanderthal DNA in Homo sapiens. So what's
That
your
didn't
point?
answer my question, though. So my
Well,
question
yeah, but I
is
don't
really
think it's a
specific.
problem.
I'll ask the question again if you want. So on your
Yeah,
model,
I
to
think I
explain that mitochondrial element, you have a small population of approximately 10,000 inbreeding with each other. It doesn't grow. It stays at about 10,000 to explain that similarity in that mitochondrial element. Now, you have that small population inbreeding between 80 and 100,000 years. Is that a problem or not? Is inbreeding a problem or not?
Okay, sorry, Sam. You're asking two different questions there.
There's
What
one
I'm
question.
saying,
Is it a problem or not?
No, you're not. What I'm saying is that the genetics that Donnie is talking about are what we expect to see in small reproductively isolated populations. That's
You're
what
not
we
answering my
expect.
question, bud.
That is not a problem for the evolutionary hypothesis.
So
It
answer
is
my
a problem for the longevity of the species. So you're
Where are the
asking two different
Neanderthals now?
You're
questions.
just dodging, but that's
Let me make a couple points. So firstly,
it's weird. It's weird. Like
No,
what
it's
you're
really
asking is
clear
weird,
question. It
Sam.
was like really clear. I'll ask it
So
for
do
a
you
fourth
mean is
time.
it a problem for the evolutionary model, or do you mean is it a problem for the individual Neanderthals
Is it a
who are inbreeding?
problem? Is it a problem for a small population to inbreed?
Is it a
for
problem? What do you
prolonged
mean the
period of
problem to
time?
who? A problem for the Neanderthals?
No, I'm just asking you a question, Mark. Like if we
Yeah,
were to
but
isolate, hold on.
I'm clarifying.
Mark, hold on. If we were to isolate a small people
Yes.
group right now,
Yes.
for anywhere between 80 and 100,000 years, and they would just
Yeah.
inbreed and never really exceed that 10,000 mark, would that be a problem?
Yeah, that would be a problem for them.
Okay.
I don't know why it wouldn't be.
So
Let me
from
make
your
a
It
couple
wouldn't be a
points.
problem for the evolutionary model. We'd see it exactly what
Well,
we
that is
saw
your
in the
model, though.
Neanderthals.
That's in your model. Like, that is
I'll
your model.
explain
Where
why
are
I
the
think
Neanderthals now, Sam?
Go ahead. That's your model, Mark.
Where are the
That's
Neanderthals now, Sam?
Hold on.
Where are the Neanderthals now?
That's not, Mark. You're confusing.
Well, I'm
two
asking a
things.
question.
Hold on.
No. How come you get to ask questions but I don't? What is this?
Right.
Where are
Let
the
me
Neanderthals now?
explain the error in your question. Okay.
Well, can you answer my question first?
You're confusing the belief of your model, ignoring what I'm said. You're saying, well, it's not a problem because it happened. But you just acknowledge that it is a problem. And we're saying that's why it didn't happen, Mark. That's why it didn't happen.
Just because I'm saying it's a
didn't
problem
happen,
for
Mark.
the individual Neanderthals doesn't mean I'm saying it's a problem for the model. My point
It
is,
is a
the
problem
question
for
that
the
you're
model.
so studiously avoiding is that the Neanderthals went extinct. So inbreeding could well have been a problem and contributed towards their extinction, which doesn't in any way be a problem for the evolutionary model at all.
I don't think you understand the problem I just posed.
I don't understand your problem at all. I really
Hey,
don't.
let me propose something, guys. Let me propose something. So, firstly, the way that the isolation, inbreeding, and just massive levels of homozygosity that are present in Neanderthals. Okay. Again, this paper here is a paper that corroborates our model, where you have, so again, you can check it out, an abundance of developmental anomalies and abnormalities in Pleistocene people. So, as Doc has pointed out, when we look at a lot of these hominins, whether it's Hobbit, whether it's Erectus, whether it's Neanderthals, whether it's Naledi, okay, Luzonensis, we see a lot of features that are different, morphological features that are, as evolutionary paleoanthropologists would say, are primitive or pre-human in these creatures. But what we're finding more and more is that your fossil record in terms of these hominids are telling us that they were subject to a lot of inbreeding, a lot of degeneration, a lot of disease, a lot of abnormalities. And so basically, when an evolutionary paleoanthropologist holds up a bone, let's say from Erectus or Hobbit, and says this is transitional or this is basal, what it actually is this atypical feature. What it actually is pathological. It's degenerative. And that's what we're finding out. That's what Eric Trinkos speaks to here. But in terms of the genetic shaping that we see in Neanderthals, this is a counter to what a lot of prominent evolutionists argue is I'm almost done, is a challenge to creationists, because they'll say, how do you explain the phylogenetics of Neanderthals and modern humans? Well, again, if we have a lot of mutations coming into the forefront of Neanderthals becoming fixed, and all of your genetic compartments in Neanderthals are shifting and changing, then we would expect those differences basically in biodiversity between humans and modern humans. Last thing, the challenge when it comes to the inbreeding, you guys take as long as you want. I know I'm saying a lot here, but the challenge to the inbreeding has to do with the out of Africa model, right? So today humans exist with extremely low variation. The evolutionary community, they've invoked the out of Africa population bottleneck between 70 and 200,000 years ago, depending what bottleneck you hold to. Okay, so they say that the population was reduced to about 10,000 in Africa, and those 10,000 people existed for 1,000 plus years in a small population in order to reduce levels of genetic diversity. But what we have, therefore, is a small population that is becoming highly inbred, and a lot of recessive mutations would be coming to the forefront, and this would be a near extinction event, this out of Africa model. But we're to believe that apparently all of these people eventually spread out in all parts of the globe, seizing dominion over the planet. And so I think the out of Africa model has a severe inbreeding problem. Go ahead, gentlemen. Take as much time as you need.
Okay. Thank you, Donnie, for making that clear. Just one last thing to what Sam was trying to say. The The amount of inbreeding we see in Neanderthals is expected from a small reproductively isolated population. Now, that's not good for the long-term health of the species, but that's what we expect to see in the evolutionary model, because that's just how genetics work. And I don't believe the Homo sapiens population ever got down to as low as 10,000. I'm not sure what the bottleneck is, but I don't think it got quite that low.
Well, that's just an inference.
How low did it get to explain
Can't confirm
the
that.
low levels of genetic diversity we see today?
Well, I have
Let me do a quick Google.
Yeah, it was about a few thousand, basically. I've got if I could share a paper on it,
sure.
That basically looks into allele effects and stochasticity might be sufficient to account for Neanderthal extinction. So basically, they're saying that the anatomically modern humans might have contributed to the extinction, but not necessarily engage in competition or out consuming them. So basically, they're saying there is nothing unusual about the persistently small size in Neanderthal populations. Hominin populations were probably small as well. Basically, they're saying that a level of stochasticity would be reached, and it was a meta population comprising of subpopulations that had all the stochastic odds against it, and it will only very rarely happen for a significant amount of time. Environmental variability produces low. Basically, it's a cycle. An unfavorable situation will eventually take place, but it's essentially saying there's nothing weird about that population surviving for a long amount of time, even though there is this inbreeding. And I think this did have the numbers.
Hold on, Mark, if you don't mind.
Population.
Yeah, if you don't mind, what the group that we're talking about that's us, the humans. The humans are the result of that.
No, we're talking about Neanderthals.
So we're not. No. Well, hold on. No. So look, I explained it really simply.
We're talking about Neanderthals.
Technical, and Donnie explained it really specifically. The last common ancestor before human that we allegedly evolved from underwent this bottleneck, and we are the result of that bottleneck. That's the argument. We're not talking about a group that died off. We're talking about us, like you and me on your model. We underwent that bottleneck. And this is the result. A sophisticated, intelligent, intellectual people is the result of 10 or 80 to 100,000 years of bottleneck, Mark. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, so Donnie was actually talking about the Neanderthals that came first out of Africa and basically made their population. I mean, I thought we'd been through this already, but I'll go over it again. They were basically isolated from the rest of the Homo species or genus, and they basically had a lot of interbreeding. That was the whole thing that was being made. I don't know why we're sort of going away from
Mark,
Neanderthal.
If I could clarify,
well, that's
if I can clarify, the Neanderthals went extinct or assimilated with humans. It could have been due to war, conquest, inbreeding, many different hypotheses. But
not inbreeding, really.
But your modern, what was that, Mark?
Well, it wasn't inbreeding. I mean, if Neanderthals would get assimilated into human lineage, it wouldn't be into inbreeding.
Right. The inbreeding is proposed as a possible reason why.
For extinction, sure. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So, anyways, so you have that, but then outside of Africa, before humans even leave, you have this massive population bottleneck, this near extinction event where humans were reduced to somewhere between 2 and 10,000. And they had to exist like that for 1,000 years or more. It's hard to find an exact number. If you could, that'd be awesome. But that would be not a 1 generation bottleneck, not a 2 generation bottleneck, but an extended bottleneck. And so that would be very detrimental to that population, because you'd have all of these recessive mutations basically coming to the forefront and resulting in some serious genetic degeneration. But that's the population that's supposed to spread out into all parts of the globe, seizing dominion over the planet. So that's basically where the problem is. Go ahead, Mark.
Sorry.
And the founder effect shows that.
Sorry, can I say 2 quick things? First, I think Beamsy has a question. Second, can we please get off of genetics? I am. Can we talk about fossils and rocks?
moved our
Please?
way-
It's my thing.
You know,
You'll
it's funny
hear
because
me
we
out.
were
Why
on.
don't we talk about Gobekli Tepe?
I did bring us to the fossils because I
Different
brought
topic.
up that
Let's see.
article that
Sunflower.
talks about the coexistence of Paranthropus, Australopithecines, and Erectus, but
Oh,
it always
sure.
goes back to genetics, and I'll tell you why.
I
I think on both sides, genetics is the best way to answer the question of ancestry, and I think that's why
So-
the evolutionists would argue that the best arguments for evolution are in genetics, probably, and then
Well,
as a
there's a
creationist,
reason.
I'd argue the same.
There's
But
a reason
anyway,
that
Doc, yeah.
So,
There's a reason
Donnie,
that
I
we're
will
talking-
agree for direct ancestry. I wasn't advocating for direct one-to-one ancestry in my presentation.
Right, you're looking at the fossil record, and that's why I brought. So I know, Doc, you wanted to respond to the article that talks about how we have overlap with
Mhm.
Australopithecus, Paranthropus, and Erectus. So rather than this nice, neat, linear line, basically from Ardipithecus to Afarensis to Habilis to Erectus to modern Homo sapiens, I think we actually see a lot of overlap, coexistence, intermingling, interbreeding. Go ahead.
So there is a lot of overlap, and there, like I said, biology is messy. Messy. And in paleontology, we don't try to establish direct ancestry. It's very hard for us to do that. Instead, what we do is we
Is that confirmation
look at
there's
the
no
fossils we
tree,
have,
right?
As we look at the fossils we have as representatives of the population at a given time. And what I was saying with my presentation is through geologic time, we have shifts in the populations of apes we see in East Africa. They go from, say, Ardipithecus to more genus Homo. Now, it's not a perfect gradual transition. There's overlap, there's species. Some species aren't directly ancestral to another. That's
None of
just
them
how it's
are.
going to be.
Wait, none of them are.
Wait, question. What
I know,
exactly
none of
is
them
the
are.
utility? What is the utility in painting a linear sort of picture of
They don't have
ancestry?
they don't have a linear picture.
So-
They
But
can't
is that
paint a
even
linear
inherently
picture.
So-
useful? Is
So
that
the utility is usually just for the sake of simplicity.
No,
so
the
there's
re-
no, so it's just constructed out of nothing. It's not even.
Yes.
That's not what I said.
Well,
It is
I
inferred.
can answer.
It is true.
I can
Simplify
answer
the
that.
model
Bingo.
to make
well-
it easy for people to understand.
No, it's
Yeah,
not. It's because
Well,
you
what
don't
if
have
it's not
any
true?
transitionals. Stop lying
If
there,
it's not,
Dino.
if it's
Can I
not
say
true,
something? Can I
then
say something, please? So,
oversimplifying it doesn't count.
no, well, when we do a lot of these complex systems, like for
This is
instance,
not
if you're
complex.
working with electronics, you probably don't want to draw your diagrams in terms of the actual electronics, like all of the electronics,
Mark,
the
a
resistors and
specimen is not
capacitors. And excuse
comparable
me, I could
to a
be sure
motherboard.
that I was talking right now. I must
Bubblegum,
be
just let Mark
mistaken or
finish, and then
something.
you can go.
Like you could draw it in terms of resistors and capacitors and all that kind of thing, but the simpler way and easier way to explain how a circuit works is you draw it in terms of logic gates. Logic gates don't actually exist. They're not a thing. They're just basically made up of electronic circuits that we simplify down to show how something works. And we're doing the same thing with this. We're just simplifying it to show how it works.
Okay, time for me to
Like
respond.
maybe an
Yeah,
analogy to
transistors are
what I
real.
was just saying.
Wait,
Like,
let me finish.
Listen,
My turn.
Mark could explain all the circuitry behind an on switch, and then I can just say, I push the switch and it goes on.
No, no.
What I'm
what's real?
saying
The
is
transistors are
still
real.
true. It's just a simplified version of the truth.
Wait a second.
Because not everyone understands circuitry diagrams.
Wait, let me respond to this. I
Wait,
was the
Sunflower
first one to
first.
bring it up. No. I was the first one to bring it up. Please.
Okay, go ahead.
So Mark and Dino, what you just said amounts to, okay, once you have a complete picture, as in there's no mysteries from start to finish, then yes, your logic gate can simplify it. That's not what's happening with the evolutionary picture, right? With the evolutionary picture is actually you're basically proposing a explanation in which one does not already, you don't have the full picture, and then you're just simplifying it. You're basically saying, well, let's fill in the gaps because there's no better explanation. That's
Exactly.
different. That's different from having a complete understanding of a circuit and then saying, well, I can simplify this circuit by using logic gates. So
Okay.
I
So
don't
that
think
was
that's
an analogy. It's not going to be perfect.
But it's
They're
not
arguing
analogous.
against the
It's a bad
fossil
analogy.
record.
Analogy, Dino.
Wait. I
It
understand.
was an analogy.
No, Dino. Look, I'm being fair. I'm a very fair person. It was an attempt at an analogy, but it was not analogous. So, right. Like,
well, it's analogous to simplifying
No,
things.
it's not.
So
you
people
don't.
can
Okay, look.
understand.
You don't
the
have a full
transistors actually
picture
exist
of
on
the
the motherboard.
start
Your
to finish
transitionals do not exist.
evolution.
You're just inferring
I'm
your
sorry you
transitionals.
don't see them, Bubblegum, but they do exist.
Oh,
Can-
okay, go ahead.
The point-
Go
you
ahead,
don't have
we
a-
were
Dino.
focusing on someone more
Provide to me the
substantive.
specimen. Provide
Listen.
to me a transitional specimen between the gray wolf and the Dalmatia.
I don't care about the gray wolf and the
You said they
Dalmatian. Bubbles,
existed. You
get a
said
new
they
argument.
existed. Provide to me the transitional then. Admit it. You're inferring your transitionals.
No, I just don't care enough to look
No, you
into
don't
it to refute
But
you.
Bubblegum
you
I
can't
don't
do
care.
it.
Bubbles.
Listen,
I don't care.
Apply,
You can't do it.
Apply. Listen, you still are inferring though a whole lot. Come on. You're not
Yes,
gonna
I
sit
admit
here and
there
tell
is inference, but not
A
every
lot of-
inference
well,
is
the
just a
whole thing.
wild guess.
Okay,
In
but
science, we
Dino-
don't just make wild guesses, we
Dino.
make inferences based on the evidence we have.
Dino,
You're
when you
making up
have
your
when you
evidence,
have a
dude. You're
complete knowledge
admitting
of
you're
a
making
certain
up your evidence.
No, Bubbles, you're
Wait,
saying we make up our evidence.
Hold on.
That's what an inference is.
Bubblegum, hold
That's not what an inference is.
dude, please hold on. Let me just
All right, we're gonna hold on. Just a point
Dino,
of moderation. Hold
Dino,
on, you're gonna go next, Sunflower. You're gonna go next. But let's
let
try
me
to
just ask you a question.
Let's try
Let me just ask a
yeah,
question.
no, I am. Hold. I'm just gonna ask that everyone not over talk each other. We were
Okay.
having a pretty good conversation, and everything was all right.
Fair.
I
Actually, Sam,
apologize.
gentlemen,
I apologize.
It sounds like everybody's enjoying the discussion. We're at the 4.5 hour mark. We were going to wrap it up around here, but I can allow this to continue as long as we keep it professional.
Yeah.
I'm going to be stepping away for probably about 30 minutes. I got some food ready for me. I'm going to relax. If people still want to continue this discussion,
Yeah.
if people still want to hang around and because it sounds like everybody's having fun.
Yeah,
And
I have a
therefore-
question for Dino. I just want to.
Well, just Sunflower, before you do, I want to hear from everybody. Does everybody
Okay.
want me to continue this show, or should
And we always
start
get to have fun when
mean-
Bubblegum's around because he has like
Yeah,
the
I
third position, you know.
I got lunch to go, but I can hang around if you want.
Okay, well,
I mean, I have an
appreciate that,
after
Mark.
show set up on my channel if you want to cut the
Oh,
stream, Donnie.
what time's that?
Like we can
Doc?
transition over to my after show.
Sure.
Okay, let me therefore finish what I was saying earlier, and then we'll slowly start to wind it down. Sam will probably wrap it up completely, maybe another 10, 15 minutes more. But to finish what I was saying, and then Sunflower, we're going to hand it to you. I know you had a question, but we've kind of diverted from what I was bringing up to Doc. And so my point, like, for example, here's Donald Johanson, right? He talks about how his collection that he originally unearthed suggests that Homo and Australopithecus coexisted as early as 3 million years ago. So I oftentimes explain that when you have two different models, the creation model and the evolutionary model, or two different worldviews, we are interpreting the evidence related to our models or worldviews. Okay. But there's a lot of overlap within those models. So if I were to say, Doc or Mark, creation's true or separate ancestry is true because the sky is blue, you'd say, well, no, because the evolutionary model can also explain why the sky is blue. And so I would argue there's a lot of overlap and a lot of lines of evidence that both models can explain. It's not discriminatory. And when it comes to the hominin fossil record, to bring my thoughts to a major point here, Doc, since we see overlap, okay, you interpret that one way as linear evolution from Ardipithecus to Australopithecus to Homo and to eventually modern humans. But for us, we would argue again, you have a dispersal event at the Tower of Babel where you have Neanderthals going one way, or a group that devolves into Neanderthals going one way, Erectus, Naledi, Floresiensis, and then modern humans, which extend to today. We also have the Australopithecines that would exist in Africa. And so we see all of these groups coexisting and this being consistent with the creation model. And so we interpret it that way. It's consistent. You interpret it a different way. You argue it's consistent. And so, Doc, do you understand my point, and do you understand where I'm coming from on this?
So I think I understand, Donnie, but just really important. I'm not saying it's a linear path from Ardipithecus to Homo sapiens.
Right.
It is a wild, confusing mess. And we're just doing our best to make sense of it. But what we do have is these bones are in a rock layer that is 6 million years old. We have Homo sapiens that is in a rock layer that is 50,000 years old.
Well, that's
And
because
while
some
there might
groups
be some overlap, while there might be some overlap in the middle, the beginning and end are separate. And as we go forward through time, there is a progression from one to the other.
see, and
Does
that's
that
where
make
I'd
sense?
argue it does from your model, but I'd argue that's not what we see. And so I've got a lot of papers and excerpts and diagrams here that show, yeah, it's a bushy mess. There's a lot of overlap. There's a lot of intermingling. And I'd like to go here. So, for example, even with Sediba, they're talking about how basically, if you see my screen, new studies shake up human family tree, where you've basically got a lot of dead ends, where you've got a branch that doesn't really go anywhere. It's just, it goes off to the side. It's an extinct group. So yes, I would agree with you that we have modern humans today in the earliest rocks. We have a lot of extinct groups like Erectus, like Neanderthals, like Denisovans, which we only have a few bones for anyways. But that's not evidence for any forward evolution. That's just evidence of coexistence and intermingling of different groups. Some groups have made it to today. Other groups have experienced dead ends. They went extinct. They didn't make it.
But Donnie, there is no overlap between Ardipithecus and Homo erectus. Homo erectus does coexist with some species of Australopithecus, but it doesn't with all of them. Right?
That I think is debatable, because I think we have direct evidence for Australopithecus and Homo existing, specifically Homo erectus. But with Ardipithecus, but with Ardipithecus, you know, we might not have direct evidence of the bones intermingled. I mean, we actually have, for example, Australopithecus sediba, Ella Bean and Yoel Rack here. Notice human missing link fossils may be jumble of species. They conclude that Australopithecus sediba is not taxonomically legit. It's the co-mixing of Erectus bones and Australopithecus bones. So we know there's overlap there, but with Ardipithecus, that could be the case because we understand all. Okay, go ahead. I'm saying a lot there. Go ahead.
Sorry. So I have heard there are refutations to this study first. Second, when I say Australopithecus, Australopithecus is made up of at least 5 different species, not all of them contemporaneous with each other. Homo is made up of at least 5 species, not all of them contemporaneous with one another. Some Australopithecus are contemporaneous with some Homo, but there are multiple species within those genera that do not intermix, and there can always be offshoots within a genus. Like Australopithecus sediba might not be ancestral to Homo sapiens, but Australopithecus afarensis might have been. Does that make sense?
That's going to be, well, again, it does from your model, but we've had lots of discussion within the paleoanthropological community with Johansson, with the Leakeys, with Lee Berger, with many, Chris Stringer, whatever. A lot of discussion on which of these bones belong to which species. Even Lee Berger, he made a video recently on species, and he points out that afarensis, even he would argue that afarensis is chimeric. It's the accidental mixture of different species. Okay, so it's not just one.
Specimen
so,
was he talking
wait,
about?
I just talk, please.
Sorry.
Okay. And I know it's an exciting topic, but I got to get these thoughts out. Okay. So it depends on how you interpret a lot of the footprints, a lot of the stone tools, a lot of the bones, right? There's a knee bone, I believe it is, attributed to afarensis that a lot in the paleoanthropological community have said this is a knee bone right here. And so is it like an erectus knee bone? If so, then basically Lucy and erectus coexisted. Or for example, the Laetoli footprint. If you look to these as being maybe an erectus footprint, well, now you have to conclude that, yeah, Homo and afarensis coexisted. So it's going to come down to how do you interpret a lot of the external evidence. Go ahead.
Okay, so Donnie, I'd just like to make it clear for the audience, we have hundreds of individuals for Australopithecus afarensis and Australopithecus Africanus, like we have hundreds of individuals. We know what an Australopithecus afarensis looks like. We know from head to toe, basically. And they are not a member of genus Homo. There are many differences.
I never said
And-
Australopithecus was a member of genus Homo.
You said
I'm
they
saying
might be early.
No, wait, I'm saying the Australopithecines and the Homo genus coexisted. But I am
Well,
arguing
you did say
just
they
as
were the same thing earlier, just due to genetic deformity, or that they might be.
not the Australopithecines.
Let
I was
Donnie
saying
clarify.
No, Doc, you're getting it mixed
Erectus.
up.
I was saying Erectus, Naledi, the Hobbit, the hominins like in the Homo genus, those are the result of degeneration and reductive evolution. But your true Australopithecines, and I'm not talking about the human bones associated with the Australopithecines like Yoel Rack and Ella Bean would point to with Sediba, but the true ape bones, which you would say is non-human ape, take those out, then you've got a very ape-like creature. Okay,
But
so those
Donnie,
exist,
I'm
but they're not
saying-
human.
Donnie, we have other Australopithecus. Like the paper you're talking about is about, I think, 2 individuals.
Sediba.
We have hundreds, and
You have hundreds
not
of
Australopithecus sediba. We have hundreds of Australopithecus, the genus of
I
various
understand.
species.
Yeah, I've studied it. Yeah, you got Anamensis, Africanus. You've got
Yes, and
Prometheus. Yeah,
like
you've got
is
quite a
Littlefoot
few.
a mixture of Homo and Australopithecus bones?
Which one?
Littlefoot.
Littlefoot is.
I don't know the species or
That's a
the
tough one
specific name off the
because-
top of my head.
Yeah, that's a great question. Australopithecus, Prometheus, I believe. I think Mark would probably be able to clarify that. So Littlefoot is a good one. I haven't made a dogmatic interpretation of that yet because even the conventional community admits that there's not been a ton unveiled yet in terms of the details of Littlefoot. You know, oftentimes it takes a while before we have detailed technical work where we can look at each bone and look at all the morphology. So unfortunately, it's taking a long. I mean, they first discovered Littlefoot when, like 1996 or 7 or something like that. Doc.
Sorry, I was distracted. What'd you say? We've been going for 4.5 hours. My brain is
No, we've been going for 5 hours. We're getting tired.
Well,
So
can I
I'm not
ask a
sure about
question?
Littlefoot yet. I'm still waiting for some more.
Can I ask a
technical
question in
work
this
on it.
lull that always fascinated me? How, if Homo sapiens and Australopithecines are in the same era and they're both just destroyed by the flood, right? Except for Noah and stuff, right? Is that what happened?
Oh, I thought you're. Can you reiterate the last part?
So if Australopithecines and humans lived at about the same time, right? And did they all get destroyed in the flood? Why did the Australopithecines die out?
That's a good question. No, I believe everything we see in terms of your hominin and hominid fossil record is post-flood. And so you'd have, yeah. So I think you do find some, like, I want to say this because it's also in response to something Doc said. I think you find some of these creatures like Ardipithecus ramidus or some of your Australopithecine types. I think you find them earlier in the rock strata than humans because they spread out first. Because we understand from the Bible that humans didn't spread out. Remember, they stayed isolated at Babel, and then eventually God had to confuse the languages. But prior to that, I'd say for about 500 years, a lot of your other creatures, like your ape types, they actually spread out to different parts of the globe, and so they were buried first because they spread out first. Does that make sense?
But you said
Mark?
a lot
Go
of
ahead.
different other things spread out. So why is it that nowhere on Earth there is a modern human below a Australopithecine, and the Neanderthals are always sort of below, above the Australopithecines as well. So why is that we never find Neanderthals at the top, for instance, like you were saying, they spread out as well? Why are they always or never at the bottom? What if they spread out with them? Why do we never see that?
Good question. So I think we see a lot of overlap. okay, where they are coexisting, especially with Neanderthals, mostly all of your hominin types, bring in Naledi, bring in Floresiensis, Erectus, they're coexisting. They're in the same rock stratus. You even have some Australopithecines and Paranthropus, okay, in the same rock strata coexisting. There might be a few variations of Ardipithecus and Afarensis that are lower than, let's say, your Homo types, but I would argue that's because those types spread out first, got buried first, went extinct. Like your Neanderthals are found earlier than modern Homo sapiens because Neanderthals went extinct. Erectus went
but
extinct.
Neanderthals don't coexist with Australopithecines.
Well, we find Erectus.
Australopithecines they did overlap some of the earlier, by our model, earlier Homo groups,
Erectus,
but not Neanderthals. So if they spread out Neanderthals and Australopithecines and all these other sort of species of human-like things, why do we all see the Australopithecines specifically always underneath?
I don't think it's, if you mean by always underneath, as in we find some Australopithecus species before we find Neanderthals and before we find
fossil.
Okay.
In the age of the rocks, yeah.
Yeah. Well, for the same explanation that I gave, I think after the flood, God commanded everybody to basically spread out. Humans didn't, but other creatures other than humans, or the apes, like you would say, non-human apes, okay, they spread out. They didn't just stay isolated in one spot and start building the Tower of Babel. And so a lot of them would have just become extinct and been buried. And so they're buried first. A lot might have survived for a bit until humans spread out. So I think it's because they spread out earlier. And so they're found earlier in the rocks. But I would still argue that we find a lot of overlap. But I do agree with you that we find some species earlier than we would find Neanderthals and humans. But Erectus, for the most part, I would argue, which I would say is human, we find intermingled with almost all of your hominins, including Australopithecus and Paranthropus. Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, I just find it hard to believe that if sort of all of these Australopithecines spread out and the different ones spread out, that it would be neatly, well, not neatly, but it's more ordered than just what you would expect if just a whole bunch of human-like organisms spread out, and the age of the rocks is layered. That Neanderthals never overlap with any Australopithecines. Homo erectus does, Homo nalensii does, Homo heidelbergensis doesn't. So you've got to somehow explain why you would have to have the most organized migrations outwards in order to find themselves buried at these intervals. And I don't see that as very, very good explanation.
So let me give one response with a visual, and then I want to give, out of fairness and respect and just appreciation for everybody that joined the show, including the skeptics, Mark and Doc. I'll give you guys the quick last word. Since we are at the 5-hour mark, I think Sam and I are going to tap out. We're getting pretty tired. I got some food waiting for me. Then I know Doc has an after show. So let me say this real quick. If I were to visualize it, okay, in the separate ancestry model, we basically have modern Homo sapiens, which we would say are Adam and Eve for the most part, with some difference, of course. They go along here. They experience a bottleneck at the flood. Okay. They continue on to, let's say, the Tower of Babel, and that's where you get the dispersal. So you get all these different side branches. You get Hobbit, you get Naledi, Denisovans, Neanderthals, Erectus. I would argue all of these hominins have evidence for pathology. They have evidence for genetic degeneration, for disease, which explains a lot of their atypical features, the reduced brain size, the small skull, reduced chin, so on and so forth. So these groups, as you can see, they become extinct. They don't continue on to today. And so I would expect, therefore, to find overlap, because we do find overlap. Again, we find Erectus with a lot of your other non-humans, okay, like your Australopithecines. Not all, but most, I would say. And so we'd find these buried earlier with some overlap, including overlap with your non-human apes. But humans living on to today, modern humans, we didn't go extinct. And so we live to today. And so these would be buried first, essentially, with again some. I'm just repeating myself, but hopefully this visual helps, even if you may disagree with it. Go ahead, have the last word. I think we're going to wrap it up.
It doesn't sort of address it because it's sort of the Naledi and Erectus, sure, but not Neanderthal. So the way that looks is that you'd find sort of robustus, Australopithecine robustus next to Neanderthal, and that is just not what we see in reality. So I don't think that works for that reason, because we don't find the overlap between the, like, Heidelbergensis, that's a later Homo sort of species. We don't see that overlapping with the Australopithecines at all. So that's why I think that diagram is very inaccurate, because you sort of pointed out the ones that do overlap while sort of ignoring the ones that definitely don't.
Mark, I appreciate the final words. I'm going to give you the final words. One of these days,
Thank you. No, I've had the final word.
Yeah, I think this has been great. This has been a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's awesome.
I'm glad we made it to the 5-hour mark. So this has been an epic. Our last evolution open mic went about 4.5 hours, so we topped it. We'll have to do another one soon. Mark, you and I will have to just have a one-on-one one of these days. I'm sure people would love to see that showdown. So, okay, to all the skeptics and non-skeptics, I mean it when I say I appreciate the engagement. I love having a packed house the whole time. It was great to see how many people were in the backstage and just excited to discuss the topic of origins. I mean, it's fascinating. We can talk about it all day. So, Doc, I got to say, excellent debate with Kent. That was a lot of fun. The hour flew by. We'll have to do another one soon. Let's get some final words from you, Doc.
Actually, before I do that, I know Beamsy has had a question for a while. Could he ask it quick?
It wasn't really a question. It was just a critique on what Sam was using as evidence.
Okay. In that case, fun first debate. I wish Kent had interacted more. When I asked him what I'd been arguing, he didn't have an answer. It's kind of disappointing. If anyone else wants to debate me on the age of the Earth or some lineage's evolution, not counting bubblegum, I'd be happy to debate. Pick humans, whales, birds. Birds are my favorite. I'm a dinosaur specialist. So if anyone wants to do that, I'd love to. Anyway, thank you for having me, Donnie. This was fun.
Okay, Doc.
I look forward to drinking heavily after this is over.
We'll do more of these. Doc, maybe you and I will go at it too. Okay, so anybody who wants to continue the conversation, Sunflower, I feel horrible. I know you had a question. Continue it over on Dr. Dino's after show. Okay, so Doc, you're still having the after show, right?
Yeah, would you mind posting the link in chat so people can go?
Okay, well, people head on over there, see science. I feel like you're just itching to get in there. So everybody go over to Doc's channel. He's having an after show.
I don't know
feel
why
like
he doesn't
somebody
want to
said
make bubble gum though.
No worries, Donnie. Always appreciate your lives, man. You are a very, very solid moderator and just facilitator. Appreciate it, man. Really do.
I appreciate that, brother. You're always welcome here. Again, we're going to do another one of these soon. So everybody feel free to join. Actually, next week, we're having Paul Price open mic. So I'm really hoping to see some of you guys. Mark, you, hoping to see you.
Okay.
And, whoever. So, okay, guys. Blessings all to the audience. I appreciate all the super chats, the support. And Standing for Truth is out. We'll see you later.